Good morning, everybody. I'm Megan Fox with pjmedia.com. I'm just getting the stream set up here, finding the right video that I want to use for today. How are you today? I'm exhausted from yesterday. 4 hours. 4 hours of coverage was a lot. I don't know how much of it I can give you today, but I thought we would do some at least, and I'll be popping in and out with my commentary. Yesterday was it was somewhat boring, although I thought that was his name Alejandro, the guy who was at the front desk, the doorman. He was hilarious. Who was vaping in the middle of his testimony and then drove away. That was some good television. Welcome. Glad you're here in the comments section. You know, some of you are not Johnny Depp fans, and that's okay. You're welcome here too. You know, just remember to be kind to one another in the comments with your opinions. You know, everybody's opinion is welcome. I really don't understand how people are supporting Amber Heard after hearing her on tape admitting to being an abuser and hitting her husband and she severed his finger, burned him with a cigarette. You know, these are things that are demonstrable with witnesses. So I am confused, but you know, you have a right to your opinion. All right, I gotta look for the live feed. think it's supposed to start at 10. Amy. Friends' words. If anyone has fallen for the Johnny Depp bullshit and is touting he's a victim and Miss Heard is an abuser, unfriend me now. You got that, everybody? Amy wants you to unfriend her if you believe Johnny. I know exactly what's going on, says Amy. The world stage once again wants to promote patriarchy, fame over ethics, while it creates a false equivalency that domestic violence is routinely experienced by both sexes. Are you claiming, Amy, that men cannot experience domestic violence? I'm going to continue reading this. This is absolutely false, and another way people are trying to make money by playing both sides. Funny how they brought a psychologist into, and then she didn't finish her thought. Amy, this is delusional. Men experience violence, domestic violence. It can and does happen. And I think we're seeing it in this case. But again, you have a right to your opinion. Welcome to the chat. Man, I'm having a hard time finding the stream today. I'm interested to see what Amber's hair is going to look like today. Her hair is different every single day. Amanda says, I made it fun yesterday. Glad to be back. Shared you out. Thank you. Yes, please do share the live stream. And thank you, Amanda. I appreciate that. You guys make it fun. It is more fun to watch this with friends. And, it's captured the attention of everyone pretty much. Yesterday, I had somebody say that I shouldn't be covering this because it's a private matter. And I disagree wholeheartedly. First of all, it's not a private matter. It's a public court battle. Court is public. That is the nature of taking someone to court. And so because of that, and because of the media interest, of course, it's being televised. And people have a right to comment on it, have feelings about it, have opinions about it, and discuss it. So that's why we're here, and that's what we're going to do. Do I think that Amber has a person who styles her for this? Yes, absolutely. Yes, no doubt about it. Crystal wants to know, when is she going to be on the stand? That is a good question, and I can't wait for it. I'll tell you what, whenever she gets on the stand, you can rest assured that I'm going to be here covering it. Seriously, I can't find the live stream. This is so bizarre. It should be happening at 10. This is very bizarre. As usual, support the stream, support the show. Visit the merch store. My sister is in the chat room. I can't believe I'm back. I can't stop. I know, me either. Me either. I cannot stop. But I'm having trouble finding the live stream. Maybe we're not going to find one today. I don't know why. It should be up. Should be ready to go. Am I just having a problem finding it? Hey, if any of you find a live stream, let's see. Here it is. Finally. I got it. All right. Day 11. All right, yeah, let's talk about Amber's hair and style. She has had it different every single day. I do think someone styles her, yes, and I think it's a strange choice. to have a different hairstyle every single day. It's an odd thing. It keeps us from, it's like she's constantly portraying trying to be somebody else, somebody she isn't. And it's a strange thing. I find it odd that she looks different every single day. Don't you? Don't you think that's kind of strange? Cameron says, I can't wait. The doctor was great at explaining a lot of things. And I'm watching from Scotland. Welcome. Go Team Depp. Yeah. I don't know how often I'm going to be in here commenting you guys today because I do have other things to do. So I'm probably going to exit the conversation and try and get some work done. But I'll keep the stream going so you guys can talk amongst yourselves. And I'll pop in when I can. Stephanie says, I read something yesterday about Amber's mother texting Johnny about the domestic violence allegations being a creation of Amber's lawyers. Have you heard this? No, I have not. I have not. Amanda says it's strange to have intricate hairstyles when she's the defendant. I mean, it's distracting. I'm surprised that they didn't pick just a classic, simple updo, pulled back, because she looks the best, I think, with her hair pulled back. I liked the swoop the other day that she had with the bun in the back. That was a very classic kind of Princess Grace look that worked for her, I think. And I think she should be doing that every day. When she wears it down in those weird sausage curls, she looks like she's trying to be like a little girl from the 1800s. It's bizarre. I hate it when she wears her hair down with those big sausage curls. Looks strange. I have been watching some body language videos of Amber that are pretty good. Do you guys know who the body language guy is? Maybe I'll drop him in the chat for you. Because the body language guy, let me pull him up. He did a really good analysis. It's like a 40-minute video though, so you're gonna have to have time to watch it. But he did this great analysis of her face in a now deleted 2016 PSA, which I'm totally going to play for you, by the way, because I found it. She made a public service announcement about domestic violence in 2016. And this behavior analyst, the body language guy, did a great, here, I'm going to drop it in the chat right now. Hold on. Hold your horses. I have to get back to the chat. I'm dropping it in now. So while you're waiting, if you want to watch him, but don't click over now. Save it for later. Save it for later. You know what I'll do? I'll play the whatchamacallit. Let's turn the music off. Turn off music. Why can I still hear it? Okay. All right. Let's go to Amber Heard 2016 PSA on domestic violence. This is crazy. No, I've been saying for days that when I see her speak, I don't see anything behind the eyes. And the doctor, if you remember Dr. Curry, I've now finally figured out her name. I'm not calling her Dr. Mommy anymore. That's what the chat was calling her on the Mercatus stream. But anyway, so let me play this for you. If I can get it up on the screen. All right, so she made a share screen. She made a public service announcement about domestic violence, and this was in 2016. And apparently, it got deleted, and other people have put it up on the YouTubes via the internet. So let's watch her try to play this game.
I'm strong.
Oh wait. I realized I have something over the screen. Hold on. All right, here we go.
Smart. I'm not a victim.
Let's back that up a bit. Watch her face.
I'm strong. Smart. I'm not a victim.
We know that.
To my detriment. I guess there was a lot of shame attached to that label of victim. It happens to so many women, when it happens in your home behind closed doors with someone you love, it's not this straightforward. If a stranger did this, as it was pointed out to me, if a stranger did this, it would be a no-brainer. It's the telling someone safe is the beginning of choosing yourself. I really think about it. If I hadn't had that, if I hadn't had a few people that I really trust around me, a few women support, a few friends, if I hadn't had them around me, how different my life would be. Just as a woman, having gone through this in the public stage and in the public arena that I did it, and I have a unique opportunity to remind other women, not only that this doesn't have to be the way it is, you don't have to do it alone. You're not alone. And also, we can change this. Violence against women is not limited to actual physical violence. It is also about how we deal with it and how we talk about it in the media and in our culture. And us taking responsibility for it is what really needs to change. We need to take responsibility for how we talk about these things. It's the only way that people are going to feel comfortable in coming forward, raising their voices, standing up for themselves, is if we change the system in place that keeps them quiet. Speak up. Speak up. Raise your voice. Your voice is the most powerful thing, and we together, as women standing shoulder to shoulder, cannot and will not any longer accept silence.
All right. What did you think about that? What did you think about that? Specifically and especially this part of it. Hold on, let me get there. I'm getting there. The faces that she makes. Like, I'm going to let this play without the sound because when she is talking, now you've heard what she was talking about, domestic violence, but when she is talking, to me, her face is saying something totally different. And the body language expert who looked at this said he had pointed out this specific face. Where is it? I'm trying to find it. Where, to me, it looks like he asked the audience, what does this look like to you? And to me, there it is. There it is. There it is. Hold on. Oh, did I go too far? When she says, you are not alone. Here it is. Ah! Did you catch that? Oh, I wish I could go back slower. I got to try and pause. There it is. There it is. There's the face. All right. What do you see here? What is this face? I see rage. That's what I see. I see in normal, I mean, I'm not a body language expert, but I know human beings and I've spoken to human beings before. And when I see this face, I see a crazy basic bitch coming at me with her phone or something. Like, that's what I see. I see a street fight. No, this video is not from today. This video is from 2016. It was a public service announcement that she made about domestic violence. But to me, this is rage. And here she is. She's supposedly talking to the survivors of domestic violence. You're not alone. And yet her face is seeming strange. Stephanie says she seems like she's acting. It's not genuine. Yeah, it's portrayal. Everything about this is portrayal. She says the right thing, but her face says something totally different. Totally different. And I can't wait to see her on the stand. Yes, she's very unlikable, Lacey. Very, very unlikable. When we see her on the stand, I think it's going to get so much worse because I don't think she's capable of portraying actual emotions. And I think that's because of the certain personality disorders that she has. I don't think she can't really feel those emotions. And so, of course, she can't portray them on her face. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Stephanie's pointing out that her assistant said she stole the assistant's story of domestic abuse and used it in her own divorce. Yeah, the assistant testified, the personal assistant, that she stole her rape story. Oh, shoot, I said the R word. You're not allowed to say that on YouTube. And no, I'm going to get demonetized. Oh, well, they always demonetize my live streams anyway. So this is a good time to remind you to like and subscribe if you're on YouTube. And it helps the algorithm. And also support the merch store. I'll drop the link in the description because they just refuse to let me profit on YouTube for any of my time that I put into this. They just keep on demonetizing me. But I have so many fun things there in the merch store. And here we go. There you go. There's a link. And you can also send super chats. Super chats are open on YouTube. I don't know what Facebook has. I don't know if Facebook is doing that yet. I need to get some Johnny and Amber merch. Yeah, maybe. I need to make a mega pint. That's what I need. I need to make a mega pint in the merch store. I'll work on that today. Court starts supposedly at 10 o'clock. Okay, I'm watching the live stream. It says set to go at 10 o'clock. So we're at it's 9:48 now. I can't believe there are 400 of you here already. That's kind of amazing. So good for you. Good for you. You're as addicted to this as I am. And Amber, oh God, I can't wait till Amber gets on the stand. I really can't. Do a t-shirt of Romero's face with nope. The guy who noped out of his own deposition. God, that was funny. You know what? While we're sitting here, let me take that face off the screen because good God, nobody needs that. And I haven't even looked in the mirror this morning, which is why my camera's off. My camera is off. Stop sharing. Let's see. I'm going to go over to Twitter because I've been watching the hashtag Johnny Depp trial or whatever it was on Johnny Depp. And there are some very funny things that have popped up and I shared some. So let's go over a few of them that I have found that might make you laugh. All right. I headed over to my Twitter page. You can follow me on Twitter at Megan Fox Writer. Please do follow me there. My DMs are always open. So if you need to get a hold of me, that's a good way to do it. Adult human female, Megan Fox. That's who I am. See? Over 2 million signatures are on this petition to remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. Look at this. Over 2 million people have signed this. And I tweeted out today, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. We have established that abusers lose their jobs in Hollywood. Time for Amber to face the fate that she demanded for others. It's a real Haman's gallows moment. Hashtag me too. Do you guys know who Haman is? So I was raised in church. We went to church 3-4 times a week. And we read a lot of Bible stories. And the story of Esther is one that came to me this morning like a flash, hit me. The story of Esther, where she was a queen of Persia. But before she was queen, she was a Jewish woman who was presented to the king under the guise of not being Jewish because it was a dangerous time for Jews to be Jews. And in Persia. And her uncle helped her get introduced to the king and into the palace, and the king fell in love with her and made her a queen. Well, meanwhile, the king had hired this very bad man named Haman. And Haman did not like the Jews, and specifically because Mordecai would not bow down to Haman in the street, because Jews did not bow to anyone but their God. They didn't bow to idols. They don't bow. That's part of their culture. And so Haman got very upset with Mordecai one day because this man refused to bow to him. So he went to the king and he said to the king, I want these people out of this kingdom. They don't share our culture. They don't obey your decrees. And the king was not really paying attention. He just took off his signet ring and gave it to Haman and said, do with them whatever you want. Basically, get out of my sight. I don't want to hear your whining anymore, Haman. Just take care of it. So Haman declared under the king's signature that that the Jews were going to be murdered on one day, all at the same time in Persia. Chelsea, the live stream's not up yet because it's not going yet, but it's there. I'm watching it. Don't worry. It starts at 10. So the king declares that they're going to murder all the Jews on this one day under Haman's command. And Mordecai finds out about this, tells the queen, who is his niece, and the queen starts to do what she does and get the king to understand what has happened. Anyway, what happens is, in the meantime, Haman thinks he's going to get away with this, and he is building a gallows, actually building a gallows to hang Mordecai on first. That's his plan, that on the day that the Jews are going to be murdered, Mordecai is going to get it first on this gallows that he is building, all because this man wouldn't bow down to him. Now, what does this have to do with Johnny and Amber? Well, if you look at Amber in the position of Haman, this woman is in a state of absolute rage that her husband will not bow down to her demands. And she has done everything she can to destroy him, going to the press, telling lies, making up stories, becoming the head of this movement, this Me Too movement, which can also be looked at as a way to destroy and kill all the reputations and the careers of the men, powerful men. Now, I have the live stream, you guys. It's on Law and Crime. Don't worry about it. I've got it. I'm watching it. I'm monitoring it. It's going to be here. I promise you. But yeah. So if you look at it in that way, what's interesting and what's happening to Amber right now is what happened to Haman at the same time. Haman he gets caught basically in this. Oh, wait, here's the court. Hold on. It's coming right now. This is somebody arriving at court. Hold on. Let's see. I'm getting it up. It's Amber. Okay, we've got her hair now. Another updo. This time it's on the side.
Thank you, James.
It's bizarre. Another bizarre, strange updo. Look at the chat over here. Boo! Boo! It's funny. Okay. All right, so things are beginning to go. All right, so I have to finish the story about Haman. So the queen eventually outs him and tells the king, I'm a Jew, and he's planning on killing all the Jews. And he has even built a gallows to hang my uncle. And the king, of course, being horrified that his love is going to be murdered under the order of this idiot that he hired. He says, that's not happening. I'm decreeing that all Jews can fight back with any available weapons that they need to have. They may fight back on this day since the order had already gone out. And that Haman was going to be hanged on the very gallows that he built for Mordecai. And I see this happening with Amber Heard right now, and the justice of it is wonderful. That story of Esther is a wonderful story of justice. You know, it's a great analogy of when you plot evil, when you plan for evil, the necessary thing that should happen is that evil comes back on you. And that's exactly what happened to Haman. And it's exactly what's happening to Amber Heard. She built a gallows for Johnny Depp. She built it over a period of years. She built that gallows. She built it, board by board, with the Washington Post article, with the Vanity Fair speaking out at the magazine things, with the PSA that I just played from 2016, painting him as a monster, calling him literally a monster, all these years now. And finally, the gallows that she built is the one on which she's going to hang. It's kind of amazing, really. I mean, I know people are saying, here she is. Oh, look, she's doing the Dr. Mommy style. Holy crap. She's mimicking the Dr. Curry hair, the messy updo with the falling locks on the side. I will say that it doesn't work on her the way it worked on Dr. Curry. When Dr. Curry was, by the way, when I first saw Dr. Curry, I thought, who did her hair? They did her hair to make her look like every pornified office woman, in every porn movie where they have a woman, a naughty secretary. They make her hair look like that with the messy updo. It's very hard. I like Dr. Curry too. I'm not trying to insult her. But it's very hard for someone who's not as beautiful as Dr. Curry to look really good with that bedhead messy updo. And she did. She pulled it off. And today Amber has her own messy updo. Can you believe this? This is so obvious. I'm going over to the comments now. Sorry, I've lost track of you guys. Perfect justice for the noble Mordecai. That's right. Loved Esther. Mordecai. I like that my chat happens to know what's up in the Bible. The king was dope. Stephanie, you're funny. It's true. The king of Persia, and he knew what was up. Let's see. What else? I believe that they feel she used them now. I didn't read the full article. It was Newsweek, I believe. Oh, here comes Johnny. Looking dapper again, as usual. Looking good, Johnny. Looking good. I think his demeanor has improved over the days. Do you agree? I feel like his demeanor has gotten more positive. I believe in the first couple days of the trial, he seemed extremely upset, nervous, sad. But in the last couple of days, he's been smiling a lot more. Yesterday, he was handing out candy. I was going to show that to you on Twitter, but I can't split the screen to do both. I wish I could, but during a break, I'll show it to you. He was handing out candy a couple days ago to his team. And Brittany says his demeanor is perfect, and so are his lawyers and attorneys. Yeah, that one brunette lawyer he has sitting next to him, she's really beautiful. She smiles at him a lot. She seems to like him a lot. And it makes me happy to see a woman interacting with Johnny on a lovely level, on a nice level, because all these tapes we've been hearing of him being harangued and harassed and yelled at, all of that is so hard to hear. It makes me hurt for him. I do. I hurt for this man. I realize he's like super wealthy, and we should probably not feel that bad. He has an island after all, so he'll be okay. But he's a person. And to hear how he has been treated throughout this marriage has been very hard to hear. So watching him smile, seeing him laugh, and have fun with his team there is really cathartic, I think, for a lot of people. I agree with this, Big Zebra. I assume Johnny Depp wants to win in the court of public opinion. And of course, the studio execs, but I don't think he has a guarantee of success at all in this trial. Yes, that's true. That's absolutely true. Defamation, very hard to win, especially when you're a public figure. You have to prove actual malice. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that his team will do it, because Amber Heard's attorneys are so bad. They are so bad that they could actually be working for Johnny. That's how it seems. Yesterday, Elaine put three police officers on the stand and asked them multiple times, over and over again, did you see any injuries on Miss Heard?
All right, good morning.
No.
Do we have any preliminary matters before we bring the jury out? Okay, good.
Yes, Johnny has to prove something didn't happen. Yeah, I have thoughts on that, though.
Okay,
We're
that's
proving
fine.
here.
Which number is it?
What's been proved is that Amber did abuse him.
1246? Okay, great. Right,
And
perfect.
I don't
Thank
think
you.
that's going to sit well with the
All right,
jury.
read the jury.
If they're feeling anything like I am, and I think I'm a pretty good indicator of how a member of the jury might feel, and you are too. How do you feel? Do you think she defamed him? Because I do. I think I need to make a poll. I'm going to put a poll in the chat if you're on YouTube. If you're one of my YouTube watchers, if I can find it. This poor judge. She probably goes home every night and drinks a big fat mega pint. She has been through so much hell. Yesterday was so boring. 560 of you here today. between Facebook and YouTube. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to hit the like button and please share the video. If you're on Facebook, please share with your friends. Let's get some more people in here.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Depp calls Terrence Dougherty, Dougherty. And for the first part of the deposition, it will be Mr. Depp's counsel asking the questions, and then it will change and we'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
My sister, the attorney, she's going to join me on the stream today. I'm so excited. She's on vacation. I can't believe she's going to do this. Sending you the link. I love having attorneys on during court cases. A pint is not a pint, Julie. A mega pint is something totally different. You have to have a certain attitude when you're drinking a mega pint that doesn't come along with a regular pint. And you may have to slam a few cabinets in the process. I love Johnny's smile too, Brittany. It's very real and genuine, unlike Amber's face that doesn't move when she tries to portray happiness. Is Mommy Muffin here today? No, I don't think Dr. Muffin is here. He does seem very genuine, which is something that Amber Turd lacks. He is so handsome, and when she says things like, "You're an ugly, old, fat man," I want to slap her. How dare she? How dare she call this beautiful man ugly and fat? He's not ugly and fat. That's absurd. And it kills me that may have, made him feel like shit. Because I'm sure it did. When your wife says things like that to you, horrible. Of course, he threw a few good ones back at her, too. Didn't he call her fat ass? Did I say Amber Turd? You know I meant Amber Heard. I did not mean to say Amber Turd. I would never say such a thing. Stephanie, welcome to the program.
Hi, Meg.
How are ya?
Do you like my beach chic?
I can't believe
attire?
you're on vacation and you're going to sit in on this trial with me.
Well, it's freezing. It's freezing here today. I mean, it's cold. There's no going out. We went this morning, and that's why I'm dressed like this, because it's so cold. But it's still beautiful.
I like your background. There's like a fishnet. It's very East Coast chic. I don't even have my coffee yet. I got stuck. I ran to my computer and decided at the last second I was going to do this again today. I didn't even get coffee.
360 Riverside Drive.
Good morning, Mr. Dougherty. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Terrence Dougherty.
What is your address?
360 Riverside Drive, New York, 10025. I went to Oberlin College. I got a BA there, and with majors in history and in English, and I studied viola da gamba performance at the Oberlin Conservatory. I then spent
That's a good one, Patricia.
4 years after I graduated, I went to Columbia Law School.
In what year did you receive your BA from Oberlin?
1991.
And what did you do in the 4 years between your graduation from Oberlin and going to law school?
I was a kindergarten teacher in the South Bronx at a
kindergarten
homeless shelter
teacher.
for a few years.
Wow.
And then I did freelance editing work for an academic press named Routledge, and simultaneously was the writer, research assistant to feminist cultural critic Bell Hooks.
Feminist
And
culture
remind me,
critic.
sir, where you went to law school?
What?
Columbia.
Look at her hair,
Did you
Stephanie.
receive your
The
JD
messy.
from Columbia?
She's trying to look
I
like
did.
Dr. Curry.
In what year was
That's
that?
so bizarre.
1998.
It's exactly what Dr. Curry said she would do.
That's
Dr.
so
Curry
weird.
said that she was
Having
mirroring. She's a
Received
mirror.
a JD
That's
from
so weird.
Columbia. I take it you know what a statute of limitations is. Is that
I do.
correct?
Correct.
After receiving your JD from Columbia, what did you do in terms of your professional life?
I worked at Fried, Frank, Harris, Shriver, and Jacobson.
A lot of love for
for
Johnny in the comments.
4 years, 3.5, 4 years. I was in their tax department.
I did
and
notice
after
that.
I went to work at Patterson Belknap, and I was also in the tax department there, but worked on primarily with their exempt organization clients. Patterson has a large exempt
Big zebra.
organization client practice.
Is it fair to say that you worked for Mr. Schwartz's firm, Patterson Belknap, from about 2002 until about 2005?
That's exactly right.
Did there come a time you left Patterson Belknap to work for the ACLU Foundation?
Correct.
At the time you left, was the ACLU a client of Patterson Belknap?
Yes.
And it continues to be a client until the present day, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Was there any time between 2005 and today where Patterson Belknap ceased to be a client of the ACLU?
No. You mean where the ACLU ceased to be a client of Patterson, right?
Yes, thank you for that correction.
Yeah, no, we've been a client the whole time. Not always with active matters, of course, but
I think this is going to be about her claiming she was going to give all that money to the ACLU, but then after the divorce, but then she didn't do it.
Oh, sorry, I lost the stream. Hold on.
It's okay.
It's back.
It's just boring
What
depositions.
were your responsibilities generally when you began?
Don't panic, everyone.
as senior
You haven't
corporate
missed
counsel at
anything.
the ACLU Foundation?
my role was to serve as the organization's in-house lawyer and to assess what the needs were for an in-house counsel department or practice at the ACLU.
And I take it you have continued to work as a lawyer at the ACLU on an uninterrupted basis from 2005 to the current day?
Correct. My title changed relatively soon after 2005. In either 2006 or early 2007, my title was changed to general counsel.
Is that still your title today?
That's what we're here for,
It's part
Alexandra,
of my
making
title.
things
I'm general
clear.
counsel and I'm also chief operating officer.
To whom do you report?
I report to Andrew Romero, the executive director, chief executive officer.
So that's a direct report. There's no intermediary between the two of you, correct?
Direct report.
Sitting here today, do you know how much money Ms. Hurd has actually donated to the ACLU,
Oh, I
actually
was right.
remitted to the ACLU?
Yes, I do.
How much is that?
So when you say remitted, do you mean direct payments from her personally, or do you mean payments on her behalf, or payments, from a donor advised fund that she might have set up? Or
We can break it down. Let's first, from how much has Ms. Hurd paid directly to the ACLU?
That would be $350,000 paid directly.
So not
How
anywhere
much
near 7
has
million.
been paid indirectly and credited to Ms. Hurd?
There was $100,000, which was a check from Johnny Depp.
What are you playing with? I can hear clinking. I'm going to mute you.
$500,000 payment from a donor advised fund at Vanguard. And then there was a $350,000 payment that appears to be from a donor advised fund at Fidelity, making it total $1.2 million.
And when you speak of credited toward Amber Hurd, to what are you referring?
And I think I might have done the math wrong. Let me just do the math in my head. It's 700, 800 plus the 5. I think 1.3.
Don't do
is
math in
is
your
the
head
number.
on the stand. It's not a good idea.
So,
Get the calculator out.
We received a check from for the $100,000 payment. We received a check from Johnny Depp's representatives, and it was said to be a payment in connection with on behalf of Amber Hurd. She confirmed that. The $500,000 payment from Vanguard Charitable, she confirmed was a payment on her behalf, and the $350,000 payment as well.
When you say credited toward her, what does that mean?
Well, she had, when we initially had contact with Amber Heard in
Stephanie,
2016,
we have a question for you.
She
You can answer that
indicated
later.
her desire to pay
Yes, we do.
$3.5 million to the ACLU, and that was, and these were amounts that were in relation to that, her having expressed that that's what she wanted to pay to the ACLU.
So it's fair to say that she has not donated $3.5 million as of today to the ACLU, true?
True.
When you say that Mr. Depp, our client, donated $100,000 to be credited toward Amber Heard, did the ACLU in fact credit that $100,000 toward the $3.5 million Ms. Heard promised to donate to the ACLU?
We do credit it.
Did Ms. Heard direct you to credit it to her account, as it were?
We asked Ms. Heard if we should credit it, and she said that we should.
With what person or entity is Vanguard Charitable associated?
So Vanguard Charitable is a nonprofit that Vanguard, the financial institution, has set up that provides for a wide variety of donor-advised funds for individuals to use for their charitable giving. So there are thousands of Vanguard charitable donor-advised funds. If you were asking specifically about the one that we received the $500,000 contribution from, we believe that that is a donor-advised fund that was set up by Elon Musk.
Who is Elon Musk?
He's a tech entrepreneur.
And isn't he
Oh,
also
boy.
a donor to
Oh,
the
boy.
ACLU Foundation in his own right?
Yes.
But it's your testimony that as to the $500,000
Was it
that
even her
came
money?
from Vanguard Charitable, that was associated with Elon Musk, correct?
We believe so, but it is not conclusive.
Wow.
Did the
Wow.
ACLU have any communications with Elon Musk about the $500,000 contribution?
Yes.
And please describe those communications.
There is a document that we produced that Elon Musk emails Anthony Romero regarding the $500,000
Look at her face.
contribution.
What did Ms. Heard tell Mr. Romero or the ACLU about her donation and how much she was going to contribute?
There were communications back and forth between the ACLU and Ms. Heard, including a thank you acknowledgement letter that was sent under Mr. Romero's name to Ms. Heard, thanking her for the $350,000 contribution, noting that it was part of her intention to make a $3.5 million contribution to the ACLU, and Mr. Romero attached to that communication a standard ACLU pledge form and so that was the communication. We were aware very early on that her intention to contribute the $3.5 million to us was half of her $7 million divorce proceedings. I don't recall which specific communication with us gave us that knowledge.
What, if any,
I'm going to get
understanding
coffee. I'll be right back.
did the ACLU have prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's plans to dispose of the other half of the $7 million settlement, or the other $3.5 million?
Yes, we understood that the other $3.5 million, the other half, was going to a children's hospital in Los Angeles.
When did the first donation, the $350,000 from Ms. Heard, actually arrive at the ACLU?
It was very soon after the communication between Elon Musk and Anthony, and I believe that it was that communication was in August of 2016, and it was shortly thereafter.
Please describe your conversations with Ms. Weitz.
I asked Ms. Weitz whether it was her decision to ask Ms. Heard to be an ACLU ambassador, and she indicated that it was. I asked Ms. Weitz to describe what are the criteria for, sorry, a calendar thing popped up. What are the criteria for asking for becoming an ACLU ambassador? And what were the reasons why she thought that Ms. Heard would be an appropriate ACLU ambassador?
How did Ms. Weitz respond?
She said that ACLU ambassadors are people who are artists or influencers that are aligned with one or two ACLU policy issues. And the criteria for determining whether somebody can be an ambassador is that they have prior expertise in that policy area, that they can speak in detail about the area, that they are aligned with the ACLU's policy views of the area, and that they have significant following so that their communications to the public that we support reach a wide variety of people.
Of those criteria, which did Ms. Weitz identify as the most important, if any?
I don't think there's any that she did not identify any as the most important.
What, if anything, did Ms. Weitz tell you about Ms. Heard's expertise in women's rights?
Ms. Weitz said that she had arranged a meeting between Ms. Heard and representatives of our Women's Rights Project and our Reproductive Freedom Project. And Ms. Heard spoke with such clarity and expertise on issues of gender-based violence that she decided that she would be an appropriate person to ask to become an ACLU ambassador, and she did so.
What, if anything, did Ms. Weitz tell you about Ms. Heard's significant following?
Ms. Weitz said that she looked at Ms. Heard's social media.
Anything else?
No, not that she said to me.
All right, let's look to topic 6. What, if anything, did you do to prepare to testify
I will
about
never
your
believe
role,
ACLU
the
ambassadors
ACLU's
ever
role
again.
in the conception, preparation, drafting, or publication of the op-ed?
Just saying.
I reviewed the documents that we produced. I had 3 meetings with our lawyers. I spoke with Ms. Weitz and Mr. Romero.
Please describe your discussions with Ms. Weitz.
I asked Ms. Weitz whether she was involved and what her involvement was with respect to the conception, preparation, drafting, and our publication of the op-ed. And she indicated that because of her role as our Director of Artistic Engagement, she was involved in all aspects of the conception, preparation, drafting, and publication, and that the other members of the communications department who worked on this, even though they didn't necessarily report to her in terms of our hierarchy, they reported to her in terms of this specific task. She was the person who was the director of this project.
Did Ms. Weitz tell you that she participated in
Big
the
zebra
drafting of
cracks
the
me
op-ed?
up.
She was in, yes.
Other than Ms. Weitz, were there any other lawyers at the ACLU involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
Ms. Weitz is not a lawyer. So were there lawyers involved in the drafting of the op-ed? I believe it was the drafting of the op-ed was all done within the communications department.
So Amber didn't
What
even
is
draft
Ms.
this
Weitz's
thing. The ACLU did
academic
it.
background?
Actors don't write their own scripts.
I don't know her academic background.
Was any ACLU lawyer, and I mean in-house lawyer, involved in the drafting of the
You are
op-ed?
delightful. Yes.
I believe the answer
Who
is
is
yes.
Big
I believe
Zebra?
that there are documents that support back and forth between
No clue.
Support for the op-ed, but I don't recall.
Sitting here today, do you know how many ACLU lawyers were involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
No, I don't.
Were there any ACLU lawyers involved in the reviewing of the op-ed before it was submitted to the Washington Post?
Yes, there were.
How many?
Ooh.
Um,
How many lawyers? How many lawyers does it take? Because
And did any of them consider the defamation possibilities?
I think there were 4.
4
Were
lawyers.
you one of the
4 lawyers.
Holy shit. 4
No, I
lawyers.
was not one of the 4. And to be clear, when what I was referring to were people in our legal department who are experts on women's rights issues.
But not
There
experts on
nobody
defamation.
from neither I nor anybody on my in-house counsel team was involved in the drafting of the op-ed or the review of the op-ed.
Perhaps
why
they
not?
should have been.
We were not involved. We were not brought into the loop. I don't know why.
4
Is it fair
I
to
don't
say
know
that
why.
the ACLU didn't think there were any potential legal implications to the ACLU involved in the publication of the op-ed?
I have not spoken with any of the lawyers in the legal department about whether
They're
they
all too busy hiding
thought
their
it
heads.
would be necessary to involve any member of my in-house counsel team on in the review of the op-ed.
You didn't think that would be necessary?
Who were the
Maybe they
4
should investigate these
attorneys
claims before they
in-house
go publishing them.
at the ACLU who were involved in reviewing the op-ed before it was submitted to the Washington Post?
Okay, so I was referring to
Okay.
people in the legal department and not the in-house counsel's office, the legal department who do our work, our civil liberties litigation and advising on legal issues relating to civil liberties. And I believe that the op-ed, the 4, was reviewed by Lenora Lapidus, David Cole, I believe Louise Melling was involved. And there may have also been a fellow that was involved in reviewing it. These are all, there are a number of back and forth emails that we produced that will indicate specifically who those people were.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 2, please.
Yes, sir, stand by.
Johnny looks nice today. Nice outfit.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes,
What is it?
These are conversations within the ACLU communications department about Ms. Hurd donations to the ACLU and the possible engagement of that issue as a communications matter for the ACLU.
Mr. Doherty, if we could start in the email in the middle of the first page of Exhibit 2.
The middle of the first page. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Who is Stacy Sullivan?
Stacy Sullivan was a senior person in our communications department.
Is she still at the ACLU?
No.
When did she leave?
As soon as this story broke.
Shortly after the Post got sued.
I don't recall the date.
I don't recall.
Who is Stephen Smith?
Stephen Smith, at the time,
Oh, these
was
people
our
in
associate
depositions
director
in
of
this
strategic
case are always
communications.
leaning on
Now
their
he is
faces.
the deputy communications
The
director.
body language experts say that means
And I
they're
believe
bored.
you testified earlier
Well,
that
wait till
Mr.
Aline
Romero
starts
first
asking
came to
questions.
learn about
Then you're
this
really
through
going to be bored.
Elon Musk, is that right?
Correct.
Tell us exactly who ACLU Media is. You said it's
an email account that is monitored by members of the
One
communications
lawyer
staff,
down.
so that when media inquiries come in, rather than them going to a specific individual in the communications department who could be working on something else or on leave, it goes to a central email account that is then monitored and emails within it are directed to the appropriate people.
who's Sandra?
I assume that is Sandra Park, who is a lawyer
Thank you,
in
Bethany.
our women's rights
I
project.
try.
Was Ms. Park involved in the op-ed in any way, either reviewing or approving?
I believe she was.
I hope she. Let's ask this guy about Amber Heard's makeup.
That
Maybe he'll know
coverage,
more.
is good for the ACLU, correct?
That was the weirdest line of questioning ever.
So
Was
Yes.
she wearing lip liner?
And the
That
press
part I was
coverage,
like,
among
I
other
have
things,
no
enabled the
idea.
ACLU to promote
All
its
the men in
work
my chat
helping
were like,
victims
"What's
of
lip
domestic
liner?"
violence, correct?
Correct.
Specifically, how does the ACLU record donations?
We record donations in our donor database. It's referred in the trade as a CRM, a constituent record management system. And at this time, we our CRM was a company called PIDI. At this point, our CRM is with Salesforce.
Is there anyone at the ACLU who interacts or who interacted with PIDI?
There are many members of our development department that interacted with PIDI with respect to the functioning support of that system and the vendor relationship. And then, and I'm not sure if you're asking this, but then there are a number of people in the development department who
No one should be
can
into
input
Johnny's
donor
eyeliner.
information into this database. I don't see them as having interaction with PIDI, but it's with our database.
What type of information is input?
It's very broad. The names, address, contact information, donations, prior history with donations, issues that they are particularly interested in. It's also differs depending on the nature of the donor.
His butt is
If
falling
somebody
asleep.
gives a
He had to get up.
$50
And
annual
I do
donation,
that move all the time. I do that all
is
the time.
reported. If somebody is a $3 million a year donor to the ACLU, a different level of information is
$3 million a year. They have people giving
If
$3
someone
million
makes
a
a
year.
donation
Can the
on
witness
behalf
please play the
of
piano
another
in the
person or
background?
to
The
be
court would like to
credited
hear some
to
light
another
jazz
person,
hits
how
for the
is that
Penny
reported by
Gage.
the ACLU?
And this guy probably could play well. He went to
reported
Oberlin.
as it is reported as such as relating to, but there's
That
many
would
different
probably
ways
be
that
more
that
entertaining.
could somebody could give on behalf of somebody else. People can make a gift in honor of somebody else. People can make a gift in order to fulfill someone else's pledge.
So
People can
Elon
make a
Musk
gift,
made a gift to honor Amber Heard.
Yes.
A
In
donor may help
2016, which is before Elon and
bring another
Amber
donor to the
admit to having a
ACLU. All of that
relationship.
information is
Oh, boy.
recorded in our
Mhm.
systems.
Yes, the
Can
butt
a
cramp,
donor
the dreaded
earmark
butt cramp.
his or her donation for a particular purpose?
Absolutely.
After Ms. Heard announced her donation to the ACLU, what specifically did the ACLU do to document that donation?
Well, we sent out
We enjoy
a
you too.
note to Amber thanking her for the donation. That is likely the contribution acknowledgement letter that Mimi is referring to. And that information was kept in our files. And the information regarding Ms. Heard was recorded in our Salesforce, or at the time, PIDI database.
That was a
At
good
the
moment.
time the ACLU sent Ms. Heard the acknowledgement letter, was it the ACLU's expectation that the $3.5 million would be paid by Ms. Heard in all at once in a lump sum?
No, I do not believe it was. I believe that we believed that it would, based on the Elon Musk email, we thought that it might be, that it was intended to be over a 10-year period, although that was never specifically confirmed.
Well, that's interesting.
That's
What email are you referring to?
I believe that the first email from Elon Musk to Anthony Romero said that it was over a 10-year period.
Why was
Anything
Elon Musk
else
sending
to
the
make the
email talking
ACLU
about her
believe
10-year
that Ms. Heard was
donation?
not paying the money right away out of her divorce settlement with Mr. Depp?
Anthony, in his communications with Ms. Heard, referred to the amount as a pledge.
Thank you,
and
darling.
A pledge is generally what a pledge means is that the amount is not necessarily paid all at once. It's pledged to the organization rather than just sending a check. There's some kind of varying levels of commitment made to give amounts over a period of time, which is
I'm still picturing him taking a piano break.
useful for the charity to know, so that it
Like
can
that scene from
make
Overboard.
future
with that
projections
guy.
as to income.
Mr. Doherty, who, if anyone at the
Grant, you're
ACLU
overwrought.
was assigned to handle or track
What motivated you to get
Ms.
up and
Heard's
serve that
donation?
here?
That would have been two different people,
Oh,
depending on
God.
what you mean by
I want
track.
that kind of testifying.
There is a person in our
trial.
leadership gifts department, which is the department that deals with high-level donors. His name is John Moresco, and his role is to, in addition to
Stephanie, remember this
facilitating,
question.
maintaining the
We'll
relationship
talk
with
about
those
it at the
donors,
break.
is to oversee the back and forth with those donors for annual giving. So in this case, that would include Ms. Heard's gifts to the ACLU. And then the second
I need to take a
group
screenshot.
within the development department, that
I
the
got it.
overall donor database, the then PIDI, now Salesforce database.
Okay, is Exhibit 9 prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
It's not back up on the screen yet. Okay, here it is. Yes, it was.
Is it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Were these emails, to your knowledge, prepared contemporaneously with people having knowledge of the contents?
Correct.
Okay, if we could please move ahead to Exhibit 11.
Wonder what that body language means.
I missed it. I was tweeting
He's
something.
covering his face.
Oh. Oh, now he's wiping his head. Is he sweating? Is he? What's
Is he
this? Is
nervous?
not. This looks like
I
he's
can't
covering
read that.
it.
What did the exhibit say? Could
I
you
don't
read
know.
it?
Okay, I
I
see
couldn't
it.
read it. I couldn't read it. It's too far away.
Mr. Doherty, you've ever seen this document before?
I have.
Is this one of the documents that you reviewed in preparation for your deposition
Thank
today?
you for your wonderful
Yes.
gift of
Was this
$350,000
prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
to
Was
Amber.
it maintained in the ordinary course
Thank
of
you
the
for all you've
ACLU's
done for
business?
us, not only for your generous financial support, but also for your
Yes.
leadership as a
Was
public
it
figure.
prepared by Mr. Romero contemporaneously on or about September 19th, 2016?
It was prepared by someone in our development department who I believe to be Mimi Clara, but yes, to the rest of your
Does
question.
Romero have knowledge of the contents of this letter that he signed?
Yes.
So he states to Ms. Hurd, thank you for your wonderful gift of $350,000 to the ACLU, the first installment of your very generous pledge of $3.5 million. You see that?
Yes.
So as of September 9th, 2016,
95% of you, by the way,
actually donated
say there was
only
actual malice.
$350,000.
There's a new
correct?
poll in YouTube. Do you think Elaine is going
Correct.
to ask clueless men again today?
Now, if you would
about
please
Amber's
turn
makeup?
to the next
Yes or no?
page. I believe
Please
you
go to the poll.
referred to this before, but if you could
So
just
far,
clear
it's
it up for the
100%
record.
yes.
Have you ever seen this page before? And it's called Pledge Form, page number ACLU 3033.
Yes, I have.
What is it?
This is a document that is used, well, in the generic document is one that is used regularly by the development department. This one in particular is branded in connection with our 100th year anniversary, but that's just a branding thing. What the form is a form for people who are making pledges to the ACLU to document that that promise in a form like this. When a form like this is filled out, we see that as that documents the full amount that they intend to contribute and the time period over which those gifts are going to be made.
And is it your understanding, sir, that this pledge form and the two documents after it, ACLU 3034 and 3035, were in fact attached to the letter Mr. Romero sent Ms. Hurd on September 9, 2016?
Yes.
And who prepared this ACLU 3033, the pledge form?
I believe that, well, it was somebody in our development department. I don't know whether it was Mimi Clara or John Maresco or someone else, but it was somebody who was preparing it in connection with the preparation of the tax acknowledgement letter.
There's a reference on top of the pledge form, Amber Heard, care of Pierce O'Donnell, Greenberg, Glusker, and then there's some other names. Do you know what the firm Greenberg, Glusker had to do with Amber Heard?
No.
And you have no idea why it was sent to Ms. Heard, care of Mr. O'Donnell at Greenberg, Glusker?
I expect that it is the case that, well, many of our significant donors have representatives that we work directly with on technical things such as a pledge form.
Okay. And directing your attention to the next page that was attached to Mr.
Andrea,
Romero's
I've
letter, it
wanted
also
this
says
for the
pledge
entire
form, but it
trial.
has
If he would
some,
do this, the whole country would go berserk.
Yes.
And he
is
should
it
be
fair to
come
say
in and say,
that
why
this
is
is
the
a
rum always
proposed
empty?
schedule for
That'd be
payment
fantastic.
of the remaining $3.5 million donation?
That is what it is.
And do you know that who came up with this
I want him
proposed
to
schedule?
sue Disney, by the way, for the rights to that character, since he made it, he created it, and he wrote the
I
dialogue.
Well, if anyone ever tried to do it besides him, they won't succeed. I
prepared
mean,
this form.
no one would
No,
want to
but
watch it.
he created it.
Don't
It's his
know-
character. He
Yeah.
actually
Told the
rewrote all the
person
dialogue. I think
who
he should
prepared
sue
this
Disney,
form
take it,
to
and then go make movies
do
with
the
Jack
gift
Sparrow
payment
with somebody
schedule
else.
in this way.
Did
The chat
do
agrees
you
with me.
see at the bottom of that page, ACLU 3034, part of Exhibit 11, that there is a signature line?
Correct. Yes, I do.
Heard and her
Did
lawyers
Ms.
need to
Heard
go to the
ever
corner and sit
sign
with dunce
this bed
caps on.
schedule?
No.
Did
Especially the
anyone,
guy who objected to his own
Greenberg,
question.
Fletcher, or anyone else on behalf of
So
Ms. Heard
great.
ever sign
I
this form?
object, the judge, but you asked the question.
It was your question,
Why not?
sir.
I'm
I
going to
don't know
allow
the
it.
answer.
Did Ms. Heard ever agree to any schedule for the payment?
Poor
of
guy. I
her
actually felt a little
$8.5
sorry for
million
him.
donation?
Oh my
There are
God.
documents that
Yes,
we produced that
put Captain Jack into
point to
Aquaman
Ms.
2.
Heard being
Take out
aware of this
Amber
as a
and replace
multi-year
her
commitment, including the
Captain
Elon
Jack
Musk email
Sparrow.
to Anthony
No, that's funny.
and back and forth between Anthony and Amber on an annual basis about her, about this gift.
No, you are not
My
banned.
question was
You are
actually a
not banned,
simple one.
Zebra.
Did Ms. Heard ever agree to any schedule for the payment of the remainder of the $3.5 million donation?
I don't recall her having, seeing anything where she
Calling all
agreed
Photoshop
to
experts, we are going
a
to need an
10-year schedule
Aquaman
like this.
standing with Captain Jack Sparrow on
Let's
on the
go,
Black Pearl, please.
now, please, back to Exhibit 10.
Sir, stand by.
Jack Sparrow's vengeance. We're coming up
No,
with
Jack Sparrow's revenge.
revenge. Yes.
I didn't see Aquaman, so I don't know how
Okay,
those storylines would intersect. Would it work?
Mr. Doherty, have you
I
ever
don't know.
seen
Those
this
Marvel
exhibit,
movies are
Exhibit
so
10
dumb.
before?
I have.
What is
Big
it?
Zebra, YouTube regularly removes comments from my stream.
This
It's
is
not me. I don't know why they do it.
Email
They hate me.
exchange that includes Anthony Romero, our Director of Development, Mark Weir.
I will make t-shirts. I just don't know what I'm going to put on them
Executive
yet.
Director of
Mega
our
Pint,
Southern
for sure, is going
California
on one of them.
affiliate, which encompasses LA, and me, regarding the check that we received from
You're clinking
Johnny
again.
Depp's representatives in the amount of $100,000.
Look
I
at this.
muted you.
Exhibit 10
What is
prepared
it?
in the
Oh, it's a
ordinary course
seashell.
of the ACLU's business?
Yes,
Was it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of its business?
yes.
Were these emails prepared
I
contemporaneously
just want to take a
by
moment to say that the
people having
ACLU is
knowledge of
also the
contents?
organization that is trying to put
Yes.
boys in girls'
Okay, let's
bathrooms all
move,
over the
please,
country.
to,
They have really just become a joke.
the
They
second
also
page
came
of the
out
exhibit.
against free speech on Twitter the other day. The
Wait, not only
ACLU.
that.
From
When female genital mutilation was starting to occur in this country, the ACLU
Anthony
did
Romero,
nothing to
dated
stop
August
it. In fact,
25,
worked on the side of the
2016 at
people who were
12:40.
promoting it.
4 p.m.
Look at this
Have
comment.
You see that?
12
At the bottom of this page.
at the bottom of this page.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah,
Sorry.
12:44.
I'll
Yes.
be quiet.
Mhm.
Is Anthony Romero?
Yes.
And who is Hector Villagra?
Hector
Done,
is
Patricia. I'm
the executive
making it
director
right now.
of the ACLU of Southern California.
Dr. Muffins.
Patricia, that's awesome.
And
I'm going to
you
draw
see
it right
what he
now.
informs Mr. Romero. The actual check is from Mr. Depp, care of his CPA, and handwritten on the check, it says donation being made in the name of Amber Heard. So,
So wait, that was Johnny Depp's money?
The ACLU, in fact, received a $100,000 check
I wasn't
from
paying
Johnny
attention.
Depp, correct?
I'm
Correct.
designing my Dr.
yeah.
Do you
Muffins.
know why
Johnny paid
Mr. Depp
$100,000
asked that
in
it
her
be
name.
credited to the name of Amber Heard?
No, I don't.
Mr. Villagra tells Mr. Romero that he has been designated, or that he has been the point person. What does that mean?
Hold on, let me just find that.
It's at the very end of the exhibit on the next page.
Oh, okay. my staff let me know that you have been the point person. Yes, Hector is saying that Anthony was the main person with the relationship with Amber as a donor.
And why was Mr. Romero the point person?
Mr. Romero is our one of our most significant fundraisers at the organization, and he has a specific portfolio of
What do you think?
donors that he and his
I can't see it.
team, such as John Moresco, support.
And do you see, going back to the second page of the exhibit, Mr. Romero's response to Mr. Villagra, copy to Mark Weir that
like
same day, or strike that on
Fantastic.
August 25th? Do you see that?
I do.
Now let's move back to the first page. And do you see the email from Mark Weiler to Hector Villagra, copy to Mimi Clara, on or about August 25th at 11:12 a.m.?
Yes.
So he says, just spoke with Anthony, just spoke with Anthony, who just got off the phone with Elon Musk. And Anthony refers to Anthony Romero, correct?
Correct.
Dr.
Why was
Muffins
Mr.
refers to
Romero
Dr. Curry, you
discussing the
guys.
herd donation?
Dr. Curry.
with
I'll explain
Elon
the
Musk?
muffins
My
controversy later.
understanding is that Anthony reached out to Elon Musk because he had a prior relationship with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk was the person who first contacted Anthony about the donation, about a donation from Amber.
And wasn't Mr. Romero
Unbelievable.
specifically asking him about Mr. Depp's donation of $100,000?
That's how I read this email, yes.
That's weird.
And if you look down, just below that, the email from Mr. Villagra to Mark Weir, and he says, got it, we will hold the check. That's a reference to the ACLU's holding the check from Johnny Depp, correct?
That's how I read this.
Okay, so now moving back up to that email from Mr. Weiler to Mr. Villagra, copied to Mimi Clara, he says, we're going to draft an email from Anthony to Amber explaining the situation and asking for her advice. What does he mean there?
I take that to mean that we wanted to hear from Amber regarding whether this gift was attributable to the amounts that she wanted to contribute to the ACLU.
Did the ACLU in fact reach out to Ms. Hurd about Mr. Depp's $100,000 donation?
Yes, there are documents that we produced that show a back and forth on that point between Anthony and Ms. Hurd.
And Mr. Weiler, or Mr. Weir writes, I'll keep you in the loop, but definitely hold the check until we get clearance from Amber. Why would the ACLU need clearance from Amber Heard before it accepted a $100,000 donation from Johnny Depp?
My understanding of this is that we wanted to know whether this, before we cashed this check, whether it was in relation to the Amber Heard desire to contribute to the ACLU as opposed to a separate desire by Johnny Depp to contribute to us individually. And in fact, the communication from Johnny Depp's representative said that it was in connection with Amber Heard. So we wanted to clarify what was going on.
So moving to the email directly above that from Hector Villagra to Mark Weir, he says, we have more folks than I knew who followed TMZ. Here's their latest report. Amber Heard calls BS on Johnny's charity donation. Now you owe double. What's that a reference to?
I don't really know specifically, other than to say that this is more indication that we were unclear of whether the Johnny Depp gift would count toward the amounts that Amber said she wanted to contribute to the ACLU.
And then directing your attention to the top email in Exhibit 10, Mr. Weir responds, she's calling Johnny out on the $14 million in the press. What does that refer to?
I don't know. I'm not aware of how 14 million plays into any of this.
Okay, let's move ahead to Exhibit 12, please. Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Just making it larger. Yes, I have.
And what is it?
Can you read it, Meg?
This is
Hi there. I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry for
Amber
the delay in this
confirming
matter.
that
Highly
we
unusual circumstances, and I sincerely
can,
appreciate
that
all of
we
your
can cash
patience
Mr.
and
Depp's
grace
check.
in helping facilitate through them. Anyway, just
And did
emailing
Ms.
you
Hurd, in fact, send this to Mr.
to let you
Romero on or
know
about
that it is indeed all
October
right
17th,
to cash Mr.
2016?
Depp's check.
Yes.
And is this a document that was created in the was maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
I think I spotted some highlighter on Amber as well,
And
on
it's
those
true that the ACLU
jagged
ultimately
cheekbones of hers.
deposited
She
Mr.
has a little
Depp's
highlighter
check for
right here.
for $100,000, correct?
Correct.
Did the ACLU credit the $100,000 paid by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Hurd's $3.5 million pledge or donation?
We do credit that $100,000 amount toward the toward Amber Heard's charitable giving to the ACLU.
Where, if at all, is that credit reflected in the ACLU's records?
There are documents that we produced that show the fact that this was considered part of Amber Heard's charitable giving to the ACLU.
And after the ACLU received Ms. Heard's initial $350,000 payment, it received press inquiries about the Heard donation, correct?
Correct.
How many?
Oh, I don't know the specific number, sorry.
Was this document, Exhibit 20, maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business contemporaneously by people having knowledge of the contents?
Yes.
On what date was Ms. Heard appointed an ACLU ambassador?
It was in October of 2018.
Okay, let's move ahead, please, to Exhibit 22. Did the ACLU ever issue a press release regarding the Vanguard $500,000 contribution?
I don't believe we ever issued a press release in 2017 regarding Amber Heard's donations to the ACLU.
Why not?
We received an email from Amber that is in the documents that says that we don't need to do this. We shouldn't do this. This press release.
Let's go to 24, please.
Stand by.
Stand by. These taped depositions are pretty hard to watch.
They really are. I think most people have no idea how seriously boring lots of litigation really is.
We do now, because
We
we've been watching this for
Everybody
hours
knows
and
now.
hours.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a slog.
Yeah,
Yesterday left me feeling, I actually, at the end of it, I had a headache. I had to lay down and I had a butt cramp that went from my left butt cheek all the way down to my
Exhibit
ankle.
24 before?
Yes.
I'm going to have to do
What
the
is it?
stand-up desk today. It's
Yeah.
This is
should get up
Anthony in his
every
email
couple
to
hours.
the one we just saw said that his comms people were going to be reaching out to Amber's people. And so Steve then starts that process. And Amber then Amber responds and says that she's no longer working with Pierce and introduces Steve to her new lawyer, Eric George. and she indicates that she has a concern about issuing a press statement.
Is this document maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was
This
it
is
prepared
true.
in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Wouldn't it be terrible if we were the only
Yes.
ones subjected to this?
And was it prepared contemporaneously by people having knowledge of its contents?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the email at the top of
Whose phone is ringing?
the page.
Oh boy.
Someone's phone is ringing in the courtroom.
Bailiffs might get mad and confiscate it.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
And now there's some interruption,
Kerfuffle.
You see the
kerfuffle
email
in
at
the
top of
crowd.
the page from Ms. Hurd to Jody
Oh,
Gottlieb
the
and
sound
others
just got really
dated
bad.
July 6,
What is
2017.
that?
I do.
It's very
Have you ever
echoey.
seen this document before?
There, fixed.
Yes.
What is it?
This is Amber letting Steve know that she's no longer working with Pierce, but instead working with a new lawyer. And
She goes through
indicating
lawyers,
to Steve
man.
Wonder
that
why
she
she
is going to be
dumped the
talking
first
with her
guy.
PR team about whether about issuing a press statement about her 2017.
That Me Too
issuing a
lawyer
press
dropped
statement
her
about
like a hot
2017 gift.
potato.
Who? Which
And
Me Too
directing your
lawyer?
attention, she
Roberta
writes,
Kaplan.
She
their
dropped
concern is
Amber?
that the press
Yes.
could potentially spin the fact that this is an installment and not the entire lump sum, as you well know, isn't possible due to the structure of the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement is a reference to the settlement agreement between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard of their divorce, correct?
I read that to with reference to the settlement agreement to be the settlement agreement between Heard and Depp, but I don't have any independent knowledge of that.
Pro
What
tip,
was the
when you're on
basis of your
camera,
belief that she
face
was
the
going to pay
window.
you every year?
His face is
The
now
original
falling into dark
communications.
shadows.
And her response to us when we reached out to her, and she indicated
Light source must
on
come
a,
from this way.
a
not
number of
behind
occasions that
you.
this was something that she was going to be looking into.
But she didn't do it, did she?
What we did receive was the $500,000 Vanguard charitable contribution.
From Elon.
From Elon Musk.
And then the next year, the $350,000 contribution.
She didn't pay you on an annual basis, did she?
Yes, we didn't receive any
Why
amounts
did he
in
say yes?
2019 and on.
The answer is
Let's
no.
move up to the middle email
She
on the
didn't pay you,
page.
did she? No, not yes.
Mr. Weir to Steve Smith. Thanks, Steve. Her gift is technically unrestricted, but it is weighted towards women's rights issues. What does that mean?
What that means is that there's a particular type of gift that is legally restricted for a specific purpose. And that could be that the restriction could be done in a number of ways.
He has no
That
eyes
was
anymore.
not done in this situation.
Just eyeless.
But nonetheless, the
Don't squint, you'll be
intention
eyeless on
in
national
making gifts to the
TV.
ACLU was to support that work. So there's that subtle distinction, and this is not an uncommon one at the ACLU.
After the Vanguard payment of $500,000 in July 2017, what, if any, payments did Ms. Heard make to the ACLU?
There was one more payment
Big
of
swallow.
$350,000 that came from Fidelity Charitable. So it
Yes,
looked
yes,
to
I
be
did
from
get
a
that.
donor-advised fund at Fidelity.
And when was that donor-advised Fidelity payment made?
In 2018.
So
we have
that,
go ahead. Sorry.
go ahead.
Oh, we have a document that we produced that shows the contributions that we've received from Fidelity Charitable and the timing for each of those. One of which includes includes the Amber Heard 350.
Okay, if we could please move to Exhibit 39.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 39. Have you ever seen this document before?
Hold on, can we get the bait stamp number, please?
It is 3037 ACLU.
Thank you.
I'm switching over streams.
Why?
I decided I don't like this stream anymore because it's the Law and Crime channel and they're probably going to claim a copyright. I'm going to go over to CBS.
CBS won't claim a copyright?
I don't think so. Less chance. Law and
Yes.
Crime is
There
kind
appears
of
to be a reference.
iffy.
Well, first of all, have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
And what is it?
This is a document that we created that lists the contributions made to the ACLU on a specific date, December 11, 2018. that
Yes,
came
yes, I'm in
from
front
the
of the Black
online
Pearl.
Fidelity charitable.
Team Johnny.
And is this document
And look, I'm over here with seashells and nets and stuff.
ACLU's business?
The
We are very
information
on
is
brand.
maintained in the ordinary course of this
Yeah.
business. We created this document in response to the discovery requests.
And
It seems like it's harder to hear now, Meg. Do you have it turned up?
Let me check.
donations made to the ACLU online on or about December 11th, 2018.
I believe that it does. It is a document that I believe our development department pulled information from Salesforce, our current CRM, into an Excel, and that's what this is.
So directing your attention to the penultimate
I don't seem to be able to
entry on
boost
this
the volume.
page said $350,000 designation.
And I guess I can go back to the other
donation from
stream.
Amber Heard.
I think you should. I can barely hear it now.
All right, let's try a different one.
Is that
The
since,
clinking and the crinkling doesn't
giving
help.
account are the names
All right.
of the
Falling asleep.
Fidelity
I put my
charitable
phone down.
donor advised funds, which
propped
is
it up
the
against all my-
column in the right. This one is designated as anonymous, meaning that the person who set up the donor advised fund, in this case, I believe Amber, wanted it to be an anonymous donor advised fund. So that it would be within her discretion to decide which gifts were that she recommended were her recommendations or not. And so we put into this special purpose category.
Let's try
We
Fox,
marked
no?
that this was a donation from Amber Heard, meaning a recommendation from her to make a contribution from her donor advised fund.
So this is an anonymous donation for someone in Amber Heard's name, correct?
It is anonymous to when this donor advised fund was set up, it was determined that it would be that the gifts would presumptively be anonymous unless she were to recommend to state otherwise.
All right, here we go. Hold on. Coming back.
$50,000 gift, and that's why we put into the column that this was a donation recommended by her from her donor advised fund.
See you later, Big
The
Zebra.
money
Come
did
back
not
later if
come
you
from
can.
her, correct?
The money went from her to her donor advised fund, and then she recommended that the funds be paid from Fidelity to us. So
What?
the amount that $350 we received did not come from her directly. It came from what we believe to be her donor advised fund at Fidelity that she set up.
What basis, other than Ms. Heard's telling you, does the ACLU have for the proposition that Ms. Heard paid the money to Fidelity before it came and was given to the ACLU?
What we have is what she told us, which is how donor advised funds that are anonymous work. The only thing that we legally needed to know was that this came from the Fidelity charitable, and that's the kind of reporting that we would do on this. For example, if we were reporting on this gift in our tax filings or anything like that, we then our donors who have donor advised funds, they then let us know that they made that recommendation, and we then credit it to them as being associated with their giving to us in our CRM.
Well, Mr. Doherty, I didn't ask you what the ACLU was legally required to do. I asked you what, if anything, the ACLU did to investigate whether, in fact, Ms. Heard provided the funds to Fidelity? And your answer is nothing, right?
Go ahead.
I don't believe there was anything else. I don't know what else we would have gotten.
So just so the record is clear, the ACLU relied only on Ms. Heard, that she was the ultimate source of the Fidelity funds, correct?
Yes.
Because you've already testified that Ms. Heard was not the original source of the funds for the $500,000 Vanguard contribution, correct?
We received that $500,000 from Vanguard, their 501c3, not from any other person.
Right, but Vanguard was associated with Mr. Musk, true?
We believe that to be the case, yes.
Okay. So after this December 2018 donation, has Ms. Heard made any donations directly or indirectly to the ACLU?
No, those are the four contributions, the four that we've discussed.
Well, we're almost
This guy has a rat
3
face.
years since her last contribution. What, if any, efforts has the ACLU made to get Amber Heard to pay?
We reached
Collection?
out to Ms. Heard. We reached out to Ms. Heard starting in 2019 for the next installment of her giving, and we learned that she was having financial difficulties.
Well, let's unpack that. So when in 2019 did the ACLU reach out to Ms. Heard about making her promised contributions?
I don't recall the date, but there is a document that we produced that was an email from Anthony to Amber about this in 2019.
Okay, let's move ahead to Exhibit 67, please. Have you seen these documents, these attachments before?
Yes, I've seen these.
Okay, and we'll just go through them one by one if you don't mind.
Sure.
If you look at Bates number 4673, it refers, it says
Let me make this full screen.
$350,000 December 11th,
that help anyone see this?
2018. What is that?
I believe this is this tracks with the Excel spreadsheet that we looked at just a few moments ago that talks about online giving through the Fidelity Charitable Fund. And whereas the prior one listed all of the December 11th, 2018 gifts, this one lists the $350,000 gift from from the Amber's donor advised fund.
Moving to the next page, it says designation donor from Amber Heard. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does designation mean?
So this was the column in Salesforce that allows us to include additional information about gifts, in particular whether they are restricted in a certain way. And so that's why the term designation is used. And here, I think we filled into that designation field the information that we knew to be the case, which was that this was a recommendation from Amber Heard's donor advised fund.
Okay, now if you move to the next page, 4675, there's just one word on that, and it's anonymous. Do you know what that means?
This corresponds to the column of that same spreadsheet that listed the names
Lynette,
of the donor
watch
advised
the
funds
original
that
21
individuals
Jump
set up
Street,
at,
not the remake.
at Fidelity.
Johnny was in the
and that
original.
the name of the Amber
Meg,
one was anonymous.
I'm gonna
Now, when Ms.
go
Heard
plug my
made
phone
her
in and get it
direct
juiced up, and I'll be
payment,
back.
Okay,
her first contribution
see ya.
of $350,000, that was not designated as anonymous, wasn't it? Was it?
That was not a gift from a donor advised fund, so there weren't those columns for us to fill out. It was just a gift to the ACLU. And I do believe that in Anthony's acknowledgement letter to that included the pledge form that wasn't signed, he included a question about anonymity and whether we could list her as a donor in our annual report. So that was our first connection with her. So, we weren't sure whether her giving would be anonymous or not.
Well, the first donation wasn't anonymous, correct?
No, because no, it was not anonymous. But what I'm saying here is that this is the name. I believe this is the name of her donor advised fund at Fidelity. And the first time she gave us a gift, I think it came right out of her own, her own banking accounts.
Right. And between the time Ms. Heard made her first donation of $350,000 directly, which is attributed directly to her, and the time this anonymous donation comes in, did anybody at the ACLU have any discussion with Ms. Heard as to whether she wanted anonymity?
I don't believe she did.
Okay, if you could
She
move
would not
ahead,
want
please,
anonymity.
to
That's not what people with histrionic personality
number
disorder would ever go for.
4678.
Maximum attention, maximum spotlight. No
Yes.
way would she want that
Have
to
you
be an
ever seen
anonymous
this document
donation.
before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the document that Vanguard Charitable, so Vanguard's 501c3 nonprofit, uses when someone makes a recommendation from a Vanguard Charitable Donor Advised Fund to give an amount to a charity. And they then send this letter saying that they, Vanguard, are giving this amount to the charity. And it describes whether, this is the document that would describe whether or not the donor wants to be anonymous or even wants to indicate to us who they are.
And this is the Vanguard contribution about which you testified earlier, correct?
Correct.
Let's move ahead, please, to 4679, which is the next page.
Yes,
And have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
And is this one of the documents that you reviewed in the context of preparing for this deposition?
Yes.
And directing your attention to the middle of the page, it says remark from Amber Heard. What does that signify?
This, I'm sorry, I'm counting the 3 seconds. This is a record of a wire into our accounts at JP Morgan Chase in the amount of $350,000 from Amber Heard's account.
I want to
And
get
this
back
was
to the
City
testimony
National
about
Bank.
Elon
And this
giving up
was her first
$500,000 for her.
contribution, correct?
Yes, this is the 2016 August contribution.
Okay, and if you could move ahead, please, to the next page, ACLU 4680. Have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
What is it?
This is the original email from Elon to Amber and Anthony describing her plan to donate to the ACLU over the next 10 years and her support for our work. And that she wasn't restricting the gift. She just had a preference about the use of the funds, and that Anthony would forward her the wiring instructions, and then he did so. And then the $350,000 was wired, as we saw in that last JP Morgan Chase ACLU bank account wire record. And so Anthony let Amber know that we received it.
Okay, so let's unpack that a little bit. So the email in the middle of the page was an email sent to Mr. Romero from Elon Musk on or about August 18th, 2016 at 1:14 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And he says, Amber, I described your plan to donate $3.5 million to the ACLU over the next 10 years, as you very much believe in what they are doing. You see that?
Yes.
Why was Ms. Heard, or strike that, why was Mr. Musk representing this on behalf of Ms. Heard?
I don't know the answer to that question, but assume it's because of Elon's prior relationship with Anthony and that he indicated, I will make that introduction for you.
He is representing that Ms. Heard's plan was to donate $3.5 million over the next 10 years. Is that correct?
Correct that that was her plan.
Did Ms. Heard ever say in words or substance that Mr. Musk was not correct and that wasn't her plan?
I do not believe she ever said that.
So she never refuted Mr. Musk's representation that she was going to pay the full $3.5 million, correct?
He's nervous because he's
It isn't
covering.
the case that she didn't object to that she was going to pay the 3.5. It's just that she didn't object that that was her plan as of August 18th, 2016.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Let's move to the next page, which is 4681.
Yes.
And you see at the top it says Salesforce screenshot. Would you remind us, please, what Salesforce is?
It's our current CRM, our constituent record management system, which is where we store all the information we have about our donors. We call it our donor database.
And I believe that we've seen a version of this in an email from Mr. Moresco, correct?
I do recall that this this is part of documents that we produced.
Okay, well, let's start from the bottom up.
Sure.
If you look at the bottom entry in the column, it's had the entry that has a close date 8/19/2016, completed $350,000. What does that mean?
The poll.
That's a record of her $350,000
The poll I put up on
contribution
YouTube. Will
to us.
Elaine ask more clueless men about Amber's
And you
makeup
see
today?
the,
100%. We're ending that
designation,
poll now.
The giving name pledge payment.
100% yes.
I do.
And what does that
That's
refer
funny.
to?
That this was in connection with her overall plan to make a contribution to us of $3.5 million.
Okay, now let's move up to the entry in the middle of the chart. It says Ms. Amber Heard's soft credit 2017, close date June 12, 2017, completed $500,000. What does that mean?
That's the record of the Vanguard charitable contribution in 2017.
Why does it say soft credit instead of pledge payments?
Because it didn't come directly from Amber. It came from the Vanguard Charitable Trust, Charitable Fund. And we wanted to continue to associate it, though, with Amber in our donor system.
This is the ACLU attorney.
Is it customary
He's
for the
testifying about
ACLU
the
to make
donations
distinctions
that
between
Amber claimed
hard
to have made to the
donations that is
ACLU?
coming directly from the donor and donations made by others in the donor's name?
And
It's
it's
extremely
Johnny's
important
attorney,
for us to
I
understand
think, talking.
whether funds came directly to us from a donor, from a donor's donor advised fund, or from another donor altogether. That's all very helpful information to us as we think through our fundraising program.
So, but my question was, is it common practice? And it sounds like it is common practice because you say it's important, correct?
Yeah, I believe it's a common practice.
Okay, and then let's look at the top entry in the chart.
Yes.
This is for the December 2018 payment, and I believe you testified this is the last payment Ms. Heard has made, correct?
Correct.
And it says Ms. Amber Heard donation 2018 payment. What does this signify?
This signifies this relates to the 2018 $350,000 gift that we got, which I believe came from Amber's donor advised fund at Fidelity.
Okay, and let's close this out by looking at 4682. Purports to be an email from Liz Fitzgerald to Jonathan Moresco. Who is Liz Fitzgerald?
Liz Fitzgerald's then title was Director of Special Gifts, but her current title is the Director of Development. She's the number 2 in our development department. She reports directly to Mark Weir.
Okay, and let's close this out by looking at 4682. Purports to be an email from Liz Fitzgerald to Jonathan Moresco. Who is Liz Fitzgerald? Liz Fitzgerald then title was Director of Special Gifts, but her current title is the Director of Development. She's the number 2 in our development department. She reports directly to Mark Weir.
And even then, as director of special gifts, she reported directly to Mark Weir.
You can always tell the difference between her lawyers and his, because hers always ask the dumbest questions. If Elaine was doing this right now, Elaine would be going, and what kind of makeup did you see on Amber Heard's
All right.
face on the
And
day she
with
donated the
respect
money to the ACLU?
Exhibit 67.
Was she wearing eyeliner?
The attachments
Was she wearing
that
lip
we've
liner?
described, were they created in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
The only one that I would not say was in our ordinary course of business is number 4681, in that this was created in connection with a discussion.
I got to go get more coffee. I'll be back.
With Amber Heard's
Don't
attorneys about Amber's donations to the ACLU.
But all of the other documents in this exhibit were created in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct. And even this one came from our donor database, which is something that we keep in the ordinary course of our business.
And it's your testimony sitting here today that the information depicted on ACLU 4681 is accurate and reflects the accounting records kept in the ACLU's ordinary course of business, correct?
It is correct that we received the 350, the 500, and the 350, and that we associated them all in some way with Amber. It does not list the 100,000 Johnny Depp payment. And there's differing terms that are used in that. I'm not sure we would use the term soft credit. We might refer to another way now. After that 2017 gift, that's when we launched the new database system, the Salesforce system, and prior it had been the PIDI system. So we had been doing some changes to definitions about how we record gifts. But the basic, which is that these are all associated with Amber Heard, these three gifts, that is absolutely accurate.
Well, you raised a good point. Why isn't the $100,000 donated by Johnny Depp credited to Amber Heard?
I think it should have been recorded in our database because it's information that we would want to have in that database about gifts relating to our relationship with Amber Heard. And we now do consider that gift as part of the constellation of gifts that are attributed to our relationship with Amber Heard.
So that's how you would get from the 1.2 million to the 1.3 million, right?
Yes, 700 plus 1 is 800 plus 500 is 1.3, correct.
So the ACLU sitting here today attributes $1.3 million toward Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge, correct?
Correct.
And of that $1.3 million, $100,000 was paid by Johnny Depp, true?
Correct.
So putting aside 4681, all of the emails prepared by ACLU employees in the course of their ordinary business?
Yeah, I'm just reminding myself. Well, I believe that 4679 was also downloaded from our records in relation to this litigation matter. I don't believe that we created this document and had it in a paper file somewhere, but I think we pulled this information, this wiring information. It may be the same wiring information that was looked at the time that the donation was made.
So Exhibit 67, it's fair to say, is comprised of ACLU business records kept and maintained in the ordinary course, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, we're going to change topics with Mr. Doherty. And
Take our morning break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and take our 15-minute recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, and we'll see you then. Okay.
Okay, I'm back. 15-minute break.
Go ahead and come back and take a
Crap.
break until 11:45.
I was downstairs
okay?
and I ran
All
all
right,
the way back up here. All right, let's get rid of this. All right, well, that was pretty interesting stuff. What did we learn? Well, we learned that Amber Heard did not donate the money she said she did to the ACLU. It in fact came from Elon Musk. Wow. That's quite a revelation, don't you think? Brittany says she has complete princess syndrome. This is part of the histrionic personality disorder that Dr. Curry talked about. By the way, here's my drawing. Whoops. Here's my submission for, let's see if I can show you this. I'm coming up with ideas for t-shirts. This was suggested in the comments for Dr. Muffins. But yes, Dr. Curry or Dr. Muffins did say that histrionic personality disorder comes with a couple of different signs, one of which is playing the victim or playing the princess mode. So that's an interesting observation you had. Elaine, seems like Elaine only asks makeup questions to men, like they would even know the difference. I know, it's bizarre. Elaine is just determined. We haven't heard from her yet today. I can't say I'm looking forward to it. Her voice puts me into a coma, an absolute coma. And I have a hard time listening to her. Okay, let's go back to Twitter, because I was going to show you some of the stuff that was coming up yesterday that was funny. And I shared some of them on my profile page. You can follow me on Twitter at Megan Fox Writer, where my DMs are always open and you can contact me. Stop screen? Stop sharing? Yeah, share Twitter. Moving slow today. I'm tired from yesterday. All right, let's see. Yes, here we have Amber Heard mirroring Dr. Curry with her hairstyle. That's very obvious, don't you think? All right, let's see. Where did it go? Oh, here's something interesting. All right. So TMZ published this. I have not heard about this in the trial yet. I'm assuming it will come up. Yesterday, we sat through so much testimony from LAPD about an incident at the penthouses. Remember that? Well, this is what this incident was about. Apparently, this letter was sent from her lawyers to Johnny Depp, to his lawyers. Basically, it sounds like extortion to me about that incident. Now, let's read this together, shall we? Dear Mr. Bloom, please be advised that our firm has filed a petition for dissolution of marriage on behalf of Amber Depp. As you may be aware, your client and Amber's husband, Johnny Depp, violently attacked and threatened Amber on Saturday night, May 21st, in their penthouse apartment located at 849 South Broadway. This is what we heard the LAPD testimony about yesterday, where they said they saw no evidence of anything. Remember? No injuries, no damages, no property damage, no signs of a fight, no signs of anything. And they said it like 800 times. There are several witnesses to this particular incident, and there are photographs depicting the property damage Johnny caused, as well as the physical injuries he inflicted on Amber. So far, I don't think we've seen those photos, but we did see the body cam footage from the police that showed absolutely nothing out of place. The letter goes on to say, unfortunately, this is not the first incident of domestic violence perpetrated by Johnny against Amber. In fact, there have been 2 other incidents in the past 6 months. Although Amber is afraid of Johnny, she strongly insists that we do everything possible to keep this personal matter out of the media spotlight, which is why she has not yet sought a TRO, a domestic violence restraining order. And why we did not arrange for Johnny to have been personally served at last night's movie premiere. Oh, that was nice of them, not to serve him at the movie premiere. Oh my God. They should win a Nobel Peace Prize for that. Amber wishes to work quickly towards a private and amicable resolution of all matters, but she will need Johnny's immediate cooperation to do so. This is the extortion part. To this end, please have Johnny promptly sign and return by Friday, May 27th, the enclosed notice and acknowledgement of receipt form confirming service of the summons petition, family law case cover sheet, blah, blah, blah. In addition, we are requesting on Amber's behalf the following: appropriate pendente light support, so spousal support, exclusive use and possession of the black Range Rover vehicle that she is currently driving. And then the second page, let's bring that up. Hello. Why won't it come up? Okay, can you see that? It doesn't matter, I can see it. The vehicle she's currently driving, with Johnny to continue to make all payments, for Johnny to continue to make all payments for any encumbrances thereon. Exclusive use of possession of penthouse number 1, 3, and 5, with Johnny to continue to pay the mortgage, utilities, etc., associated therewith, and a contribution towards her reasonable and necessary attorney's fees in the amount of $100,000 and $25,000 for forensic accounting costs to be paid to my firm by close of business, 5 p.m. on May 27th, 2016. And then the rest is about getting a judge. Does that sound like extortion to you? I'm going over to the comments. Pedente light is pronounced lite. Sorry, I'm not a Latin scholar, Stephanie. Why don't you get back on here so you can give us your legal opinion of this extortion letter? Is your phone? Can't you sit by a plug? Pendente lite. All right. So, do you think this is extortion? What do you think about that letter? What do you mean you went back to bed? You went to bed? I'm on my own, I guess. I feel crappy too. I feel like I should be in bed. I think I have pneumonia. I have not recovered from the flu that I had 2 weeks ago. I'm still coughing and I feel like absolute garbage. And my skin's all pale. Not that I'm not normally pale. Sometimes I'm pale, but I just feel like I look sick. So what do you think about that letter? Is that extortion? Because it sounds like extortion to me. And then I think shortly after that, she went and did get the domestic violence, the restraining order. So she had no intention of keeping it quiet. And what kind of person says, I won't go public if I get 3 penthouses and 2 cars and you pay all my bills and attorney's fees? All right. So I said this earlier while we were watching the trial, that I believe since Johnny, he created Captain Jack Sparrow and wrote the dialogue, I think maybe he needs to sue Disney for the copyrights to Jack Sparrow. And then he can go to some other network and make more movies with Jack, because we love Jack. Oh, I think Stephanie's back. Is she back? Did you get out of bed?
No, I'm still in bed, but I'm sitting up instead of laying down looking absolutely ridiculous.
Well, we have 15 minutes before the
yeah, we have to
before they
chat
come
about
back.
this.
We have to
Pendente
chat.
lite.
All right.
And
What do you think about this letter?
The nerve. We're not going to go public with this if you give us $100,000 in attorney's fees, $25,000 for forensic expenses, and what else? How much?
3 penthouses, 2 cars, and Johnny continues to pay for everything. Everything.
Yeah, and good on Johnny and his lawyers. They obviously said, take a hike. We're not going with this deal.
Sweetheart.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot my coffee was burning hot. I took a big, huge gulp.
Ooh, ow.
Ow. Okay. That was not smart. See, I'm tired. So technically, I guess it's not extortion because this is how the legal system works in divorces, right? You can demand things and
you can
threaten
demand things,
people.
but we are very careful about doing stuff like that. We are very careful about not demanding things and saying, and if you don't, we're going to do blah, blah, blah. We are very careful.
Well, I mean, they don't
that.
really say that if you don't, she's going to go public. What they say is
kind of do.
Well, she says, let's look at this wording. She strongly insists that we do everything possible to keep this personal matter out of the media spotlight, which is why she has not yet sought the domestic violence restraining order and why we did not arrange for Johnny to have been personally served at last night's movie premiere. So it sounds to me like they're threatening with serving him in a very public place as well.
Which is also really stupid gamesmanship. I mean, once there are lawyers involved, it's common for lawyers to make arrangements to accept service on behalf of their clients. And I mean, who does stuff like that? Are you just trying to muddy up the waters and make it impossible to settle by serving somebody at their movie premiere? That's just ew.
Somebody asked in the chat to check Elon's Twitter feed.
Yeah,
No, he has not said anything this morning that looks like it relates. But if we check, let's see if he's trending, because that was a pretty big bombshell that Elon Musk paid the money that Amber took credit for to the ACLU. Is that what I got? Is that what I understood from that testimony? Am I right there?
$500,000 of it.
$500,000.
And the first thing the guy said was that it was done in 2016, I thought. But then when he said it was done in 2017, which is still weird because I thought I read yesterday that Amber and Elon claimed they didn't have any intimate relationship until 2018. Why would he pay $500,000 to her credit? I mean, come on.
I think that they were seeing each other for a lot longer than
Johnny thinks they were seeing each other while they were married, right?
There's video evidence of them of him in the elevator at his penthouse.
And she's like leaning on him and stuff.
Yeah.
Like
lawyer for the ACLU said Amber Heard donations $100,000 from Johnny Depp, $500,000 from Elon Musk, 2 payments of $350,000, total $1.3 million. Yet on television, Amber Heard stated she gave it all.
What a liar. That's
so
bad.
yet again, we
I wonder if we're going to hear from the children's hospital officials about how much of their $3.5 million she didn't
I don't
give.
think she gave any to them because the children's hospitals that she claimed to have given money to, they had put her name on the donors list, or her name is no longer there. I heard that Johnny's in discovery. They've been asking for the payments to the children's hospital, and they've got no responsive documents. So that's what I heard last time I heard them talk about it. They didn't get any.
So she maybe made no payments to them.
I don't think she paid them. But I did hear that Johnny's fans donated to that children's hospital.
I wonder if that's one of the hospitals that he goes to do, you know, how he goes dressed up as Captain Jack to make the children.
Yeah, probably. How sweet of him to do that.
I know. I love those videos.
Very sweet of him. So I'm not seeing a ton of Elon trending about this, although this is
maybe
funny.
He's going to just completely ignore it. I mean, he's flying high right now talking about his Twitter purchase and all the other stuff.
Is her baby his?
What? No, surely not. No, she got a surrogate.
What?
Yeah, that was done by surrogate. I'm pretty sure I saw that news report.
All right,
yesterday.
somebody is going to need to explain this to me. Why, when Amber Heard was with Elon Musk, was he walking around with a black eye, a very severe black eye? Do you see that?
I do.
Someone needs to tell me how he got injured, because this woman is volatile.
Well, she's definitely volatile. I mean, there's no question about that. Those tapes of her making fun of Johnny for being a baby because he's complaining about her punching him. It's like,
yeah,
wow.
Who's going to believe you, Johnny? Who's going to believe you? Well, I do. I believe him.
I believe him too. I think she's, wow.
And this woman must have, I mean, excuse my crassness, but she must have a golden plated vagina.
Shh. Don't say stuff like that.
I can't figure out why these men, these top dollar, high sexual value, high value in everything men, are so drawn to this woman. How did she get $500,000 out of this guy?
I have a theory about maybe why Johnny was attracted to her, or why he even stuck around for as long as he did with her bad behavior. And that it has to do with his childhood and abuse from his mom, and always trying to get her
Mm.
approval, and maybe he was like sort of somehow trying again with this woman who's
Well,
very
he
similar
married
to
his
mom.
mother. Yeah,
Yeah,
she was
and he stuck
like his
around as
mother.
long as he did because he was trying to get her finally to approve of him, which is so
That is
sad.
so sad. I cannot take it.
I know, so sad. And he seems like a nice person. Like, I mean, I'm sure
All
he
right,
has.
so let's have a palate cleanser because after talking about all that dark stuff, we need this right now. This is Johnny handing out sweets to his team like a real life Willy Wonka. Let's watch this because this is adorable.
Oh, that's fun. It would have been even more fun if he was handing him out to the crowd in the gallery.
Watch. He's giving out candy. Look at her face.
She likes him, obviously.
Obvious, and then he gave one to the guy next to him. Like there are pictures of candy stacked up like little gummy bears and
Yeah.
stuff right in
Yeah.
front of him. He's got a pile of candy that he's been handing out. I thought that was so sweet.
Oh,
And
I watched some of Amber's deposition yesterday that was done either in the divorce or in the case in England against the newspapers. She was eating food during the deposition. Like,
oh, I've never watched any of that. Should we pull it up and watch them?
You have to watch it.
I like this though. Johnny Depp is gentle with everyone. Look at him chatting with the court stenographer during a break. Meanwhile, Amber Heard has to go to therapy to talk to her therapist about how not to scream at waiters. I can't even. All right, let's see. The court, I want to see if we can pull up, I'm going to have to stop sharing though because the volume won't work. Let's pull up Amber Heard's deposition. I never saw it.
Yeah, it's where she's wearing her hair long and straight. And
Right. How long is
just
this video?
eating the whole time. Well, the one I saw was of a body language expert breaking down the parts of her deposition.
I just want to watch her talk.
Oh, it was so weird when she tells the story of her hitting him.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, did you find it?
Yeah, I found it. Hold on. I gotta share it though. What continue? The weirdest one is what?
She makes some really strange faces when
she does that. And is that the histrionic personality disorder because she overacts everything,
yeah.
you know?
Yep, this is it.
All right.
I have never seen a deposition where the person being deposed is eating.
However you feel you wish to.
She is eating. She's chewing something.
It's really weird.
Johnny was hitting me, and he was hitting me hard and repeatedly, and I was screaming. Security walks in, and they don't do anything about it.
Pause.
And
security would walk in and not do
totally
anything about
unbelievable.
It. These are professional security that he hired.
Yeah,
he hired
sorry.
Some of them are former cops.
So now she's slandering all of the security personnel.
Andrea, you can unfollow me if you want. Go ahead. Unfollow. Goodbye. See you later. I could block you from the stream too if you would like.
Why doesn't she, what is she
I don't know what
with?
I don't know what she's mad about. I have no idea. But that's okay. Go ahead. Unfollow. See ya. These are professional security team people. A lot of them are former military, former police officers. Does anyone really believe that they would walk in to a woman being beaten and do nothing?
No, I would think they could be sued
of
if
course.
They did that because they're obligated. They're security personnel. They're supposed to keep her safe.
Of
course, keep him safe.
So now she's implicating this security team in this abuse. So now they have become the abusers because if you don't stop something from happening, you're contributing.
Well,
right?
If it's your job, it's your job to keep her safe. I just don't find that believable at all.
Yeah, me either.
Oh
wait, they're coming back. Hold on, the jury's coming in.
Oh,
we'll have to come back to this later. Going back to the court stream, jury is on its way in. Here we go. Just looking at some of your comments, Elon is not going to testify, I don't think. We heard that he wasn't, but they are testifying about his involvement. Diane, maybe. Elon gave her a Tesla? Is that true?
All right, you want to continue?
All right.
Let's move ahead, please. One, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a series of communications among people in our communications department around engaging Amber on our programmatic work, specifically relating to her being an ACLU ambassador.
Let's now turn back to the email.
Yeah, they could subpoena Elon, but I don't think they
starting
have.
on ACLU 47. Bottom of the page from Gary Johnson to Jody Gottlieb and others.
Yeah.
Reportedly dated November 6, 2018. Who's Jerry Johnson?
Jerry Johnson was a more junior person in our communications department. His title was Communications Department Strategist. And strategists are often communications department associates that have expertise in and do work in a select number of our issue areas.
I'm just taking a minute to stand up because I'm going numb.
I'd like your and Amber's thoughts on doing an op-ed in which she discusses the ways in which survivors of gender-based violence have been made less safe under the Trump administration and how people can take action. Why was the ACLU recommending that Amber write on that subject?
With Amber agreeing to be an ambassador and to work on women's rights issues,
Paying to be an
issues of
ambassador.
gender-based violence.
Paying.
Jerry was coming up with specific things that were
Who's
things
Jerry?
that were of significant policy
The guy in the
importance to the
communications
ACLU
department.
that could be the subject matter of an op-ed.
He
written
probably
by
wrote
Amber.
it.
Directing your attention a few lines down, he uses the acronym GBV. What does that mean?
Gender-based violence.
Then further down, he says, if she feels comfortable, she can interweave her personal story, saying how painful it is as a GBV survivor to witness these setbacks. What is the ACLU referring to when it talks about her personal story?
There were a number of things that Amber had expressed from her personal story about her having been a survivor of gender-based violence. And so one of the things that we do with ambassadors is we want them to tell authentic stories about our issues in the public, and to the extent that they have any personal direct experiences, for that to be part of their story for the public.
So the ACLU was not forcing her to relate her own experience with GBV. It was leaving it up to Ms. Hurd's discretion, correct?
Correct.
And Exhibit 31 was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And it was maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
Let's move to Exhibit 33, please. Mr. Doherty, asking you to please look at Exhibit 33 and ask whether you've ever seen this before.
I have.
See the email from Robin Shulman to Jessica Weitz dated November 14th at 10:58 a.m.?
Yes.
Who is Jessica Shulman?
Robin Shulman is a person in the communications department who is no longer with us, but who had expertise in issues involving gender issues.
Well, you anticipated my next question. Is Robin Shulman still at the ACLU?
No.
And is she an attorney?
Ooh, I wonder why Robin
I
left.
don't know whether she's an attorney.
Maybe
A number
because
of
she
our
helped write the
communications
op-ed.
department staff members are, but I don't know. She wasn't working as an attorney.
Ms. Shulman is asking Ms. Weitz, what's the status of this situation? What situation was she referring to?
The situation is whether we are going to be doing an op-ed with Amber.
Okay, and moving up on the page, there's an email from Jerry Johnson who says, quote, Jess had drinks with Amber last night, and it sounds like she was able to confirm with her that we'll be doing the first draft.
Mhm.
What does that mean?
It is often a decision has to be made when we're working with ambassadors or with other people who are speaking to the public, who does the first draft of the document. So it sounds here that Jerry is saying that that from Jess's conversation with Amber, we are moving forward with some kind of an op-ed, and that ACLU communications department staff members would be writing the first draft of it.
And Jess refers to Jessica Weitz?
Yes.
Okay, let's please turn to Exhibit 35, please. Have you ever seen this document before, Mr. Doherty?
And yes, I have seen this document. Thanks, Michael. I didn't.
And what is it?
This is a series of communications about it's the result of a series of communications about the op-ed that Amber, under Amber's name, took place with a media outlet. And so this is Jessica Weitz sending a draft of that to Amber.
Great. And let's go to the first email first, the email that starts in the second half of ACLU 185. It purports to be from Robin Shulman to Jessica Weitz on November 29. Do you see that?
I do.
And is she attaching the first draft of the op-ed to that email?
It's a good time to remind everyone. I've written a book about women who lie.
So I
and the Me Too
assumed that
movement.
it was not
I'm
an
gonna drop
attachment, but it was it was just pasted
link in the
into an
chat.
email, but I can't tell from this. I don't see anybody saying attached. So it could be either. But what I see this as is Robin sending a note to Jess Weitz for Jess Weitz to then forward to Amber.
Understood. Robin says, I tried to gather your fire and rage and really interesting analysis and shape that into an op-ed form. What does that
Your fire
refer
and
to?
rage.
That refers to the effort for our ACLU ambassadors to speak publicly in a way that is impactful, that is shows the importance of the issues and how important they are personally to individuals. And in this case, therefore, Amber's passion for working on gender-based violence issues and speaking about it, and that she has an analysis that is one that Robin finds interesting.
And so when she's referring to fire and rage, that's Ms. Hurd's fire and rage, correct?
Yeah, that's my read of this, even though I recognize that it is confusing because it's an email from Robin to Jess.
Johnny's lawyers
And
are doing the
rage would
questioning
be directed against Johnny
against the
Depp, who
ACLU.
purportedly abused her, correct?
I didn't take it to mean that. I took it to mean fire and rage about gender-based violence issues.
Was it your understanding that it was Robin Shulman who drafted who prepared the first draft of the op-ed?
Yes.
Okay. And Robin
Robin
says
wrote
to
it.
Jessica, your lawyers should review this for the way I skirted around talking about your marriage.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
Whose lawyers
holy
is she
crap.
referring to there?
I believe these are
She put it in
Amber's
writing.
regular advisors or who were involved in the review negotiation of the NDA between
Thanks,
Amber
Sharon.
and Johnny Depp.
And then if you look at, direct your attention to the top email from Jessica White's to Amber Heard. She says to Amber, apologies for the delay, but we have needed to pass this through quite a few lawyers. What lawyers did Jessica White's pass the op-ed through?
These were lawyers in the Women's Rights Project of the ACLU, plus the director of the Center for Liberty, the deputy legal director of the ACLU who runs the Center for Liberty, within which is the Women's Rights Project, and even the legal director of the ACLU who runs the whole legal department, our programmatic litigation work on behalf of civil liberties, David Cole.
Check
But
the
it never got
scrolling
to your
banner.
level, correct?
Well, David Cole is at my level, just to be clear. He also reports to the executive director, but it never got to me or anybody on my team.
No
In
one asked
writing.
you to review the first draft of the op-ed.
No.
Apparently,
Did
none of
anybody
these
ever
lawyers
ask
who
you to
reviewed
review
this thing were
any
concerned about
drafts of the
defamation.
op-ed, including the final draft that was published in the
New
Washington
scrolling
Post?
banner. Please pay
No.
attention to the scrolling banner.
So funny.
She says, I want to make sure nothing was said in here that puts you in jeopardy with your NDA. What does that refer to?
The non-disclosure agreement that was entered into between Depp and Heard in connection with the dissolution of their marriage and the settlement agreement.
So they were worried about that, but not
and
worried
is
about
this
defamation.
a document that
Apparently
was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Wow.
Yes.
Was it kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Where are those sirens coming from?
Oh
Outside
my
the
gosh.
courtroom?
Let's move please
Or is
to
that you?
Exhibit 37.
It's not-
Have you ever seen Exhibit 37
It's
before?
not me, so it must be
Yes.
outside the courtroom.
What is it?
This is a draft of the op-ed that Robin is sending to Amber after a conversation that they had to discuss the issues in the op-ed, and in particular, to have a conversation about the op-ed. And then she sends her changes that were made to the op-ed
We should sue
that
the
were
ACLU.
relating to things that Robin and Amber discussed during that meeting.
And to be clear, this next draft of the op-ed reflects changes that Robin Shulman made after she met in person with Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did Ms. Shulman and Ms. Heard discuss during their in-person meeting?
My understanding is that they discussed some of the personal experiences that Amber Heard has had that Robin used to incorporate into the op-ed.
So they were talking about Johnny. And she
And isn't it
incorporated that
true
into the
that
op-ed.
Ms. Heard's advisors initially revised the draft to remove any reference to Ms. Heard's marriage or divorce?
I recall a number of email communications back and forth among ACLU personnel and Ms. Heard's attorneys where they were suggesting edits to the op-ed relating to matters covered in the NDA.
4
And
attorneys.
then is it also true
It took
that
4
there were
attorneys to
some
write this article.
at the ACLU
Man,
who
I don't get paid
expressed their
enough.
belief that excising those references to her marriage and divorce from Johnny Depp made the op-ed less impactful, correct?
It is correct. That is correct.
But ultimately, based on those voices, Ms. Heard pushed to get that excised material back into the op-ed so it could be more impactful. True?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that the language that wound up in the final op-ed piece was very different from the original language that Robin included in the op-ed after having spoken with Amber about her personal experiences.
And how was it different?
It did not refer directly to Ms. Heard's relationship with Johnny Depp.
Okay, let's move ahead, please, to Exhibit 38.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Tina, that's the way I see it. They have confirmed that the op-ed is about Johnny Depp and the issues in the marriage. It's in writing. Robin put it in writing. She said, we have to talk about the issues of me skirting around your marital issues, or however she said it.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
She paid to be an ambassador to Delia. She paid.
Yes.
Big money.
And
Well, no, I'm sorry. Elon Musk paid.
Is this one of the documents you
sorry.
reviewed in
Excuse me.
preparation for your
Elon
deposition?
and Johnny paid for her to become an
Yes.
ambassador.
What does this relate to?
So this relates to Stacy Sullivan, who reported to Terry Tang, and her role with respect to this op-ed piece was to think about the best place to place it and to make the contacts with the media in order to get it placed.
And she suggests here that the outlets that the ACLU and Ms. Heard was considering were the New York Times, the Washington Post, Team Vogue, and USA Today. Is that correct?
So Vogue. Not Stacy, but Jerry, who I think you said she. Jerry is a he. And Jerry wrote some suggested places to place this after having had conversations.
Jerry just got misgendered.
With Amber.
And Jerry's suggestions
very serious
were the
crime.
New York Times, Washington Post, Team Vogue, or USA Today.
They should
Is that
stop the
correct?
proceedings immediately and
Whose
host
responsibility was
a sensitivity
to place the
training
op-ed? Was
for
it
Jerry.
The ACLU's,
Justice
Heard's,
for
or some
Jerry.
combination of the two.
The work to place the op-ed was taken on by the ACLU in that we have in our communications department people with expertise and who regularly do just that kind of work. But as we can see from this email, it was done in consultation with Amber Heard.
Yes,
And
Brittany, she
Mr.
is currently
Johnson
still an
writes,
ambassador. She's still on their
Since the
website
draft
as we
turned
speak.
out pretty strong, and Aquaman slated to do large numbers, I'm wondering what you think about it. What does she mean by saying the draft turned out pretty strong?
This appears
The Washington
to be
Post article
the
that this entire
analysis
thing is
of
about. That's what the
how,
op-ed is. Johnny is
broad-based,
suing her for writing it.
and how
Only she didn't write
what
it.
kind
4
of
lawyers
reach
wrote
the
it.
Yes,
media outlets
it took
where we
four-
can trace this
Signed
will have, and that
4
media
ACLU
outlets are
lawyers
more likely
wrote
to,
this defamatory article.
to take on publishing an op-ed like this if it is a strong one.
I think I'm going
and,
to create a banner for that.
If it is, and to the extent that it is written by a public person who's an entertainer or well-known person, that the more they are in the public eye at the time, the more likely it will be accepted by a more prominent or broader reach media outlet. And so that's the sort of descending media outlets are in descending terms in terms of descending, likelihood of, descending importance and reach, but greater likelihood from, for example, as we go down that list.
And
So the New York
Amber's
Times was
referencing
first.
her own direct personal experience and her marriage to Johnny Depp makes it a stronger product, correct?
Four
I think that
ACLU attorneys.
Amber's contributions to the, the portion of the op-ed that talks about personal experiences is part of what informed
It's in the
view
Washington
that this
Post,
was a strong
Margaret.
op-ed, and the importance of the women's rights issues referred to in the op-ed, in that some of them were
So
very
who did
timely
he say
women's rights
wanted
issues
to take out the stuff
before
about her
Congress.
divorce?
Robin,
And
who was no
okay.
longer there.
Ms. Heard had a co-starring role in Aquaman, correct?
I don't know whether she was a co-star, but I know that that was a film that she was in.
And didn't she tell the ACLU that she wanted the op-ed to come out just after Aquaman was released?
I do recall that there was
Oh,
a conversation
so
about the
cynical.
optimal timing for the op-ed piece.
Optimal
And
time.
as part of that conversation, Ms.
Gross.
Heard said in words or substance that she wanted the
Profiting from
op-ed to come
coming
out
out as a
soon
domestic abuse
after
victim.
Aquaman, correct?
I believe that's correct.
That's so. Ugh.
Maximum
Who did she,
attention, maximum
Relate
profit.
that to.
I don't
Man, that's
recall, although I
good.
believe that there's documents that we produced that can shed some light on that.
Ooh,
Is,
he's got
Exhibit
documents.
38 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
So she
Yes.
planned for the release of
Was
the
it
article
prepared
to
by
coincide with the
people with
release
Release
of
of
knowledge
Aquaman.
and prepared in a
Yeah.
contemporaneous
Ew.
manner?
Yes, it
Smart.
was.
Savvy.
And it was made in the ordinary
Mercenary.
course of the ACLU's business. True?
Mercenary, yeah.
True.
Okay, if we could move ahead, please, to Exhibit 41. This is another one of these, well, it's not that long.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
How many more minutes is left on this testimony? Let me see. Oh God, we're only 3/4 of the way done.
Ugh.
There, it's a 2-hour testimony, and there are like, I would say, 30 minutes left, maybe 20 minutes left.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
These are further communications among employees, staff members in the development department regarding the placement of Amber's ad
But
and the
Grant,
finalization of the op-ed piece. Not ad, I'm sorry, op-ed and the finalization of it.
Great, and if we could move ahead, please, to ACLU 257.
I need one of
And
those
specifically
vibrating
the,
things that I
email
can
from
sit on,
Robin Shulman to
or
Jessica
one of those
Weeks
old-timey
on
shaky
December
things, you know, that
11th,
like
continuing on to
Grandma
the
used to
next-
have in the basement.
or
Remember the
strike
thing that you put the belt on
Let's go to
around?
the email on the last line, Jessica Weitz's email.
Just get up and do some
It says,
squats.
Just some squats? Okay, I'll do some squats. That's a good idea.
I'm sorry. This is December 11th email at 11:05 a.m. from Jessica Weeks. You see that? Okay, and she says, Amber sent back the op-ed with final edits from her legal team, which specifically neutered much of the copy regarding her marriage and the domestic violence. You see that?
Legal team.
I do.
Holy
Is that
cow.
consistent with your recollection?
I'm
Personal.
not sure about the use of the term neutered here, but I do know that her lawyers removed references to her marriage and divorce.
Mm-hmm.
And then she writes, the goal is to get this out this week to capitalize on the tremendous campaign for Aquaman. What does that mean?
That means, from the ACLU's perspective, that Amber is about to receive an incredible amount of press and be in the public eye. So what better a time would it be than now to put out this op-ed so that it
To
generates
exploit.
significant readership about our issues?
And Amber agreed with the ACLU on that point, correct?
I believe the answer is yes. Every step of the way we were making these decisions with Amber's PR representatives involved.
The
Okay,
ACLU
let's
has
move
become a
back
marketing
to,
company for
An
Hollywood.
email in the middle of 257.
That's what I learned
Okay.
today.
And it is from Jessica Weeks, timestamped 11:09 a.m. on December 11th, 2018.
Yes, do go to change.org and sign the petition to get her removed from Aquaman
Okay.
2. We're
Robin, the
asking
lawyers
for them
omitted
to
the below,
replace
but
her
Amber
with
would love
Jack
to see a
Sparrow.
way to have that part in bold somehow put back in. Is there an artful way to do that? Otherwise, she is okay with the final. 2 years ago, I sought a temporary restraining order from my then husband. Ellipses was changed to 2 years ago after successfully acquiring a temporary restraining order, but still not cleared by her lawyers. Do you see that?
I do.
Was that consistent with your understanding about what Ms. Heard's desires were?
Yeah, I trust Jessica White's relationship with Amber so that when Jessica told Robin that was something Amber wanted, I have no reason to think that that's not correct.
Okay, and finally, let's look at the beginning. The first email in Exhibit 41 from Stacy Sullivan to Jessica Weitz says, yes, and I need to read the latest version. And Robin told me Amber's lawyers took out some of the stuff that made it really powerful. So let me look to see if I think it's strong enough for top tier. What did she mean by top tier?
I think
New York
from
Times,
Stacy's
Washington
perspective, the
Post.
more powerful a document is, the more likely it will go into a top tier news outlet such as the New York Times or the Washington Post, you know, that sort of descending tiering that was in Jerry Johnson's email.
Okay.
Notice
And is
Teen
Exhibit
Vogue was at the
41
bottom of the
kept in
list.
the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Well, they're hot garbage. So
Yes.
Was it prepared
although
in
so
the
is the
ordinary
Post.
course of the
And the
ACLU's
Times.
business by
Sometimes, although
people
they covered my
having knowledge
dogs on
and done
death
so
row case.
contemporaneously?
Well, that's true.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move ahead to 43.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
And they did it well, I might add, Megan.
They did. Sometimes, you know, the sun shines on a dog's ass every once in a while.
Okay. Directing your attention to the first page in Exhibit 43 from Jessica Weitz to Sean Walsh. Who is Sean Walsh?
Sean Walsh at www.rconsulting.com. I don't know who that is. This is an email that includes.
Stephanie, would you ever
in it
tell one of your clients to do
people
something like this in
other
court
than ACLU
to keep her bad
employees and
facial
ACLU
expressions from being
consultants?
shown?
So I'm assuming
Perhaps.
it's somebody relating to, you know, one of Amber's representatives, but I don't know for sure.
Do you know who Eric George is?
Yeah, George, BGR firm. Yes, Eric George was one of Amber's attorneys.
I think a little bit of both,
She's
Tina.
announcing to the group that it's going to
Good
the Washington
point,
Post
Tina.
a triple exclamation points.
Correct.
Take it the
I want to know if
ACLU was
Roberta
pleased
Kaplan
that it
was
placed
involved in
the
any of
Washington
this.
Post.
Correct.
And I
She
believe you
was the head of the
testified
Time's
earlier,
Up
but I
movement.
just want to confirm that for the record, the ACLU took on the responsibility of attempting to place the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And why the ACLU instead of Amber or her PR team?
Placing op-eds about matters such as this is the kind of thing that is the bread and butter for the ACLU. And so I don't recall if a conversation happened about whether her PR people or our PR people should be in the ones that do the work to place this, but it is fully consistent with how we do our work that we
Yeah, the camera needs to
place
spend
this
more
one.
time on Amber.
All right,
Yeah, I
let's go
agree
back
with that.
to Exhibit 42, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
This is just damning testimony for her. This is not good for her. I don't think in any way is this good for her. She hasn't had one good day in court yet. Now, I realize she hasn't put on her side of it yet.
Right.
But boy, her lawyers better have
Have you ever
really
seen
good
this document
information.
before, Mr. Doherty?
I am familiar with this document.
Is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for this deposition today?
Yes.
Was it made in the ordinary course of ACLU's business by people having knowledge and doing so contemporaneously?
Correct, yes.
Was it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Would you please direct your attention, sir, to page Bates number 1181. In the middle of the page purports to be an email from Stacy Sullivan, Michael Larrabee, and others at the Washington, well, I'll just say Michael Larrabee. Who is Michael Larrabee?
Michael Larrabee appears to be a person who was a contact that Stacy Sullivan had at the Washington Post. And so she reached out to him first about placing the ad. And then because she received a bounce back out of office from Mike Larrabee, she sent the
Did he just call it an
original
ad?
request to Michael Duffy
Yeah, he did.
and Mark Laswell, also at Washington Post.
And what
Did
was
they
the
have to
purpose
pay the
of her
Post to
sending them
publish
this
it?
email?
Probably.
This
Oh yeah.
was
You
her
take out a
attempt
full
to get the
page
op-ed
ad.
placed.
Yeah, you get the op-ed
And
placed.
she writes,
It's not
"Hey,
like
Michael, wondering if we might interest you in a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you may recall, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp,
Oh, what?
on what the incoming Congress can do to help protect women in similar situations."
holy.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read it correctly.
Whoa.
All right, let's look, please.
Who
Let's
wrote
turn
that?
to
Somebody from the
Exhibit
ACLU.
73.
Oh,
Yes, sir. Stand by.
who was beat up? Oh, I can't believe they
What
put that
do
in
they
writing.
do to investigate these allegations before they go publishing stuff like this?
Well, the Washington Post says we don't investigate op-eds. You know, people.
No. The ACLU.
Oh yeah, well they had the obligation to because they were the ones who wrote it.
Yeah.
They didn't put their name on it though, which is weird, right?
Oh, they didn't?
No, it was her. It was as if it was written by her.
So
They were like
none of
the
it-
ghostwriters.
But they paid for it.
It
Apparently.
sounds like it. Well, I don't know. We're finding that out now. Did they
Dorothy,
actually
have you
pay
ever
for
seen this
placement? Let's
document
find out.
before?
Yes.
Is this the online copy of the op-ed that the ACLU placed?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Who came up with that title?
Based on my investigation, I'm not aware of I'm not aware that the ACLU had any role in writing the name of the op-ed piece. And my understanding of how op-ed pieces work is that it is the media, in this case, the Washington Post, would have drafted the name of the title of the op-ed and not the person who wrote the op-ed.
Did the Washington Post seek the ACLU's or Ms. Heard's approval of its title?
I believe the answer to that is no. There's nothing in the evidence that shows that they reached out to us to do that, and it is inconsistent with my understanding in that these news outlets do
I would
not
believe that.
usually ask for the permission
Editors don't ask
of
for
the
permission.
author of the op-ed to
My headlines get changed all
when
the
they
time.
come up with the title.
Hello, Mr. Doherty.
Nobody
Would
asked
you
me about
please,
it.
or would the technician please call up Exhibit 45?
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Butt cramp. Butt cramp. I feel you, sir. I feel you. I don't think my rear end is going to recover from yesterday, and then sitting on it again all day today, I am like in serious trouble. My massage therapist is going to be really angry with me.
I'm telling you.
Ow. Sitting on my side. Squat. I just did like 20 of them while the camera was off.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen
Right now,
latest Exhibit 45, which is Bates
you're a
number ACLU
taskmaster. All right, 20
623?
more squats.
Hold on, I'm just making
One.
it a little bigger.
2, 3.
Okay, yes, I have seen this document.
And is this one of the documents you reviewed in
6.
preparation for your deposition?
Stop cheating.
That's correct.
And what is it?
8.
This is an article that was in US Today and specifically ties Amber's statements in her op-ed piece to Johnny Depp.
And when Jessica White says so much for not mentioning JD,
18.
what did she mean?
I speculate that she
19.
was saying that
20.
there were significant efforts made by Amber's attorneys to take out the references to Johnny Depp and her marriage, and yet nonetheless, people made that connection.
And in particular,
You
the
don't say.
reporter for the USA Today took her to be referring to Johnny Depp when she spoke of being the victim of domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Was this document prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business contemporaneously by people having knowledge?
Yes, it was.
Is it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And would you please move ahead now to Exhibit 46?
Your microphone's breaking up. I don't know why.
You can't hear me?
Now I can.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Isn't looking good for her. I agree with you, Brittany. This is not
It's
looking
obvious
good for her.
it was about Johnny. There's no way they can
Well,
make the
it's
argument.
in writing. It's in writing.
Yeah,
The proof
yeah.
is it's here.
And it sounds like she wanted to keep more stuff in there that would
Right. They
more
kept having to take it
powerful,
out.
more about him, and her lawyers said you got to take this stuff out.
Mr. Doherty,
I think
have you
they
ever
have the
seen
first
Exhibit
draft.
46, which is ACLU Bates number 1287?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a statement by Robin Shulman saying that that the article that they're referring to basically, recasts everything that is said, but ties it to Johnny Depp.
So Ms. Shulman is agreeing with Mrs. White's characterization that the USA took Ms. Heard to be referring to her allegations of physical violence by Johnny Depp, correct?
Yes.
And she says it's kind of amazing that they just grabbed the entire op-ed and rewrote it using Johnny's name. Why was it amazing?
I don't know why she found it amazing.
Because that was consistent with your understanding. She was referring at least in part to Johnny Depp, correct?
Yeah, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that there were that she was referring to Johnny Depp and her marriage.
Boom.
Was Exhibit 46 prepared in the ordinary course of business?
Well, of course she
by
was.
people
What
having
else was she
knowledge
been referring to?
contemporaneously?
Did she
Yes.
get a
Was
protective
it
order against
maintained
someone
in the
else?
ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 59, please,
Don't believe all women. Hashtag believe
which
evidence.
is Bates numbers
Believe evidence.
ACLU 2614 through
And pick up the book on Amazon. I dropped the link in the chat for you.
2616.
If you want to know about the Me Too movement and what it really does and what it really stands for.
Okay.
Yeah, that was damning testimony. There
Have
it
you
is
ever
right
seen
there.
this document before?
They did claim in the opening statements, by the way, that she was not referring to her husband in the Washington Post.
Unbelievable. Did they actually say that in their opening? I missed
Yes.
the openings.
Yeah, they said it didn't have
And what
anything.
is
It didn't mention him at all. They kept saying it doesn't mention him at all.
This
Okay,
is
but
a
did they actually claim that it wasn't about him?
conversation
No, they probably were careful about the way
among
they worded
ACLU
it. But
employees
that's what they were trying to say.
regarding what were the amounts contributed to the ACLU that were connected to our relationship with Ms. Heard.
And is this
Thanks,
Exhibit
Terry.
59 kept
Glad
in
you're
the
here.
ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes,
And it was prepared contemporaneously by people with knowledge in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
correct.
And looking at the chart on ACLU 2615, This is the same contributions chart that you testified about earlier from Salesforce, correct?
Correct.
And again, as in the prior exhibit, this chart or ledger does not reflect the $100,000 contribution from Johnny Depp in Amber Heard's name in August of 2016.
I wonder if they're going to ask how much was paid,
Correct.
if any,
And you still can't
to
account
get the thing
why
published.
that wouldn't have been included.
We assume that there was an error made in not including that in Ms. Heard's account, where we keep the records of her in Salesforce. Although Anthony, as you see, then raised the very question, what about the $100,000?
And directing your attention to the first page in this exhibit, do you see the email from Mr. Romero to Mr. Moresco? Subject, a quick question. Mr. Romero asked, did Elon's other gifts come from Vanguard? To what does that refer?
My personal knowledge is that Anthony was just asking whether other gifts from Elon Musk had been issued from recommendations he made to Vanguard regarding his donor advised fund at Vanguard.
And Mr. Moresco then responds, one of them, yes. His $5 million gift in February 2017 was from Vanguard. Do you see that?
So
I
he
see.
gave an additional $5 million on his
The
own
next
name.
page,
Is that what
Vanguard
they're
was the
saying?
same entity
What it sounded like.
that made the soft credit contribution in Amber Heard's name to the tune of $500,000, correct?
Correct.
And he says, in any case, my understanding was that the $500,000 from Vanguard was recommended by EM. Do you see that?
Yes,
And EM stands for Elon Musk, correct?
correct.
And also in that email above that, Mr. Moresco states that Mr. Musk's $1 million gift in May 2018 was from Fidelity. Do you see that?
Yes, he must have, either that means a separate donor advised fund he has at Fidelity, or from Fidelity, in direct investment accounts he has at Fidelity. I'm assuming the former, but I don't know.
And if you look at the next page in the Salesforce chart, the second payment credited to Ms. Heard for $350,000 as of December 11th, 2018, came from
Good question.
that same Fidelity.
So now everybody who
correct?
hates
I don't know
Elon,
the answer to that question. I know that
should they
it
cancel the
came
ACLU now
from
too?
a Fidelity donor advised fund, the $350,000, but I don't know if it is Elon Musk's donor advised fund at Fidelity.
But it could be.
It could be.
Okay,
man.
let's move, thank you, on to
Yep.
61,
What a
please,
web. What a web.
which is Bates
The
number
truth will out,
ACLU 1669
especially in
through
court.
71.
I'm telling you, this has so many similarities to the story of Esther and Mordecai and
directing your
Haman.
attention to the
This is
last
all happening
email
right now,
in
and
this
Elon is in
exhibit
the
from
news for this huge reason,
Sergeant
the Twitter purchase.
Inga
Basically, I think we're all
It's-
living in a simulation that was
Sardis
created by
Sorensen
Elon
and
Musk,
Tyler
and he's the
Richard,
main
who
character.
It's-
And that's what I think.
Sardis Sorensen and Tyler Richard.
The ACLU is the American
Inga
Civil Liberties
and Tyler are
Union.
both
It is the oldest organization of lawyers that defend supposedly civil liberties.
Except they don't actually care about anyone's
And the
civil liberties
sergeant
anymore.
No.
Reuters asked, I'm
But they came
preparing
out against free
some
speech and
material
Elon
while
Musk
awaiting a
recently.
verdict in
So
the Johnny Depp libel trial in London, and wanted to fact check Amber Heard's current previous links with the
Patricia, I agree
ACLU.
with you. I wish
Do you
we could
recall that
too, but the
Ms.
courts won't let us
Mr.
inside with the
Depp's,
cameras based on
that this is a
privacy
reference
of the
to
child.
Mr. Depp's defamation case in the UK against the
But I'm
Sun.
100% with you, Patricia.
It appears to me that that's the trial she's referring to.
Okay, directing your attention, please, to page number ACLU 1670, the email from Jessica Whites to Tyler Richards. Do you see where Ms. Whites writes? The answer is yes, she's still an ambassador. That's a reference to Ms. Hurd still being an ACLU ambassador, correct?
Correct.
Then Ms. Whites writes, quote, she donated her full settlement to charity, 50% to the ACLU and 50% to another organization. That's a reference to Ms. Hurd's representation that she donated the full amount of her divorce settlement from Johnny Depp to charity, correct?
Correct.
And that statement was not true. She had not donated the full amount of her settlement, $7 million, to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
At the time that Jess White
Here we
wrote
go.
this in July of 2020, Ms. Hurd had not donated her full settlement to the ACLU, and I'm not aware of what you did to the other organization.
At the time Ms. Whites wrote that, the ACLU was still $2.2 million short, even if you credit Ms. Hurd with the $100,000 that Johnny Depp gave to the ACLU, correct?
At the time that she wrote this, we had received the 1.3, so yes, 2.2 million of the full 3.5 million we had not received.
You're breaking up
Was
again.
Exhibit 61 kept in the ordinary
Was
course
it an
of the
ACLU
business?
lawyer who wrote
Yes.
that she had given
Was
half
it
the
prepared in
settlement
the
to them?
ordinary course of the business by people having knowledge contemporaneous?
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 62, please. Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is Jessica White's reaching out to the communications department in order to come up with a correct statement that we could make in response to the Reuters article. And she comes up with recommended language on this that she then wants to confirm with our development department. So she is doing diligence to ensure that anything we say to the media is going to be correct.
Approved.
Let's move ahead to Exhibit 63.
So maybe Reuters
You have
said
that
that
in
she
front
had
of you?
given half.
I'm just
And
making
they're
it
trying
larger
to
right
figure
now.
out how to address this.
You ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is back and forth between Richard Tyler in the communications department, Jessica White's, and another communications department junior person, Ava Lopez. And it all concerns what we can say to, what we should say to Reuters in response to their question about Amber and her contributions to the ACLU.
And this was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And it was prepared and maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, true?
True. Correct.
Let's look at the second page of the exhibit, an email from Tyler Richard to Jessica Whites. Who is Tyler Richard?
It's Richard Tyler, and it's Tyler Richard. That's right, Tyler Richard, and he is a senior person in our communications department.
And Mr. Richard says, Amber Heard is an ACLU ambassador for women's rights since 2018. She also pledged her full settlement to charity. Do you see that?
I do.
And Ms. White's responds, yeah, I think that's safer. I had nightmares about this last night. I'm very upset. Do you think this is okay?
Oh, look at Johnny's face.
Oh,
look at this.
Why was Ms. White
He's trying
so
to
upset
stop himself.
about the characterization
Johnny, don't smile
of
yet.
Ms.
Don't
Heard's
smile.
charitable donations or lack thereof?
My understanding is
knows.
that as a communications
That's the
department
face of a man who
professional,
knows the
Jessica
answer.
was concerned about these news articles that
Get
were
that bitch.
appearing.
Get her
and
money.
what
Get the money
impact they
back,
would have
Johnny.
on, you know, the how the ACLU and its work with Amber is seen.
She was concerned that the ACLU was not telling the truth about Amber's paying the $3.5 million, correct?
I don't see it that way. I see it as her doing everything she can in order to produce a correct statement to the
Oh,
press.
come on, man. Tell the truth.
Wouldn't the correct statement to the press be that
She didn't
she's
pay the
short
money she
$2.3 million?
As I testified earlier, that's not the kind of thing that we would ever say about a donor to the ACLU. Instead, we would, especially when it isn't the fact that there was any specific time period by which we were supposed to have received, you know, any specific amount of money, considering that she didn't sign the pledge agreement, and therefore, you know, there's an attempt to, so as an organization, we attempt to work with our donors who are having financial difficulties in order to receive, you know, the funding from them that they want to give to us. So no, I don't see this. I don't know. We would, in that sort of scenario, we would never say she's short anything.
Directing your attention to the email,
I want to show you the headline on People from a
page number
couple years ago.
ACLU 1700.
Okay.
From Ms. White's to Mr. Richard, dated July 31.
That was in 2016.
She says, I'm just stressed about her and the difficulties with all this. Who is her?
Assume that is Amber Heard.
Why was Ms. White stressed about Amber Heard?
Because this is a stressful thing to have these kinds of news reports out there, and in particular about an ACLU ambassador.
What kind of news reports are you referring to?
What I believe the Reuters article, from the Reuters article.
And what did the news article say that was distressing?
I think it was the tie between the attempts to make Ms. Heard look poorly in the press regarding her donations.
But did you talk to Ms. White in preparation for this deposition?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you about the donations and how she was stressed about Ms. Heard?
Ms. White's didn't say anything specific about that.
You didn't ask her about why she said she was stressed about Amber Heard and the difficulties with all this?
I believed in reviewing the documents that I had an understanding of why this was a difficult situation for many people.
So the answer is you didn't ask her about that, did you?
I did not ask her that
I
question.
guess we'll have to. Did you ask her about the nightmares she had about
They
Amber
will.
Heard and why she had what the substance of her nightmares were about Amber Heard?
The
No, I did not.
substance of her nightmares. Yes, we need to talk to Mrs. White. Let's get Mrs. White on the
Your
stand
Honor, counsel for Ms. Heard is now taking
in the
over
lounge
questions.
All right, thank you.
with the wrench.
Exhibit
Oh
number
no, the
one,
sound don't cut out.
Page stamp 2866. It was introduced as well by
Here comes Elaine.
my counsel for Mr. Depp, but it's easier for me to just jump into this one. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
It says here, Amber, I described your plan to donate $3.5 million to ACLU over the next 10 years, as you very much believe in what they are doing. Now, the way in which donate is used here, how would you interpret that?
I would say that at the very least, it is expressing an intention to make that donation
And
by
it's,
the term plan.
and would you distinguish between donate and pledge given the reference to the next 10 years?
About Elon Musk's intention?
I would read this to mean that it isn't clear whether this is intended to be a pledge, a legally binding pledge to create a receivable. This is something that I would want to, what I would hope would be a legally binding pledge, but I wouldn't necessarily say that this was.
Right. And the term donate here, how would you interpret that based on the description you gave a little earlier?
I would take donate to mean contributions from Ms. Heard.
And what, if any, interpretation would you have that this also meant pledge?
So two things in response to your question. One is plan to donate. When I said it would come from Ms. Heard, I would think that would be either Ms. Heard directly or from a donor advised fund that she has set up and would recommend. But over the next 10 years makes me think that, donate could theoretically be a pledge, but that's something that we would want to attempt to confirm.
And just so I understand, what's the difference between donate and pledge and how you are interpreting this?
If this so used the word pledge instead, I would have more assurance that this was intended to be a hard and fast promise that even could potentially be a legally binding promise.
I'm going to show you what
And
is
tell
marked
me,
as
Mr.
defendant's
ACLU
exhibit
lawyer,
number 2.
Was Amber wearing
Do you
thick
recognize
makeup on
this
the day that
document?
you
Page
met with her?
2632.
Can you tell me what her lip liner looked
I
like
do recognize
on
this
April
document.
3rd,
And what is your
2016?
understanding of what this is?
That this is the cover letter to which the check for $100,000 was attached, which related to Johnny Depp's contribution
Stephanie, did
to
you
the
see this?
ACLU
This is so spot on.
in the name of Amber Heard.
Now, you've used the term binding a few times here in responding to these. What is your distinction with the words pledge and donate?
What is the
relate
definition of
specifically to
the
binding?
word is?
A pledge is
A pledge
if
is a
something
promise
is
to
legally binding,
donate.
It's a
it is
promise to
pledge,
donate.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody that uses the term pledge means something that's legally binding. Donate is a much, much broader term.
And donate can mean pledge?
Yeah, I think that the word donate can be used in connection with a pledge.
Doesn't donate
No,
mean
no,
you've
no.
handed over the money?
Give. Donate means give.
Amber Heard
Do I need to pull up the dictionary?
was a
From the
pledge
Latin.
versus a donation.
Let's look it up on
Did the
dictionary.com.
ACLU have any reason to believe that Amber Heard would not pay the ACLU $3.5 million?
I think that everybody at the ACLU was hoping, the ACLU was hoping and expecting that the full 3.5 million would be paid to the ACLU. The fact that the pledge form wasn't signed was, cast some potential doubt on that.
She didn't sign
And
it.
then once Ms. Heard
A
began
pledge.
having financial
But she
difficulties,
still got to run around claiming to have pledged
obviously
half of what Johnny gave
recognize
her to
that
the
that
ACLU.
might impact whether the full 3.5 million is paid or impact whether it's paid over a much longer period of time.
A pledge is a
intermittent way.
solemn promise or agreement
Do
to
you
do
have
or
any
refrain to do
evidence
something.
to suggest that
Yeah,
Amber Heard
It's a promise
still
to pay
does not
in this
intend
case.
to pay the ACLU the full $3.5 million that you
I have based on my investigation, I'm not aware of any indication that Ms. Heard has decided to no longer pay additional amounts to the ACLU.
I'm going to ask you to bring up number
Donate,
4, please.
to present a
I'm
gift,
going to ask you to
grant,
take a
or
look at this
contribution.
document, and it starts out in the bottom with Amber on October 17, 2016 to
Dimmits, we're not
ARP.
sure if we've
Who's
seen
that?
any foundation yet.
That's Anthony Romero's private email, Anthony Romero private.
All right, and she's telling him to go ahead and it's all right to cash Mr. Depp's check. Do you see that?
I do.
Nice of her to tell them to go
Mr.
ahead and
Romero
cash
responds to
Mr.
her,
Depp's
says,
check.
Thank you for the response. We will cash the check. But that means you have, quote, overpaid for this year. As you wired
Overpaid?
$350,000 and then the $100,000 from Mr. Depp. So you can keep track that where you are on the overall amounts. Do you see that?
I do.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition defendant's exhibit number 14, and it's base stamp ACLU 2588 through 89. This is, and I realize there was a version of this that Mr. Chu showed you, but this includes an email from Mr. Romero to Jonathan Moresco.
For God's sake, Elaine,
and
spit
Mr.
it out.
Moresco to Mr. Romero with a
What's
copy
the
to Mike Weir.
question?
There a
And
question
it
in
says here,
there?
Hi, Anthony. If you get a chance
Anywhere.
on Sunday, can you please check in with Amber on her next pledge payment? She has a balance of $2.55 million on her $350,000 10-year pledge.
I'm
Below
lost.
is a summary of her
Oh,
other
she's
payments.
claiming
Do you
it's
see
the
that?
$350,000 a
I do.
year
Oh, a
for
year.
10 years to come up to her
This has the
3.5 mil.
500,000 and the 350,000 and the 100,000 on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was September 28, 2018. I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 15. It's based
Elaine makes me want to give up on life.
And I'm going to make it larger.
I start losing my will to
And
breathe.
if I can show you, we have an email
This
from
voice.
Romero saying, is there anything I can do to help facilitate pledge payment of 350,000? And it's dated November 27, 2018. You see that?
Megan, your body language is expressing that you're bored.
Amber comes back
Just like
11:29
his.
and says, hang on, I'll be right with
It's
you.
only going to get
You
worse.
see that?
Correct. Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Internal
and then
screaming.
The $350,000 payment came in on December 11, 2018, correct?
Correct.
I object to no
And that
question.
made it a total of what?
Where's the
1.3
question, Your
million, we've
Honor?
decided, right? What was the total amount of the donations after the 12/11/2018 that were made towards Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge to ACLU?
1.3 million.
All right. Now, if Ms. Heard had just
She
given
sounds like Dianne Feinstein.
$350,000 each year, what would the amount have been as of December 2018?
1,550,000. It would be 350,000, 350,000, 350,000. So that's 9.
I just love listening to this
1,050,000.
ACLU lawyer
Okay.
doing
And
math in his
so
head. We've
she
heard
was
that at
effectively
least 10
$250,000
times today.
ahead of that as of December 2018, correct?
Oh, my butt's
Objection.
numb. It's
After
numb.
Mr. Depp
Squats
filed
time.
suit against Amber Heard
Ow.
on March 1, 2019, what, if any, payments did Ms. Heard make to the ACLU towards her $2.5 million pledge?
No additional payments.
No, this was also shown to you by Mr. Chu on one of his documents. I'm just, it's ACLU document 3037, the 12/11/2018.
Live streaming thing takes a lot of physical
$350,000
effort.
designation.
Gotta be in shape
Megan,
for it.
Megan, do some plies instead of straight squats.
I do.
I
Now,
can't have
the
room for that.
ACLU continues to recognize Amber Heard as an ambassador for the ACLU. Is that
Squeeze.
correct?
We do. She continues to be listed on our website.
May donor deduct a donation before they actually?
Oh my
make
gosh, the
payment
squatting
to
got
the
me a
ACLU?
$2 super chat. Thank you so much.
No. Yeah, a
you
deduction
so much,
cannot be
Mr.
taken
Haven.
prior to when the deduction is made.
Maybe I could
The
get in
deduction is
shape
taken
by
with
just doing
respect to a
squats
tax
on
year,
YouTube.
so the deduction would have to be made within a tax year in order for it to be deducted that year.
Okay. Now, you also you testified earlier about different sources of donations, and you said that someone can make a donation in honor to fulfill someone else's pledge. Do you recall that testimony?
A person can make a donor in honor of someone else. And when I said in honor of a person, I was more referring to
I'm staying up
in
on my
memory of
feet.
a person or in honor of, a new
Just a
executive
reminder,
director of an
super chats are
organization.
open.
People make
I
donations
do
in
accept
honor of
donations.
them. But a person certainly
This is
can
hard
make
work.
a gift and say that
Hard
I would like to
labor.
make this gift to the organization because I know that this other person has committed something to the organization, and I'd like to pay that amount. A person can do that.
Now, was it your understanding with the letter from Mr. White that Mr. Depp was making a $100,000 payment on behalf of Amber Heard.
He needs one of
towards
those.
her
We need one of those
$3.5
pills
million
for
pledge.
Elaine that Johnny
Yes,
gave to
that
Marilyn
gift
Manson
from,
to make him stop
was in
talking so
connection
much.
with, the amounts that Amber had said that she wanted to contribute to the organization.
All right, and it's been your testimony, I think, that there was an error in not including that in your sales force. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is it also your understanding that
Why
Elon
was
Musk
Johnny making donations on Amber's behalf? When was that check written?
I'm sure we're going to hear about it on Cross or not on Redirect. Maybe.
Yes, we don't know that with absolute certainty, but that is our organization's understanding.
Okay. And you credited it towards Ms. Heard's pledge, correct?
Yes.
Does it matter to the ACLU?
I got to get my chair out of here. I'm going to turn this into a standing desk.
It's as part of this person's pledge.
We are always happy to receive funds from donors, and if a donor is unable to make a contribution of an amount that they said they intended to make, if they're able to have someone else make a contribution to the organization, that's completely fine by us.
It's still more money to ACLU, correct?
Correct.
And it's towards a pledge that you're hoping you can count on, correct?
Toward a pledge in the weak form of it, which is that somebody's making an intention. It would not be able to be satisfied in connection with a legally binding pledge.
Well, you did credit the $500,000 towards Amber Heard's pledge, correct?
Yes, we did.
And although you didn't initially credit the $100,000 payment by Mr. Depp towards her pledge, you agree that that should have been credited towards Amber Heard's pledge as well, correct?
Correct.
I just broke a wine
We
glass.
saw a document that Mr. Chu.
What are you doing with a wine glass at 12:52?
Elon Musk.
Oh, that was my mega pint that I had here the other night, and I just didn't clean it up.
$1 million and $5 million.
So I just broke a glass. I'm like a rock star. I'm like Johnny over here.
Mr. Chu asked you if the
Next thing you know, you'll be slamming kitchen cabinets.
I've assaulted my share of furniture in my day.
$5 million. And I think your answer was that you
I get that from Dad. Dad's a big furniture and wall assaulter.
No, he isn't.
What if any
Cleared off an entire counter and display of oil cans at the dealership.
He did.
Are you kidding? He did that.
He did do that.
If I
Happy.
understand your question
Thank you,
correctly,
Lynette. Isn't
I think
happy
that
hour
it
anytime?
is
That's what I should have
always a
said.
positive thing
Obviously.
to report on donations.
All right, I have to go change my
made to
shirt.
the
I'll be
ACLU.
back.
Mr. Dougherty, you testified to a number of documents about the op-ed and the back and forth with the attorneys and everything else. Are you aware of any evidence at any stage of the op-ed drafts through publication that Amber Heard did not rely on her counsel's advice?
From what I know, Ms. Heard involved her attorneys and made changes to the op-ed based on the advice of her attorneys.
And so my question is, are you aware of any evidence that would suggest that Amber Heard did not rely on the advice of her attorneys?
Based on my investigation, I'm not aware of a situation where she did not rely on her attorneys.
Thank you. And I'm going to make a reference to their exhibit number 31. This is, it's just called Exhibit 31, and Mr. Chu put it down. Jerry Johnson was writing an email, and he listed a number of topics. Was it your understanding that the ACLU chose a number of those topics, of course, subject to Amber's approval, but it was their idea on some of these issues to address in the op-ed?
My understanding is that those were ACLU issues that Jerry Johnson came up with that might have been issues that could be covered in the op-ed.
All right. I assume for your next witness is a remote witness, correct? And I assume it'll take longer than 30 minutes. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, that's right, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it'll take a little longer than 30 minutes. Yeah.
All right. I think what I'd propose then, ladies and gentlemen, what I might have you do is take an extended lunch till 2:30 because I have an obligation at 2. So then that means though that we would go through till 5:30 tonight. Is that agreeable with everybody on the jury? Is that agreeable with everybody here? All right, let's go ahead and do that. Then let's go ahead and give you a lunch break until 2:30, okay? Just do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Lunch break until 2:30. Megan, you need to get back here so you can replay the deposition.
Why
video.
does this always happen when I'm out of the room?
Are you back in the room?
Yeah, but I'm not dressed. I'm not dressed. I'm trying to get
your
dressed.
Camera on.
I'm not.
All right, so
Lunch
be in recess
break.
too, okay?
All
Until
right,
2:30.
recessing until 2:30. So that's going to be quite a break.
So now you can replay the video of the deposition.
Okay, right. Let's go back to that. All right, they turned off the sound in the court, so I can turn that back on. All right, we need to go to the Amber Heard deposition that we were watching earlier, because that was interesting.
Yeah, she
We
makes
will-
some super crazy faces in this deposition.
Well, she tends to do that, and I think it's her disorder. I think the disorder does not allow her. Oh crap! I'm trying to put my shirt on. This is ridiculous. I'm getting all tangled in my headphones. Hold on a minute. Here, I'm gonna hold on.
Headphones off if you're getting a shirt.
I know,
over
but
your
I
head.
can't hear you if I take them off, and so now I'm just stuck in my headphones. They're underneath my shirt. It's a whole thing.
Okay, I changed my mind. Turn the camera on.
No, I can't because I'm not even wearing pants yet. Hold on. Not that
Okay,
you
yeah.
can see my pants. You couldn't. So, but I don't want to take a risk
No,
that the
do
camera
not
will
take a
slip
risk.
and I will have a wardrobe malfunction in front of the entire world.
Don't do it.
No, I'm not doing it. Hold on. Sharing screen. I have to stop that one first. Share screen. Chrome tab. Okay. Amber Heard on the stand. Here she is. Let's get this going while I try to get dressed.
Prior to do that.
Judge
Asked you a yes
Then
or no
withdraw your
question.
question then because
Ms.
she's
Heard,
answering.
prior to today's date, had any time have you ever hit Johnny Depp?
Answer it however you wish. You've already asked and she's already answered and you interrupted her.
Ms. Heard, have you ever hit Johnny Depp prior to doing that?
Judge, your Vegas the time.
Hey, everyone on this side of the room, please.
Objection 352. It's not relevant to this domestic violence proceeding.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Answer it however you want to, including the way you were just.
I'm asking for a yes or no answer.
You don't have to answer it the way she wants you to answer it.
He was about to push my sister down the stairs. She was attempting to break us up. I am protective over my baby sister. When he laid hands on her, I don't know what I did, but I know I jumped in between the actions that I saw could lead to a fatal injury to my sister. She was
What? I'm to
Oh,
believe
yeah.
that this man who let her
Oh.
sister live in the penthouse and
She's
lets all
claiming-
her friends live off of him, that he
Yeah,
tried to
that he
push
was
her
about
down
to
the
throw her
stairs?
down the stairs.
Linda, whatever it takes. If if the tips come rolling in because I get tangled in my shirt, I'm not opposed. I'll just put it that way. All right. Let's see. Do you guys in the chat, do you believe this? It got suddenly hot in my office, which is why I was like tearing off my clothes and now I'm trying to get redressed. Hold on, let's keep playing this. All right, I'm going to open a window. So if you hear extra traffic noise, that's why.
standing on the top of a flight of the stairs and she has never hurt anyone in her life and she does not deserve to be pushed down the flight of stairs. And it looked like she was about to be. And I would have done what anybody who has a child or a sister would have done.
She looks
I
like she's
acted
going to come across the
defensively
table.
in her
I
life.
know it. It's crazy.
On top of a flight of stairs and trying to interrupt a fight in between him and I. I don't know what part of my body I put in between me and him and her.
You didn't.
But I would have done anything.
Look at that mouth.
They've done anything
Look at
to
the
prevent
teeth.
her from being pushed down a flight of stairs.
It's total
Ugh.
rage all the time. It's all rage all the time. That's what
Ugh,
she's
she's-
portraying in her face. Her
Oh,
voice, the story is trying to portray something else, like this terrible thing happened to me, but her face portrays rage and anger all the time.
so weird.
All right, so was that it? We only got a little clip of
Oh no,
her?
there's more. There's so much more of
All
that
right, hold
deposition.
on.
But I don't know if it's on this court TV clip. I saw it on on a body language expert guy video.
Well,
And
let's see.
Just Google, do a search of body language expert and Amber's
Oh shoot, I
deposition.
hit the wrong one. Hold on, stop. Amber Heard deposition body language. Here, is it this
that
guy?
Mm-hmm.
Hey there, idiots. Welcome back to Observe. In
Okay,
today's video, we're
hold
going to be
on.
looking at Amber Heard's body
Can you
language
hear
during
that?
her deposition
Yep.
in regards
Oh, okay.
to her ex-husband.
All right, let's
If you want to,
move.
I don't want to be able to say, and I'll say at the beginning of all 16.
All right, here, I'm going to drop the link to this in the chat so that you guys can go and watch the full video, because we're going to skip through, obviously. Are her pants on fire? Yes, her pants are on fire, I think. Liar, liar, pants on fire. All right, I dropped the link to this video in the chat so you guys can go and see that. I'm still scared to turn my camera on because I'm not wearing any pants. I need to go find some pants at some point.
Go find some pants. Go get some right now.
Okay, hold on. And I'm also wearing a stupid tank top because I'm so hot and I don't really want to be on camera in a tank top. Let's see.
No, put a shirt
Let's go ahead and watch
on.
this.
I couldn't find one and I was rushing back because it was dead air. Hold
All
on.
right,
Video.
we'll just click
No, no
play
one
and
in
then
my
go
family
put your
really ever
get
No,
yourself
this is not her
together.
deposition. What is
No,
this?
this is him
in school
establishing
once
her
were called
baseline
in,
of
and
weird behavior.
Oh, okay. Well, let's move to the deposition part.
Then at the same time, and they're exactly misaligned. People will
What is
shake their
that
head while-
beeping? Oh, it's the court. Dang it. Hold on. Let me turn it off.
Are they
Holy-
back? They shouldn't be.
No. They're not back. They're just running like this weird interruption code or
while
something.
saying a positive thing or nod their head while saying a negative thing. But in this situation, she nods in affirmation, legitimately nods like,
And then she
yeah,
says no.
but then actually says no afterwards. It's two
Oh.
distinct communication.
That's what I mean when I say everything that she does, what she's
Fake.
saying doesn't align with what her face is saying.
Devices
really
that are
weird.
used one right after the other rather than at the same time, and they're exactly misaligned. And this is not a good tick for Amber because it's already setting up this idea of not being able to really fully believe or trust what she's going to be saying, but it's not
Also, do you see the rapid eye blinking? She
Mhm.
does this thing where she blinks her eyes like 4 times very fast, very quick. It's bizarre, and she does it all the time.
so we still have
You
to
know
go
who does
from
that
here.
really weird?
Who?
Ayanna Presley.
I
mean,
know
it's
the Congresswoman?
it is it's ridiculous. She goes like this when she's talking. Literally the entire time she's talking, she's like doing this crazy thing with her eyes. It's so weird.
Maybe those the false eyelashes getting in the way.
She does have huge false eyelashes, like those kind that
Probably allergic to the eyelash glue.
It's terrible.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Let's hear some more of this.
Here, let's keep watching.
And prior to May 21,
I don't know why she does that lip lick thing. Some people say it's a soothing gesture. She was also just eating food, which you'll see that more in this deposition, which
Or she could be a lizard person.
is
That's what it is.
so annoying, but it's not enough for it to really sway my reading on what she is as
Reptilian. Reptilian.
far as her honesty goes. But let's go ahead and keep watching from here.
2016 or May 22, 2016, is it your testimony that you never committed any act of what would be considered domestic violence against Mr. Depp?
Calls for legal conclusion and irrelevant to these proceedings.
I did my best to defend myself and not get seriously hurt.
Oh my God.
She's lying.
Look at her. She can't even stay still. She knocked her microphone. Did you see
What a
that?
joke.
Okay,
Yeah.
right off the bat, this question is asked and she starts shrugging, which is an indicator of insecurity or at least not being certain about what is being said. And then along with that, she does some placating, self-soothing gestures and blocking gestures and shaking her head. It's a very massive cluster spike from what we've seen in her baseline, which is usually fairly constant, to indicate that she's really, really not comfortable with.
Yeah, no, that was very clear that she's not comfortable at all with that line of questioning, and you can see it written all over her face that she should be just saying yes.
Yeah, I did it.
I did, because she did.
Her reaction to it is extremely telling. So far, this is 2 strikes already against Amber, and
I don't know, Steph, have you ever known a liar? You know, you watch people lie to your face?
Hello. You know
You're
what
a
I do
lawyer.
for a job, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
when you
people-
watch her do this, what is your instinct, your human instinct saying?
She's lying. She's
Yeah.
full on telling a falsehood that she knows is false. She
Mhm.
knows she was involved in domestic violence with him.
Yeah, all that arm movement and hitting the microphone and self-soothing and hugging herself and
Nope,
all that was
lie.
very extreme. I liked his this body language guy's description of that. It was extreme.
Plus, if someone said to me, "Isn't it true that you've been involved in hitting domestic violence against your husband?" My response would immediately be absolutely false. No.
Yeah, she sat there and waited until her lawyer did the objection, and then I tried my best.
What is
She
that?
didn't say no. She said I tried my
Mm-mm.
best.
No, she did it.
Yeah.
literally a minute into this video. This is not a good thing for Amber. Let's keep watching.
Isn't it true that you had previously told Johnny Depp that you had hit him?
I'm going to object. It's a different question. It's
His
vague and
face.
ambiguous, vague to time.
Many times when we fought, well, not many times.
All right, so there's a thing about the mouth shrugs, which I brought this up often in Shane's video. Generically speaking, mouth shrug indicates insecurity or uncertainty about what is being said. I think that is the case here. I'm not certain that that is the case here, but I think that is the case here. She flashes a couple of them, and then she starts stumbling all over her words, which there's 2 reasons that that could be. Either one, she's working to recollect something, or alternatively, she's working to come up with a story.
Yeah, possibly. I don't want to get too much of his commentary because I don't want him to think I've taken his copyrighted stuff. So let's move on to more of her moving around. When is she going to move around?
I'd like you to listen to what I'm
He
about
starts
to play.
eating here.
Would you do that?
Don't eat.
Don't eat.
Just real quick, why is she eating?
Just look, why?
It's not
I agree with
sustenance.
that.
They're snacky foods. And there are theories that are saying that she was given this food to be able to buy herself time so that in issues where she has a difficult question, she could be eating food to be able to come up with an answer. It does present itself in this video. But it's just so frustrating to me that that's how little she cares about what's going on. I don't think that a person who is on trial for alleged assault accusations involved in a—
You know, this is interesting because during the deposition that was filmed of Chuck Haynes in the Michaela Haynes case,
Was he eating?
he was chewing gum or eating something. Candy. He unwrapped a piece of candy and stuck it in his mouth in the middle of answering questions about molesting his daughter and stuff. It was just
Ew.
really bizarre, and I think it's part of hiding. Frankly, I think it's part of hiding behind something. You know, let's move on.
And
All right, the eating is bad.
So sorry, I did lie on my side. I know that stuff.
Do you recognize the voices on that tape?
Mm-hmm.
And who are the people on that tape?
It's Johnny and I.
Okay.
important thing. She talked with her mouth full there, right? She just answered the question because it's a no doubt question. Who's in it? It's Johnny and I. And she said that through a mouthful of food.
It's Johnny and me, by the way.
I know, it drives me crazy.
Oh, Johnny and me, people. Johnny and me. Please learn your grammar. It's important.
Later on, when there's a more difficult question and she has food in her mouth, suddenly she's not comfortable talking with food in her mouth. Suspicious. Let's keep watching.
I was trying to escape.
This makes
from a room.
She was trying to escape?
Where Johnny.
Watch.
What?
Watch
Wait a
this.
minute.
This makes absolutely no sense. This explanation is ridiculous.
She was trying to escape? We never heard one piece of evidence testimony that she was trying to escape. I didn't hear anything like that.
Was attacking me. And in order to escape, I was trying to get onto the other side of the door, attempting to close the door, and he was attempting to get in despite my attempts to try and escape an assault.
Isn't it true that on this tape that was just played,
So there was a lot of condescension in her voice during that. This could be due to the fact that she may have been asked this question,
Okay,
advised to
I'm gonna
really
skip
as a
over.
response to the door?
I just want to hear her talk.
Did you just tell Johnny Depp in that recording that I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing?
Yes, as he was trying to get into the door, into the room, I was trying to escape in. He pushed the door into me, and I was trying to hit him by getting him out of the door to stay in the room.
Is this the
That
time?
makes no sense at
Is
all.
this the time when Johnny said she was pushing against the bathroom door and then yelped like she had hurt her foot, and he bent down to look under the door and she
Yeah,
slammed the door
yes.
into his head?
I think so.
Because I
Yes.
seem to remember this testimony, and it didn't sound like this at all. And in fact, Johnny had a big cut on his head because of that incident.
Oh, she's such a liar.
Her behavior during this is very weird. The eating is
very
very
weird.
weird.
And she is
And you
condescending.
told
Yeah.
She's like, duh. What?
I think in that recording, I made it very clear that I was sorry that the door hit him while he was trying to get into
The door
room
hit
I
him.
was
She didn't do it.
or attempting to escape into.
Attempting to escape into?
That made no
What?
sense.
Okay.
It-
Oh my
it
God.
does
I'm
not-
getting frustrated by her lack of concern for this situation.
Mhm.
And now she's doing a very obvious, I have no interest in being here, tell this leaning of your
Yeah,
head on.
she's bored and she's showing it. And this is very poor behavior for a deposition. You're supposed to act like you're in court.
Interested in being there if she's the victim. But we're going to go ahead and keep watching, and then we'll start looking at like Johnny Depp stuff as well.
So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door, but did not intend to hit him, correct?
The recording speaks for itself.
Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I don't. When you
She just proved that she wasn't listening. Once again, an indicator that she doesn't care to be there. Not really an indicator of wanting to prove her innocence. Really more of an
misrepresents.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
Objection. That's argumentative and it misstates what.
Oh, did you see that smile? Did you see the smile that she just gave?
Mhm.
Watch that. Watch the
Super weird.
smile. That's very interesting. Watch her.
Depp that you did mean to hit him.
Objection. That's argumentative
Did you see that? That was actually quite a big smile.
and it misstates what the recording was.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to.
Do you think that she lowers her voice like that on purpose when she talks down here like Elizabeth Holmes?
Ugh, that's also another nutcase.
Yeah, well, sorry, I just ran into my mic stand.
You're having all kinds of
I
trouble.
know. I
today.
broke a wine. I broke my mega pint, which there's a pile of glass on the floor. This is like Johnny's house in Australia around here. All it's missing is drops of blood everywhere.
You better put some shoes on, or you'll
I
add
know.
the
I'm
drops
gonna
of
have
blood.
to go get the vacuum cleaner, but I'm being held hostage by this stream. I'm standing here with no pants on, a broken glass, and no way of escape.
Okay, push play.
God.
Get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I try to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched, it always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do.
A lot of defensive gestures there. People do that to defend or ward off or prevent something from hitting home. Everybody does it in some form or another. She's doing it here.
Yeah.
Words mean to him.
Just say what
So do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him.
Just say what
So
happened.
I never even addressed it. He would, if he was ever pushed, it was
Hey,
a
Helen.
cold, he called it a cold clock. I mean, it was just very dramatic.
Isn't
about
it true,
Just-
Ms. Hurd,
So
that in
dismissive of
September
him.
of 2015, you punched
Oh,
Johnny
here
Depp
goes with the
in the
crinkling.
face with a closed fist?
And now she can't talk.
Mm-hmm.
Now she can't talk. She put a piece of food in her mouth and
Wow.
she can't talk.
What a pause. And it's interesting because we saw earlier that she's
Yeah, she did that on purpose.
No, you answer the question. Please stop whispering because it's
Her
distracting.
lawyer
over
is
here.
so obnoxious.
Who's whispering?
Whispering,
Who's
'cause
he
it's-
talking about?
Look at
one time when he
Wait a minute.
mouthful. Almost like there's a hard question and she has to think of a good response. And it's a poorly delivered response. She had all that time to think and it's still shit. Just watch.
hit Johnny one time when he. Sorry, I'll wait.
No, you answer the question. Please stop whispering because it's distracting over here.
It's your team. No, I was referring
No, these
to
two.
this actually.
I can't hear them. I hear them.
Lawyers fighting
So
in the
please
deposition.
answer the question.
I can't answer. Who's whispering? Who's whispering in the room and I can't.
It's funny.
Thank you. One time, Johnny was hitting me, and he was hitting me hard and repeatedly, and I was screaming. Security walks in, and they don't do anything about it. And
they just stand there.
He makes this motion
he.
when Jerry Judge yells "Fox" or Sean. I can't remember who it was, and all we had was a little bit of separation, and my sister runs down the stairs. We're on a landing.
All right,
in
this is the
between
part
two
we
flights
saw
of
already.
stairs.
Ms. Hurd, I must interrupt you,
You can't.
because
You
I've
can't.
asked you a yes or
Then
no question.
withdraw your question then because
Ms.
she's
Hurd,
answering.
Oh, for
prior
God's
to
sake.
today's date, had any time have you ever hit Johnny Depp?
Answer it however you wish.
352.
You've already asked and she's already answered and you interrupt.
Ooh. Okay, this
I would say that no, she didn't answer the question. She started to say in the beginning, she said, I did hit Johnny once when, so the answer should just be yes,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean,
Mhm.
do you allow people to do this in a deposition to just go on and on and on?
Well, I mean,
Asking, telling you why they did it?
normally in a deposition, I don't know, I feel like there's a judge actually here, because at one point I think somebody objects and a judge overrules it or something, which you can have.
That's
But
unusual.
normally there's no judge there. It's just the lawyers and the people that you're deposing, and you can try to control their answers. But if their lawyer, like, you can say it was a yes or no, I just need a yes or no. If their lawyer says they want an opportunity to explain, then they explain their answer. But as a general rule, when you get somebody to admit that they did something terrible, you don't ask them why. You don't want to, you do not give them an opportunity to tell you why they did the horrible thing you did. You just,
Right.
isn't it true that you
Isn't it
did
true that
blah,
you
blah, blah?
And you get a yes or no. Right.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Section 352. It's not relevant to the domestic violence proceeding.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, there is a judge there.
Answer it however you want to, including the way you were just. If
I'm
you
asking
wish.
for a yes or no
You
answer.
Oh,
don't
boy.
have to answer it the way she wants you to answer it.
He was about to push my sister down the stairs. She was attempting to break us up. I am protective over my baby sister. When he laid hands on her, I don't know what I did, but I know
I don't know what I
jumped in
did?
between the actions that I saw could lead to a fatal injury to my sister. She was standing on the top of a flight of the stairs, and she's never hurt anyone in her life, and she does not deserve to be pushed down the flight of
I think Whitney is going to be coming to the stand as a witness, and I'd be very interested.
I think that's a strange way to even talk about this. She's never done anything to harm anyone, and she doesn't deserve to be pushed down the stairs. As if she had been some horrible person, it would have been okay for him to push her down the stairs.
That is a very good point, Stephanie.
That's
You are
very
making.
strange. That's a very
It's
strange.
not strange for a person with histrionic and borderline personality disorder because they believe
Right.
that their violence is justified. And
It's
so
very-
if she did believe someone was a bad person, she would think it was justified to push them down the stairs,
It's
right?
very strange. It's very, very odd the way she's telling this.
Her face is very weird here
Stairs.
too.
and it looked like she was
Rage.
about to.
Oh, there goes
totally.
the
And I
gas
would have
blinking
done what
again.
anybody
Watch the
as a
teeth.
child or a sister would have done. I acted
Yeah, like an animal.
defensively.
Exactly.
She's snarling.
I saw her standing on top of a flight of stairs and trying to interrupt a fight.
She looks like she's going to come across the table. Like I said before, look at how she
Very
continues
aggressive.
moving to the right, over the table.
Between him and I
I
don't know what part of my body I put in between me and him and her.
What part of my body I put
But I would
between
have done
me and
anything.
him? What?
I would have done anything.
Anything.
Prevent
She
her
goes,
from being pushed down a
anything.
flight of stairs.
Okay, there's an ad coming here. We have to wait for. Yeah, it's overacting too.
It's
like a lot of
overacting.
Interesting, in my opinion.
Right.
That
Let's hear what he
wasn't
has
the
to say
case.
about that.
Now, there's more footage to
He
this,
doesn't
and
say
I
much
thought that it
about it,
was
which I
on
thought
this.
Oh,
was
he
weird.
doesn't? Okay,
No.
so he didn't say anything about that overacting. Okay, but
No.
we should point out that Dr. Curry said
Yeah.
that people with her disorder, the histrionic and borderline personality disorder, do this overacting thing.
That
it's,
was totally overacting.
highly dramatic. And yes, for those of you in the chat who are asking, the court has taken a lunch break and it's extra long today because the judge has to go speak at a graduation. So
that's what she's doing?
They won't be coming back until 2:30.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah, 2:30. So actually, Steph, can you interact with the chat while I go get dressed so I can turn my camera back on?
Sure. But
All
I
right.
don't see everybody's comments, so I there's nothing for
You
me to say.
don't?
No.
You can't see them?
Mm-mm.
Oh, right, because you're on StreamYard.
Right.
How about if you answer that question that we had earlier that I told you you should remember for later? What was
The
that
question was preponderance of the evidence
Yeah.
standard.
All right, I'm gonna
or
go get
reasonable
dressed.
doubt. Okay, somebody asked a question about what the standard was, and I'm sorry to say I don't know the answer. I'm sure it's not beyond a reasonable doubt because that's the standard in a criminal case. Not familiar with the law in Virginia regarding defamation, so normally in civil cases the standard is preponderance of the evidence, which means more likely than not. The plaintiff has to show it's more likely than not that what they're claiming is true. Perhaps the question is about the question of actual malice. Maybe the rule is to prove actual malice, you have to show it by clear and convincing evidence, which is somewhere in between preponderance of the evidence and beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's a little more than more likely than not to show that she slandered him or defamed him with actual malice. And that may be the standard that that person who asked the question was referring to, that he had heard of. I'm not sure. But I do know that there are situations in civil matters where you do have to show things by clear and convincing. There she is, as opposed to just a mere preponderance.
All right.
So that's the answer.
I have pants on now, so we are
you
properly covered. And yeah, it got super hot in my office, like really hot, and I was still wearing my pajamas because I literally rolled out of bed and in front of the camera this morning because I'm addicted to this trial. I can't get enough.
I know, it's weird. I am too. It's very strange.
Well, for one, actually, somebody said something about Johnny yesterday that makes me think this is part of why everybody's so addicted, is that he has been a kind of mysterious figure. As famous as he is, he's not real accessible, right, to the public. He's real shy, and he stays.
Except he goes and does those wonderful things at the hospitals for
But he
kids.
doesn't call the press and stuff. I mean, the public just doesn't have access to Johnny very, very often. He's not out seeking the cameras, is what I'm saying. So you don't see him very often unless you're watching one of his movies. And this is probably the first time we've ever been able to really see him interacting in an everyday kind of way, watching him, what's he wearing, what's he doing, and I think people are always interested in that.
He's coming off as like such a nice person.
Yeah.
Isn't he? I mean, yet she's giving off some other kind of vibe that's just really not nice.
No, it's not nice at all.
Now, I will say that obviously you shouldn't judge a matter until you've heard the whole thing from Proverbs.
And we are going to hear Amber's side. We're going to be here listening to her side. I will definitely be live streaming this when she's on the stand.
Oh my goodness.
You best believe that we will be here. You'll be here with us, right, Steph?
Well,
I
think Friday my husband's arranging for us to go on a helicopter ride, so I might not be here for part of it.
That's
But we
fun.
can't afford a very long helicopter ride, so
It's going to be a short helicopter ride.
it is going to be a short ride.
All right, so here's an interesting thing. I keep telling the audience here that our mother gave me very good marital advice when I was. What is going on with my green screen? Is it falling down? I have I think it's falling down. Hold on, let me move this over here. It's hitting me in the head. Stop hitting me in the head. I'm being abused by my green screen.
Okay, what was the marital advice?
The good marital advice was never follow the bear into the cave.
You gave me that advice.
Oh, I did?
Yeah. I don't know why Mom didn't tell me that, but you told me that.
Well, it's good advice. And you've been married how many years?
28 years in July.
And I've been married 21 years. Mom and Dad have been married how many years?
54, 55, 54 years.
54 years. Lynette, I did post that video in the chat. If you just scroll up, you'll find it. It was the body language video. Should be there.
And our other sister's been married 17 years.
Has she really? Has it been that long? Wow. Okay. So coming from a family of long marriages, I would say our mother is very qualified to give marriage advice.
Yeah, and that's like genius. Don't follow the bear into the cave. Genius.
Never follow the bear into the cave.
Don't follow him around saying, "What did I do? Are you mad at me?"
Are you mad
at
do that? Why are you mad? Why are you mad? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's one that men hate. Men hate it. They hate women who follow them and say, like, if you want your husband to hate you that day, just follow him and go, "What did I do? Why are you angry? Why are you so mad?"
What's
just
your deal?
Literally turn around, go to your bathroom and start moisturizing your face or something. Work on your wrinkles. Like go work on something, because you're not going to get anywhere with that, ladies. You're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get your way. Right?
No. Right. It's not wise.
Well, and it's something that young women do.
I get it.
I say it's kid stuff because
stuff.
Well, you did it, but how old were you when you did that? How many years
21,
ago?
22,
Yeah, you were
I don't know.
21 years old. You were just married.
I was young.
I'm
old now.
Don't
So
follow
now
the
I
bear into the
know.
cave. Amber did antagonize him in all of the recordings that we heard. And
did you hear the clip of him saying that when they first got married, it was almost too good to be true?
Yeah.
And he said she would greet me at the door every night. I would come in from work. I'd sit down on the couch and she would remove my boots and bring me a glass of wine. And then one day when I came home, she was on the phone or something. So I sat down and I took off my own boots, and she hung up the phone and came over and said, "That's my job."
Yeah, that's manipulative right there.
That's scary.
Look, this is the personality disorder, though. This is the love bombing that comes with it. Many abusers, they love bomb their victims in the beginning. And so you believe that when he said it was too good to be true, it was the perfect relationship. It really was too good to be true. This person will make sure that you depend on them, that you have to have them like a drug. That's what they do. They increase your what do you call those hormones in the brain? The love hormones.
Oxytocin.
Yeah, they do the things that make the love hormone get released in your brain, and you get addicted to them like a drug. Then they remove the drug.
That's so sad.
And they take away that
so manipulative
love. They take away the love, and they take away the affirmation, and it leaves the other person feeling like, "Oh, I did something wrong." And then they blame that person. Yeah, and try to get it back. It's absolutely awful. It's awful. Yeah. So Johnny didn't meet the real Amber at first. He met her representative. Yep. That's the one she puts out in the front for the world to see before she.
And actually, if you listen to some of those recordings of their arguments, in some of them, she starts out so sort of cloying, like, "Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I did whatever." And then he says something like, "You're full of baloney," or whatever he says. And then she switches and turns on the harpy mode and starts like shrieking.
You know,
Shrieking.
I laughed when he called her a harpy in
I
one of the
know,
recordings
so
because I was like,
funny.
he's so right. Johnny's
That-
so smart. He has such a good vocabulary and
I'd
like
say that's the
a way
word.
with words. And when he would pull out the insults for
Yeah.
her, they were mostly very accurate.
Yeah.
At one point he called her a slippery whore, and I about died.
Ooh.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's painful to hear, when people fight, they say things they shouldn't say. That's another piece of marital advice I'll give you. Never swear at your spouse under any circumstances.
No.
Only in jest, only in fun should you ever swear with your spouse. But if you are angry with your spouse, never let those words come out of your mouth.
You know what?
Never.
Or your children for that
Or
matter.
your kids, yeah,
Don't
or at your
do
kids.
that.
Don't swear at your children. And I think we in 21 years, I think my husband may have used a swear word with me one time while we were fighting, and that was the end of that. He never did
Do you
it
know
again.
that I can tell you for an absolute fact, mine never has ever.
Well, that's sweet.
But then
I mean, I think
neither
it
have
happened
I.
once. Also, our aunt Annie, she's been married for 50 years.
No, wait a minute. I know
40
exactly
years?
when. No, it's been 36 years.
36 years. So the other day I was doing one of these broadcasts, and I was talking about the don't follow the bear into the cave thing. And she texted me and she goes, "Oh my God, I do that all the time."
She
I guess,
follows him in?
yes, she follows him into the and nagging at him about, why are you mad? Let's talk about it. Why are you mad? And she goes, "I guess I should stop doing that."
Yeah.
It made me laugh. Do it, you should. But it was funny because we were talking about Johnny assaulting the cabinets and how they were trying to present that as abuse. I disagree. I don't think that him stomping around his own house and having a temper tantrum by himself
It's not good.
It's not good, but it's not abuse. It wasn't directed at her. He didn't
No.
throw that glass at her. He threw it across the counter into a bin.
No, and she was laughing at him, what did
Right.
she think was that going to escalate or de-escalate?
Right. Well, exactly. You have to ask yourself that when your husband is, and then I was asking people like, do you know men? Have you ever known a man? Because if you've ever known a man, at some point, you will probably see them punch a wall, kick a cabinet, throw something. Because men have testosterone muscles, they get angry, they want to hit something. That's just what they do. We want to cry and, go lay in bed and create a big scene, but men generally want to hit something. I think people who say that they've never seen a man lose his temper and to avoid hitting a person hit a wall instead are just lying. I mean, we've seen our dad do this. He took a door off the hinges once on his way out of a store. Remember that? Right off the hinges, a big glass door. He's a big man. He was very angry. And this was the same place that he overturned the oil display. And that happened because
they cheated him out of like $3,000 or some outrageous thing.
He paid them for a new transmission. Then the place shut down, went out of business, and did not replace his transmission. And the guy wouldn't come out from behind the counter to
and
face
pay
him.
his money back.
No, wouldn't give him the money back. So I think he would have hit that guy that day if he had come out from behind the glass, but he didn't. So he hit the door. He took the door off the hinges on the way out instead. This is just something that it does happen. That doesn't mean that the person who's having a temper tantrum at the moment is actually being an abuser or is an abuser. Our dad certainly wasn't an abusive person. He didn't abuse any of us. He never hit us. He spanked me one time, and it was really very lightly. One time, and then he came back. He came back to me crying, telling me how sorry he was for doing it. And I felt so bad because I was totally faking the crying when he smacked me on the bottom. I made a big Amber Heard display of drama.
Remember how we used to scream for mom and say that he was hurting us when he was tickling us or putting the covers over our head or whatever, and then we'd get him in trouble?
Oh yeah, he hated that.
And then we would laugh at him, and he would
that was
say,
so bad.
He would say, "Marcia, they are faking.
They are faking."
I don't care, Dennis. I told you. Oh my
I
goodness.
I do.
You were the worst. You did that all the time. You got him in
know.
trouble all the time.
I know. It's bad. Well, here's the thing.
You should
So
call him up and apologize.
I identify with mom now though, because when my husband, when Mr. Fox is roughhousing with the children,
Yeah.
if I hear them screaming,
Yeah.
I cannot, my mom brain cannot take it. I have to go lock myself in a room somewhere where I can't hear it, or I will come running down the stairs going, stop it, stop it, stop. Everyone stop. They're being hurt. They're hurt.
Right.
It's a real problem. I know why mom did that. You can't control it. It just, so
What's
I try
funny
to
is-
just go away.
What's funny is mom still does that if he is going after one of the grandkids, tickling them or something. She still comes around the corner screaming at him, Dennis, how many times have I told you? Oh, it's so funny.
Oh, God. All right. So it looks like, so what did we learn today? Let's go over what we have learned so far.
I gotta tell you, I don't think I can stick around for one more video deposition.
Oh, I know. The video depositions are so disappointing. I mean, why do they do it like this? Why don't they call them into court?
Well, because COVID, maybe, you know,
COVID's over. That shit is done. Nobody's
but
talking about COVID anymore.
But everybody was doing this for the last 2 years because of that, I think. And I think she did just say that the next witness was going to be remote. I don't know if that means the next
Remote
witness
live or
right.
remote recorded.
Remote live would be more interesting than remote recorded.
Okay, Linda, good question. Talking about the cabinets being assaulted day, she's asking, did his mom die on that day? You know, this is unclear. I have heard, so it sounded like Johnny on the stand said that he was upset about his mother. Other people said he was upset about being swindled. You know, he found out sometime around that same time that he had $600 million stolen from him by his financial team. So,
what?
Yeah, 600 million, his entire fortune. They stole it. Apparently, that's what's being reported. He was having a meeting about that, and I think it coincided with some of that, and his mom was either sick or dying when that video was taken. So he was going through some very, very severe stress.
Gosh, that sounds awful. That's terrible.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. And look, here's my main problem with her is if I'm looking at it from me giving advice to a younger woman in a marriage situation. If I'm looking at it from a common sense standpoint and I say, don't follow the bear into the cave. If you see your husband and he is kicking cabinets and he is throwing glasses, ma'am, you need to turn around and go to your room or go to the grocery store or go somewhere. You leave him alone. You don't start filming him for possible revenge. For what? He's kicking cabinets. He's Johnny Depp. He'll replace the damn cabinets. Like, they're not your cabinets anyway. It's his house. So if he wants to rip the cabinets off the doors and break every glass in the house, he paid for them. Get away. And her behavior towards him by hiding the camera, it just awful. I mean, I know a lot of people watch that and were like, oh, well, he's definitely an abuser. That is not what I saw. Maybe we should watch that video again. Should we watch that video?
What kind of heartless woman is filming her husband at his low moment?
Oh, God, that's exactly it. Like, do you love this person? Do you?
At all that she did that. I mean,
let's see. Here's the video on. Let's see if I can find it. Law and Crime appears to have it. Let's see if I can pull it up here. All right, tell me if you can hear this. Hold on. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
All right, good. Skip.
Can you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638?
Ow! I think I just got a piece of glass in my foot.
Yes, Your Honor. Move for the admission of this video into evidence.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, 638 in evidence. Thank you. Now you can publish it.
Okay, that was the moment you turn around and go to the other room.
Yeah.
Instead, she sets up a video camera to record him.
What happened?
What happened? And she's very aware that she doesn't want him to see the camera, so she's standing in front of it, and she'll go to move and put her mug there.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing happened this morning. You know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah.
So that's interesting too. He says, "Were you even here?"
Yeah.
No. So nothing happened to you this morning.
Right.
This isn't about her.
Right. But everything's about her.
And that glass breaking you heard, notice where he was when the glass broke. He was way over on the right-hand side of the screen. I think there must be a bin over there that he threw some kind of bottle into.
You're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We're not even fighting this morning.
The mega
All I did was
pint.
say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning?
And she is on the other side. He just threw that glass down into the other side, not towards her. And they reported it in the press that he threw a glass at her.
I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy.
Hiding the camera. Mega pint.
Oh, you're crazy.
It's the mega pint.
You're
Have
crazy.
you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? See that shit on me?
No, I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Oh, bye.
And then he leaves. And she's laughing. She just went, heh. Did you hear that? And yeah, when someone is filming you when you're having a breakdown like that, you're going to grab the camera. He didn't grab her, he grabbed the camera. And then he must have given it back to her because then she had it in her possession.
Right.
So he didn't even break it. I mean, I would have broken it.
I'm surprised he didn't take it and just walk out with it and delete the video.
Yeah, I know. That is a good point. That is a very good point. Yeah, I don't know. So I just think from a relationship standpoint, what she did there was everything wrong you could possibly do, she did.
Yeah.
You know, and it made that situation a whole lot worse.
Well,
a whole lot worse.
Yeah. I mean, anybody who's doing something like that could be explosive, could end up harming a person instead of just kitchen cabinets.
Did you cut your toe tip off? No, not yet. I'm still not cleaned up the broken glass. I did get a little piece of it that was on my toe, and I must have felt it subconsciously, and I went to brush it off, and then I hurt my leg with it. So yeah, there's glass everywhere in my studio right now, and broken glass everywhere. It goes with the theme. We're going with my mega pint broke. It shattered a few minutes ago when I was trying to move my chair so I could stand up because my buttocks went numb, completely numb. But apparently I'm going to get injured in the reporting on this trial in a very similar way to Johnny, except there's no one raging at me. I broke the glass myself. I guess I could make up a story though. If I were an evil person, I could make it up.
All right, I'm going to go. I'll try to come back a little bit later.
All right. All right. Bye. All right. So Misbehaving says, I hope Johnny's team questions her about the poop because I need answers. I know. I need answers on that too. I am still recovering from a flu, so please forgive me if I have coughing attacks. The poop scenario, while it's funny and like me poo was trending on Twitter, which is, it's not good. It was funny, but it's also highly disturbing. I think I said this yesterday, but I'm a big true crime fan, and I watch a lot of documentaries about criminals, and I have seen a couple where serial killers and other stalkers and rapists will leave excrement at the scene of the crime. And I believe that there's a very deep issue that's that is contributing to that. And it really bothers me. Like, it scares me. I haven't talked about it very much because it's not, to me, it's like only funny for like the first 30 seconds. And then it becomes extremely dark. There has to, she's not well. A person who does that, that's about power and control and, I don't even know what. I mean, I would like to see like an FBI profile talk about people who do that. I kind of tried to do some research on that yesterday. I didn't come up with much, but I do know that it is something that psychopaths do. I'm not saying she's a psychopath. I'm just saying that psychopaths also leave excrement on places. Let's go over to the chat. Please don't forget, super chats are open. I do take tips, and that's on YouTube. You have to motor over to the YouTube link in order to access the super chats. It helps keep the show going. Yeah, I think that this is interesting too. I thought this was one of the most telling parts of the video was, did something happen to you? No. Are you hurt? No. And then she starts again with the questioning him. It's just aggravation, just added aggravation. All right, let's see what else. Amanda says it wasn't legal for her to do that, and he should press charges for the illegal recordings. I think they were in California, and California is a two-party state. So I'm actually still confused as to why that was allowed into court. But to me, it doesn't show what she says it showed anyway. I don't think it hurts him. I don't think it hurts him. Brian says you don't think your partner is going to use it against you. No matter the situation, you're supposed to think you're safe with your partner. That's right. That's right. And I mean, barring some serious criminal activity, and I mean actual abuse, because I don't consider that to be abuse. I consider her to have aggravated that situation when she could have walked away. She was free to walk away. She didn't have to engage with him at all. And he didn't do anything to her either, even though he was slamming around the kitchen and throwing things. He didn't do anything to her. She didn't get cut. I got more hurt with the glass on the floor just now than she did in that situation. So, yeah. Okay. Miss Behaven says, didn't she grow up in an abusive household like Johnny? She needs serious help. Well, that is her story. But I have to say that I now seriously doubt anything she says. And I think that because she's so attention seeking, I'm not sure. I think we would have to talk to her family to find out if she is possibly perpetrating the same type of lie against them that she did to her husband. Also, the psychological evaluation found that she vastly exaggerated her PTSD symptoms, and on that test, it dove into childhood trauma. So I'm not saying she didn't have any, but I'm not sure it was what she said it was. Okay, so Linda, you think that this is evil talk, that there's enough drama without news, people stirring the pot? My job is to talk to people about what I see in the news and what's going on. And this trial is definitely in the news. And I mean, I have opinions on it like anybody else. I don't think it's evil to talk about it. I actually think that some good can come out of this. And I'm hoping, and my message to young women everywhere, of course, especially in relationships, is don't follow the bear into the cave. If your significant other wants some time alone, that goes for men too. If your significant other wants some time away from you during an argument, you must let them go. Don't stop that. That's abusive. Refusing to let your partner leave a volatile situation, keeping them hostage, that's abuse. And women need to understand that. That's abuse. And I think that some good could come out of this if we can get the message out that you need your partner's consent to continue an argument. And if they don't consent to it, that argument has to come to an end at that time. Otherwise, it's abusive. It is clearly abusive to keep on haranguing, harassing, and demanding that your partner stay and fight. Fighting is for losers. Stop it. You're supposed to love one another. And love does not come with that kind of harassment and abuse. And so I think that it's not evil talk. I think that I'm contributing to positive things about this trial, which is trying to talk to the people who are out there listening and help them with their relationships. Don't be like Amber Heard. Get control of your emotions and don't aggravate the situation. All right, so I need a short break because I need to clean up the glass that I have spilled. My mega pint, sadly, took a dive and is all over the floor. And I need to go get the vacuum cleaner. And so what I'm going to do is put up the court stream again, and I'm going to turn off my microphone and camera, but I will be back when court starts again, and that will be at around 2:30. So it's 10 to 2 now. So in about 40 minutes, okay? So thanks for being here, and I'll see you soon.
Public accounting firm?
A certified public accounting firm is authorized by a particular state, in my case, California, to audit financial information and to certify the statements related thereto.
What's the nature of the work that's done at Edward White and Company?
It's diversified. It includes providing tax and related compliance services, that is to do the tax returns for the clients. That's both fiduciary, corporate, individual, as well as partnership work. We also are involved in providing.
I got a new
financial
mega
statements
pint.
for financial institutions and for governmental agencies. We, in addition to that, have a business management department and provide a wide variety of services in that capacity.
Are you the Edward White of Edward White and Company?
Yes, I am.
Who do you employ?
We employ a very talented group of professionals that have really amazing credentials. They have graduate degrees from NYU and USC in business administration, as well as taxation. Many of my colleagues have been with the firm for over 25 years, in one case for 35 years. I'm very proud to be associated with this group of people.
Who are your principal clients?
We represent approximately 100 high net worth individuals and the companies that they own and operate. In addition to that, we do work for governmental agencies such as the Department of Justice, the state of Alaska, the state of California, and the city of Long Beach.
What's your educational background?
I started my college career utilizing the GI Bill. I served 4 years in the Air Force and was fortunate enough to have that opportunity. My undergraduate degree was in business administration, and I have a master's degree in business administration from the University of Southern California. After completing my graduate degree at USC, I took several tax classes, corporate, fiduciary, estate and gift, and subject matters such as that.
Do you have any other experience with education?
Yes, I was a former professor of accounting and taxation at California State University, located in Los Angeles, California.
What kind of work do you personally do?
The work I do is primarily transaction oriented. Acquisitions of companies, dispositions, that is buying or selling a company, arranging financing with large financial institutions, consulting with clients where they feel it's appropriate for me to be involved, assisting my colleagues. As I mentioned to you, we have approximately 100 high net worth individual clients, and there's always something that I can contribute to.
Do you hold any certifications?
Yes, I'm certified in financial forensics by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. I'm also a member of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the California Society of Certified Public Accountants. And of course, I'm a certified public accountant.
What are financial forensics?
That's an attempt to ascertain not only the facts, but what transpired as relates to financial activity. So you do a study based upon financial records. You then look at contracts. You look at other financial information in an attempt to, once again, not only ascertain what the results were, but what caused the results.
Have you ever previously testified in court?
Yes, I've been accepted as an expert witness in both the California court and the federal courts, and I have testified in matters involving the Department of Justice and the FBI.
Okay. Do you serve on any boards, or have you served on any boards?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor. This witness is not being proffered as an expert in this case.
All right.
Wasn't
This
designated.
is just a fact witness and not an expert witness.
Fact witness, and it goes to credibility.
But I'll sustain the objection. I think we can move on.
Do you know Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
How'd you come to know Mr. Depp?
I met him because he was introduced to me by a senior executive at the Bank of California, Richard Smith.
Do you work with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
In what capacity?
We are his business management firm.
Well, you all said you wanted Johnny to come in dressed as Captain
By
Jack, and the
approximately
best
6
you're going to
years.
get is probably me.
What does that
I'm even
role
clanking.
involve?
Processing, managing his financial affairs. As you know, Mr. Depp is an amazing talent internationally acclaimed for his work, but he relegated his financial activities to me and
Cheers.
my colleagues. So we provide a wide variety of services for him.
Yo ho.
Do you do this kind of work for other people?
Yes, we do. Numerous other clients.
I got into Johnny's eyeliner too.
When did you first become involved with Mr. Depp?
Approximately 6 years ago, after the introduction from Mr. Smith.
What was the nature of the work that you were to perform for him?
Initially, it was to perform a forensic study, evaluate his financial affairs, and to formulate recommendations on how he could manage his affairs in a more advantageous manner.
After you conducted that analysis, what did you do?
I met with Mr. Depp, the purpose of which was to share with him the results of our findings and to make recommendations on how he could resolve the issues he was confronting.
When was that meeting?
That meeting was on April 21st, 2016.
Who called the meeting?
Ahoy!
I did. I called the meeting because I felt it was appropriate to meet with Mr. Depp and to discuss his affairs and to provide him with opportunities and plans.
Oh, this was the poor guy who had to
strategies
tell him that
to
he
resolve
lost
the issues he
600
was
million
confronting.
bucks.
Where was the meeting held?
It was held at his offices in Los Angeles, California.
Do you know approximately what time it began?
It began at approximately 7:30, and my recollection is there were 7 people in attendance, including Mr. Depp and myself.
Yo ho.
Was alcohol served at the meeting?
Not to my recollection. I don't recall any alcohol being consumed.
Did Mr. Depp stay for the entirety of the meeting?
Oh, yes. He was very interested in the contents. He asked very thoughtful questions. He was fully engaged and fully sensitive to the matters that we were discussing.
So in other words, he wasn't drunk.
Did there come a time when Mr. Depp didn't participate in the meeting?
No, he was very actively involved. He did excuse himself on 2 or 3 occasions. It's my understanding that he was going to contact Ms. Heard and attempt to respond to her concerns and also address the fact that this was an extremely important meeting and that it involved his financial viability and that he felt it imperative to stay and address the issues I was discussing with him.
When did the meeting conclude?
At approximately 9:30. So it went for approximately 2 hours.
At the conclusion of the meeting, what did you observe as to Mr. Depp?
That he was fully engaged once again. He thanked me profusely for not only addressing the problems, but he was excited about the fact there was a strategy and plan to resolve the problems.
Did he appear impaired to you in any way?
No, to the contrary, I found him to be.
I'm sorry, sir, there was an objection. All right, what was the objection? I'm sorry. Leading?
Just I asked him for his observation as to impairment.
Well, if you want to ask different, I'll sustain that objection, but you can ask another question.
Did you make any observations as to Mr. Depp's potential?
This is his financial advisor, Johnny's financial
It was
advisor.
readily apparent to me that he was actively involved in the conversation. He asked very thoughtful and prudent questions. He was genuinely interested. And once again, when he left, he thanked me profusely for not only addressing the issues, but formulating a strategy and plan to resolve them in a successful manner.
Did you play any role on Mr. Depp's behalf with respect to the dissolution of his marriage to Ms. Heard?
Yes, I was actively involved in the negotiations of the separation and the marriage dissolve.
What role did you play in those negotiations?
Well, in my capacity as his business manager, I understood his financial capacity and the tax implications associated with it. So I was actively involved in addressing those issues as they were forthcoming from counsel.
You mentioned tax implications. What are you talking about there?
Excuse me?
You think you just mentioned tax implications? What are you talking about there?
Well, what I was talking about is that when Ms. Heard began the negotiations, she was asking for approximately $4 million. That
Objection, Your
balance
Honor.
then was
Foundation,
increased.
Hearsay, lack of foundation, Hearsay.
It's hearsay what she asked for.
Request made by Ms. Heard and her counsel in a conversation, in communications.
Here, you want to approach for a minute?
Certainly.
Oh, now they have to approach. All right. Well, ahoy, ahoy, my mateys. I'm back. And the costumery is escalating. Welcome back to the live stream. Please like and share. Like and share. Get it back out there. Get those numbers back up so they know we're back. I had to take some time out because I smashed my mega pint while I was moving my chair because my backside went numb. And there was glass all over the floor, so I had to go get the vacuum. And while I was after I was done doing that, I got into the costume closet because you all had such a good idea about Johnny coming into court dressed as Captain Jack, and I thought, well, that's probably not going to happen, but I can do it. So why not? Why not? And I got a new mega pint. This is actually a quart. It's a mega quart, and happy hour is at any hour. It's late enough.
Involvement on behalf of Mr. Depp in the negotiation. What was your understanding of what Ms. Heard was looking for?
She initially was looking for a consideration of $4 million, but her demand continually increased. It went from $4 million to $5 million. Then it went from $5 million to $5.5 million. Then it went to $7 million. And then it was $7 million, and she demanded that Mr. Depp also pay $500,000 to her attorneys. Then, after that consideration, she also said that all the community liabilities that were accumulated
Objection,
during the
Your
course of the
Honor.
marriage, which approximated
Sorry, there's an
$13.5 million.
objection, sir. Whenever there's an objection, I'm sorry. If you can't hear it, I'll let you know. Okay?
Oh, thank you. Your
Yeah,
Honor.
no problem,
This just
sir.
goes into his allegations of what she said, which Your Honor just instructed, sustain the objection on that. He has no foundation to suggest that. No knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I understand that. I asked his understanding.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Good. Why
May I
wouldn't he
continue?
know? He's the
Yes, I would,
financial
yes.
advisor.
Yes.
He would know.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He learns very well.
So the next demand was that all of the community liabilities that were unresolved, approximately $13.5 million, that Mr. Depp had to pay those liabilities in its entirety. So at that point, she was demanding $14,250,000 of consideration. And then it got worse. The next demand was that all of this consideration
Wow.
be paid to her free of taxation.
Whoa.
And counselor, for him to pay $14,250,000 to Miss Heard, that would require him to earn approximately
Objection, Your Honor.
$30
This
million.
is so far beyond the scope, so far beyond his foundation of what was discussed.
All right, I'll sustain that last answer. All right. Next question.
Did you make a proposal as to how payments would be made to Ms. Heard?
Yes, I did. And they were initially contemplated to be paid directly to the charities. The Children's Hospital Los Angeles, for the benefit of the children who required severe medical service, and to the ACLU. During the course of the negotiations, one of the demands, because the contract changed, was that the payments be made directly to Ms. Heard.
Did you have any personal involvement with either the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
Yes, I did.
Oh, boy.
Mr. Depp directed me to issue two $100,000 checks directly to the Children's Hospital Los Angeles. I knew that he was involved and supported their efforts and appreciated his service. In addition to that, he directed me to contribute $100,000 to ACLU. In accordance with his instructions, my colleagues drafted the checks, I executed them, and they were delivered to the two charities.
Did you continue making payments to either of those charities on Ms. Heard's behalf?
No, in fact, I was chastised for making the payments by Ms.
Oh,
Heard's counsel and told that the payments in the future had to go
Objection, Your
directly
Honor.
to her.
This is clear hearsay. He's not answering
oh,
the question. I would ask for you to instruct him to answer the question and not expound upon his.
I'll sustain as to hearsay. Next question.
What
I don't
role did
understand
you
that.
play
This is
with
his
respect
job.
to
He
the
was
payments
involved in
ultimately
this. He
made?
was told by her. How is that hearsay
We
that he was a
supplied
witness
the
to it?
payments to Ms. Heard in accordance with the agreement, either on or before the date in which they were required to be paid. The first payments made to Ms. Heard was $2 million in 2017. Then in April of 2017, another payment of $1 million made payable directly to Ms. Heard was made. Then in August of 2017, another $1 million was paid directly to Ms. Heard. Then in November, $500,000 was paid directly to Ms. Heard. My colleagues drafted those checks. I executed them. They were delivered on a timely basis. Therefore, in 2017, she was paid $4.5 million directly paid to her. Then on February 1 of 2018, she was paid the final installment of $2.3 million for total payments that went directly to Ms. Heard of $6.8 million.
Do you know when this lawsuit was filed?
Yes, it was filed in March 1, 2019.
Were the payments that were made on Mr. Depp's behalf directly to Ms. Heard the only economic benefit she received?
Objection leading.
I haven't heard them. Go. I'll overrule the objection first, so now go ahead.
Yeah. Were the payments made on to Ms. Heard the only economic benefits that she received from the settlement agreement?
No, as I shared with you earlier, Mr. Depp was required to pay $500,000 to Ms. Heard's counsel, which he did in a timely and respectful manner. He was also required to pay all the community liabilities, which accumulated during their 15-month of marriage, was approximately $13,500,000.
He had to pay everything.
So he paid all the community liabilities. She paid none of them. That's why you have to aggregate the money that was paid directly to her, the money that was paid to her, to the charities on her behalf, the money that was paid to her attorneys, and the relief of all these liabilities that he had to satisfy. That's why I said to you, Counselor, that the total consideration paid to her was $14,250,000, and she demanded that that payment be made free of taxation, that Mr. Depp would have to satisfy all the tax liabilities.
How long were they married for?
They were married for 15 months.
Okay. Were the payments that went to Ms. Heard the only payments that you've made on Mr. Depp's behalf?
No, we satisfied all of his obligations, so it was very customary for us to pay everything that Mr. Depp was obligated to pay.
Are you familiar with an entity known as 2020 Wine?
This poor man.
Yes, I am.
He's just money bags for her.
Why are you familiar with it?
It's a prominent purveyor of wine in Los
Objection,
Angeles,
Your Honor,
California.
Foundation, hearsay.
I don't see the hearsay, but I don't know.
Foundation at this point.
Can we approve?
Sure, sure.
Can you guys hear me okay? I'm not using my regular headphones because they won't fit under the hat. Is the microphone? Now, don't mess with me in the chat. You guys like to do that. Just tell me honestly. Can you hear me okay? Am I coming through? But the costume requires that I use Bluetooth headphones instead. So I'm feeling a little off balance. What's up, chat? You're so quiet. What's up? I see you there. Oh, good. Thank you, Gaelic Gypsy. Yeah, okay, so looking at the comments, I almost peed my pants when I turned around and saw you in that hat.
I asked you, how were you familiar with 2020 Wine Merchant? That's not what I asked you. That's what I'm asking you now.
2020 is a highly
Mega Court.
recognized purveyor of wine in Los Angeles, along with other companies.
What involvement, if any, did you have with 2020?
I satisfied the liabilities that Mr. Depp incurred, which at the dissolve of their marriage was approximately $160,000.
Do you continue to pay Mr. Depp's wine bill?
Yes, I do. We pay all of his obligations, but his wine bill has shrunk to virtually zero.
Zero?
Because he does not consume that much in the way of wine. He's made a few gifts around Christmas time, but his wine bill has gone to virtually zero.
So he's sober now.
Are you familiar with a Spanish wine known as Vega Sicilia.
Yes,
How are you familiar with that?
I know that it is a very expensive wine and that I know that Ms. Heard enjoyed drinking the wine.
Oh,
How much does it
man.
cost?
The cost of the wine is approximately $500 a bottle.
Wow.
Were you ultimately charged with paying for the wine that was served on at the birthday party on April 21, 2016?
Yes, I was. We rendered the
Objection,
payment for that
foundation.
balance.
I'll overrule the objection. It's fine.
How many bottles of Vega Sicilia were served?
At Ms. Heard's request, she ordered 5 bottles of the wine and 8 bottles of other wine. So a total of 13 bottles of wine.
Wow. So since the divorce, his wine bill has gone down to near zero. Just Christmas presents. Isn't that interesting? And she wants to paint him as a lush,
Your Honor.
as a drunk.
Good afternoon, Mr. White.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
Your firm has been paid
That's
millions
going
of
on the
dollars
ticker.
by Mr. Depp and his companies since you were first retained in 2016, correct?
Correct?
And in fact, you're being paid for the time that you're sitting on that witness stand today, aren't you?
No.
Well, you charged the time that you spent in connection with legal proceedings in this case, correct?
That's correct, but I charge for my time.
Yeah.
And it's the
right.
same time.
You answer
that
my
I would
question, sir. In
charge-
fact, you charge $710 an hour for your time, don't you?
Counsel, if you let me complete my answer, I'll
No,
be happy to respond.
Oh boy.
Sir, please just
Tell him.
Please try to stick to the question that I'm asking you. You've had your chance to go well beyond the question being asked, but if you could just please stick to the question I'm asking you, it would go a lot faster.
I don't think your microphone was on there. It's not really badgering, not
Yeah,
an
thank you, Your
objection,
Honor.
but that's all right. So just if you could answer the question that's asked. Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
All
Your
right.
Honor. Let me start over, sir. You charge Mr. Depp $710 an hour for the work that you do for him, don't you?
That is my standard rate for all clients, and yes, I do charge that rate to Mr. Depp.
And you gave a deposition in this case. You remember that on or around February 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
And that day, you charged Mr. Depp $710 an hour for the time that you spent giving testimony that day, didn't you?
I did.
And you charged Mr. Depp $710 an hour for anything that you do in connection with his account, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You have about 6 people working on Depp's account, correct?
Yes.
And whether through you or one of your colleagues, your main contact with Mr. Depp and his companies is his sister, Christy Dombrowski, correct?
No.
Who is your main contact?
Mr. Depp.
Your colleague maintains active communication with Christy Dombrowski, correct?
Could you ask a question, Counselor?
Colleagues maintains active communication with Christy Dombrowski.
Is the stream okay, you guys? Because I'm being noticed that the Wi-Fi is low. If it starts to stutter or
All right, yes, sir.
if it starts to stutter or, the circle, what do you call that? Loading, just hang in there. It'll pop back up. I like this guy. Yeah, Rottenborn does have an attitude problem, Nellie. You're absolutely correct. He's
Mr.
the
White,
one
I've
who's
handed you
hostile.
The transcript from your deposition that you gave in this case on February 2nd, 2022. You remember that? We did it over Zoom.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth in that deposition as best you can, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn to page 1?
Why is he reminding him of his oath?
Certainly.
Why is he reminding him that he was sworn in? It's glitching. Oh, shoot. It should fix itself. The Wi-Fi
16, Counselor?
notice went away.
116, 116.
If you're
Okay,
just getting
have it.
here,
And
this
now
is
you
his
just answered
financial
no to my
advisor.
question about your colleagues maintaining communication with Christy Dombrowski, but at your deposition just 2 months ago on line 11 of page 116, Question is, what about Christy Dombrowski? The answer that you gave is, I do not. I haven't spoken to Christy in some time. One of my colleagues probably maintains an active basis of communications between her and our firm. Did I read that right?
Yes, but you
That
need to
was
you
my
need to
question,
define the
just if
term.
I read that right, sir. Now, part of the services that you provide, that your firm provides to Mr. Depp, is to pay the bills to his doctors, correct?
Yes,
And you make payments relating to maintenance or damages to his properties, correct?
yes,
Now, you were contacted in early 2016, right? You testified to that to do work on behalf of Mr. Depp?
we were engaged in March
Engaged.
of 2016, if that's your question.
Right. Around February 10th, is that when you were first contacted?
I do not recall the date.
And you said you were introduced by executives, a guy named Richard Smith at the Bank of California?
Yes,
Mr. Depp owed significant amount of money to the Bank of California at that time, correct?
no.
He owed money to the Bank of California, correct?
I do not recall that he had an active indebtedness with the Bank of California.
I don't
He had
think this
other,
plays well to the
commercial
jury.
loans, but not with the Bank of California.
Rotten
And
Boy's
after you were
attitude.
brought on, you developed an understanding that Mr. Depp's financial status was very challenging, correct?
It was challenging, but we had an ability to resolve the problems if they were
Yep.
properly addressed.
He had liquidity problems, right?
He had substantial assets in excess of his liabilities, but he had short-term obligations that need to be satisfied.
Let me just ask that again. At the time that you were brought on, he had liquidity problems, correct?
Can you define liquidity for me?
I'm asking you. At the
Good.
time he was
Good
brought on,
response.
He had liquidity problems, correct?
Yeah, define it.
I would define
Make him define it.
the term liquidity as where the short-term assets are less than the short-term, are less than the short-term liabilities. And if that's how you're defining liquidity, I would agree.
In layman's terms that I can understand, because I don't speak all the kind of business school terms that you speak. He didn't have enough money at the time, correct? He was spending more than he was bringing in, correct?
Yes,
And you gave him advice about how he could hopefully get out of that problem, correct?
yes,
Okay. And just to be clear, Mr. White, because you've testified to some degree of knowledge about wine that you allege that Ms. Heard
It's an
requested.
elite wine
So you
club
seem to have some knowledge of Mr.
with
Depp's
lots of
spending.
mega pints.
Ms. Heard didn't buy any of the dozens of properties that Mr. Depp owned, correct?
correct. He owned the assets prior to their marriage.
She didn't pay $5 million to blast Hunter Thompson's ashes out of a cannon, did she?
Not to my
Obviously
knowledge.
not.
She didn't
Johnny
buy
did
a
that.
yacht that she couldn't afford and then have to sell it to J.K. Rowling, did she?
Oh, for crying
Not
out
to my
loud.
knowledge.
He
Now,
can
let's
do
talk
whatever he
about that
wants with
meeting
his
on
money.
April 21st, 2016. You said the meeting started at about 7:30 p.m.
Yes,
and lasted till maybe 9:30. Is that right?
yes.
And you have
Thank
no
you, John.
idea, no personal knowledge.
Get in
where
here
Mr.
if you
Depp
want to. I sent
went
you a link.
after he left that meeting, do you?
I got my mega
That
pint
is
too.
correct. I did not go
Actually,
with
it's a
them.
quart.
I went home.
And at that meeting, Mr. Depp was given some catastrophic news about his business, correct?
He was given news that he needed to address a number of financial issues, but I had a strategy and plan to fully resolve them.
That news that he was given that night was catastrophic, wasn't it?
No,
Oh, I love this guy. He's like, we could solve it. It's no big deal.
May I approach, Your Honor?
He's Johnny Depp. We'll solve it. That's why he sold the yacht, of course. And he has all this property that's worth a lot of money. He owns a friggin' island. He'll be okay if he needs to pay debts or whatever. He can sell property. And this is a great witness. The guy is very competent. You can tell he's a professional. He knows what he's talking about. This is exactly
White,
the
let's
kind of
do
guy
this
you
again
want
with
on the
another
stand.
Under oath series of statements. You gave testimony in the UK trial, did you not?
yes,
And that testimony was under oath, correct?
yes.
All right. And in front of you, I have your
Oh shoot, my
from
headphones aren't on. Hold on.
testimony
Oh,
on
okay.
behalf of
Still
Mr. Depp,
recovering from a
correct?
bad sickness. He's
I
going
gave
to
it
pop in for a
honestly.
couple of minutes.
Okay. You gave it on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct? You were one of his witnesses called.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you please turn to page 865?
Isn't it sad, Stephanie? Wasted so much money on this succubus and her leech friends and family who lived off of Johnny for years,
And
lived in his
second
penthouses,
page of the document,
drank
upper
his
left.
wine,
Before that, the questions are talking about this meeting on April 21st.
embarrassed his
2016.
friends.
And you were asked the question now Mr. Depp was given
Oh my gosh, this has been a bad one.
about his
Cold
business.
wise.
Answer.
I'm so sorry,
that
John.
is correct.
What can you do?
Did I read that right?
You did.
Yo ho,
Remember,
yo ho,
I
me
didn't
matey.
get a chance to
Yo ho.
respond.
Arr.
I did not define that.
Sir, you'll have a chance. The attorney will get back up and redirect you. Okay. So if you
The UK trial was not
And the reason
televised.
I'm asking, sir, is
They
because you
don't
just
allow
gave
that
the
in
exact
England
opposite testimony here, so
because
that's-
it's not
that's why we
free
pointed that out.
like we are.
Now,
Freedom
you, At
rocks.
this meeting, you had a discussion about his financial affairs. And
Did you
an
say that
necessity to
the
formulate
UK
a
Lawn
revised
Tennis Association banned Russian players?
Yes.
And you talked about the following.
Of course they
financial
did.
information. You
Yeah, it's
talked
like,
about bank
gosh.
Obligations and tax liabilities, right?
Yes.
Which means money you owe to either the government or banks, correct?
Yes.
You talked about assets that he needed to sell, correct?
Yes.
Properties and things like that he needed to sell to generate money.
Correct.
You talked about ways to reduce spending, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about how to get new engagements, correct?
Yes.
How to get new gigs, right?
Not how to get them, but
The
I
need to
encouraged
get
him to get them. I'm not an
Understood.
agent.
This is
I agree.
exactly the kind of
Curious
guy you
agent.
want running your
And
finances.
Understood. You
Dude, I'd
talked
turn
about the
everything
need
over to this guy.
Get new gigs to generate additional money to help address these financial woes that he was experiencing, correct?
Yes.
You also told him at that meeting that his taxes, he hadn't paid taxes in years, correct?
No, that's not correct. That he had not paid any taxes in years is not correct.
That he was significantly delinquent in federal tax obligations.
Oh,
dating back
everybody's
years,
delinquent
correct?
in federal tax. You have to file for
Know how you're
rich
defining
people file
years.
for
There were delinquent
extensions.
liabilities. I addressed them and formulated a plan.
I doubt a guy like that would let him be delinquent in his federal taxes. That's silly. Did you see Amber's hair today, John? She is trying to look like Dr. Muffin. Dr.
No, I've not tuned in at all.
you
This
talked
is
about
the
the
first. I just
significant-
saw it
Well,
pop up on my feed
she's
here.
got the messy
Delinquent tax
updo, just like
liabilities that would run into the
Dr.
millions of
Mommy
dollars,
Muffin.
taxes
I will
unpaid,
judge it as soon
correct?
as I see it.
That is correct.
Okay.
The important things here. Hit that like and subscribe button.
John always remembers to do that, and I never do. And share, please. Share the video. Share the stream. We lost a few viewers while I was cleaning up my mega pint crash. I destroyed my mega
And so
pint,
after receiving
and I was
these-
cleaning up
this
the glass,
catastrophic
so I didn't
news,
sever my
as
toe.
we discussed,
Oof.
you have no idea where Mr. Depp went when he walked out of the doors of his office, correct?
I do not know
Okay.
where he went.
Can you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 936, please?
Trying, Jose, but they're not doing a great job. This guy's he comes across very well. I've got a lawyer in the stream. My sister, Stephanie, she says this guy is a great witness. I agree.
And Mr. White, I'm not gonna, this is a long document that we can scroll through, but what I'll represent to you and Michelle can sort of scroll down is that these appear to be Mr. Depp's tax returns for Mr. Depp and his companies from 2009 to 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
And these
If he
are-
says,
are
"Did I read
returns
that
as
right?"
part
one
of
more
your,
time, I'm going to scream.
Role as his CPA firm now, his business manager firm now. Your firm prepares these tax returns, correct?
Yes.
And you maintain these tax returns in the ordinary course of your business, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I know there's
Great
gonna be
point,
plenty of
Stephanie.
redaction to do, but I just
Don't
want
make
to
the
tax
jury
these
mad.
into evidence. I don't plan
What's
to
the tax
publish them
returns
or
have to do
anything
with
at this
this?
point.
Yeah, who knows? They're trying to make him look like he is financially irresponsible, which I don't know why that has anything to do with if Amber Heard defamed him or not. How does his financial behavior mean anything when it comes to being defamed? I think it's just they're just trying to smear him. They're doing more defamation inside the courtroom. Thank you, Tina, for agreeing to
All right,
supply
so
muffins.
936 will come
We all like
into
muffins
evidence,
very
but I'll wait
much.
for redactions and they will not be published. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, I agree, Alexandra. It's not relevant at all whether he's a big spender or a small spender or what his
Now, Mr.
taxes
White,
are.
you understood that Mr. Depp showed up hours late for work on Pirates 5, correct?
More defamation. Here we go. Defamed by
That is not
Rottenborn.
correct.
Not correct.
Are you familiar with Tracy Jacobs?
Yes.
That's Mr. Depp's former agent, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that she was serving as his agent, part of her job responsibilities, to the best of your understanding, was to communicate with you about Mr. Depp's financial affairs, correct?
To the extent she had knowledge,
Right.
yes, she would communicate.
And you and she did communicate about Mr. Depp, correct?
During the period of her engagement, yes, we did communicate.
Can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 874, please, Michelle?
This is incredible. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Today's testimony has been so much more interesting than yesterday. I'll give it that. This has been some exciting stuff today.
Mr. White, do you see here this text exchange between you and Tracy Jacobs?
Yes.
And your texts are in white and Miss Jacobs are in blue, correct?
Yes.
He looks annoyed. This is not a guy who I think Rottenborn is going to pull anything over on.
Scroll to the document that is bait stamped Depp 19246. It's about the fifth or sixth one down, please.
This man is pretty sharp. Rottenborn. He should use his name. I want to hear this guy say, yes, Mr. Rottenborn. No, Mr.
White,
Rottenborn.
do you see here the third text down from Tracy Jacobs to you?
Blah, you're back.
Saying,
Is
"Thanks,
Elaine
I got
going
a
to
call
ask
from
the
Disney
accountant
last
about
week
makeup?
saying he showed up.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not hearsay, it's party opponent. She's his agent. I'm happy to approach if you'd like to discuss.
Rottenborn doesn't seem to pull anything over on anyone. Certainly not on the watching audience, I'll tell you that. I don't think people like Rottenborn very much. Can you believe, John, the universe giving us a guy named Rottenborn?
It's amazing. This seems to happen a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, like Binger.
Yes.
Binger. The Rittenhouse prosecutor, whose name was E. Thomas Binger. You couldn't ask for a better silly name. Although this one's better. My God. Rottenborn. Born rotten. And everybody hates him. It's just perfect. I love it when that happens. Today, John, I said that maybe we are living in a simulation that was built by Elon Musk, and he's the main character. That's how it's starting to feel. A few years ago, I thought maybe it was Trump. That it was Trump.
It felt like Trump. Yeah.
Yeah.
We might have shifted simulations, though. That's possible.
We may have jumped timelines. I feel like there might be a timeline shifting going back and forth all the time. But I think we are now in Elon Musk's timeline because he has surfaced in this trial today. Did you know that? That was the big bombshell. I don't know if you were watching, but Elon Musk paid $500,000 to the ACLU and allowed Amber Heard to take credit for it. That wasn't her divorce money that she said
that's funny.
Yeah. Yeah. She somehow talked Elon Musk into donating $500,000 and letting her take credit for it so she could keep Johnny's $7 million from the divorce settlement. What a shocker. Oh, and I guess they're conferencing with the judge now about what they are and are not going to be allowed to do.
Trying to get a good look at her hair here. She's kind of in the
Oh,
corner.
okay. So it's I wish you could see it because it's like swept up on one side and then hanging down on the other, just like the doctor, like Dr. Curry. You know how she's a mirror?
Hmm.
Dr. Curry says she mirrors others in order to get sympathy or create a bond. Well, today she's trying to look like Dr. Curry. It's very clear. No, Stephanie, I haven't figured out why Elon had a bruise. John, have you seen the pictures of when Amber was with Elon dating him and he's shown with a big black eye with her? You got to look it up.
No, interesting. So it's Elon and Amber.
Elon Musk, black eye, Amber Heard, and you'll find it. And it's a huge black eye. And we have not had any explanation for why he was walking around with her with a big black eye.
Oh, I
Did
see
she
it.
hit Elon Musk? Did she throw a bottle of something at him? Did she throw a mega pint at Elon Musk? I think that the people deserve to know.
Wow.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, looks like he fell down the stairs or something.
Fell down the stairs. Elon said she was crazy. Where did he say that? Who did he say that to? I'm concerned that that baby she had through a surrogate might be Elon's baby. Does anybody know who the baby daddy is? I really do not see this woman as a mother. I'm very sad for her kid. Elon did have a baby though with that the one that left him for a man who wears dresses. What is her name? His Grimes?
Yeah,
Something
she's
Grimes?
nuts too.
I don't know who
he's
she
not
is or
very
what
good
she,
at
he doesn't have good taste in women, do you think?
No. I think this happens a lot with like the hyper successful, top 1% men.
Mhm.
Because they what happens is they kind of get older. They they think, oh, I've got $1 billion, so I can get a 20-year-old. But any 20-year-old who's going to do that is usually going to have nefarious reasons for doing
She scores very high in
Yeah.
the crazy hot matrix.
Exactly.
Like I've been saying, you can't beat the crazy hot matrix even
You
if
can't.
you're Elon Musk. It's not
No.
possible.
You can't save
You
her, bro.
must stay in the fun zone and the wife zone. Stay away from the danger zone. This is good advice. You don't need a 10. Take it a 7 or an 8 that scores lower on the crazy scale. Because you trust me, you'll be happier. Because eventually looks will fade. And no matter how much Botox you shove in your skin or how many cheek implants you put into your face to look like Maleficent, like Amber Heard appears to do, you will lose those looks, wrinkles will come, and what you'll be left with is a psycho who throws vodka bottles and severs your finger. Your wife is super hot, John.
Thank you.
I
agree.
And she, how does she score on the crazy matrix?
Oh, she's very low crazy. So
Very low crazy. That's
Yeah.
a rare find because she's like a 9.5.
wow. Well, thank you.
I mean, she's very, very attractive.
And she doesn't overdo makeup. She doesn't do Botox, doesn't color her hair, none of that junk. Because that's, if you get somebody really into their own appearances when they're in their 30s, that's a red flag by itself, I think.
Yes. Blah says, I wish Depp had found a nice, grounded woman like that shrink. Yes, she was great, huh? She's obviously married. She talked about her
We
husband,
just
so
saw
she's off the
text I
market.
started reading. Do you remember that text?
Yes.
Okay. We're just gonna show you and move for admission of that page of the document with that text. So I just wanted, since you won't see
Yes,
anything else, I
Andrea,
just
she
wanted
has a
you
kid.
to orient yourself that
I
is
know,
the
it's
text that you're
weird.
just reading. Okay.
Fine.
All right. That page or that text?
They're going to redact it, just that one text.
Thank you.
Oh, that's sad. Elon, he has you think he has severe autism? I've heard that he's autistic, but I don't know. I mean, he
Your Honor, I would
seems
move for admission of
to
this
sell it
document
pretty
as,
well
I
in
guess we could call
interviews.
it the defendant's 874A.
Okay, 874A with the redactions. All right, thanks.
She is a babe, and she seems very
Mr. White,
sweet.
you just testified a few minutes ago that you you didn't have any understanding of Mr. Depp showing up late for work on Pirates 5, but in fact, you received this text from Tracy Jacobs that says, thanks. I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5 hours late for ADR work in London for Pirates 5.
More
I really need to
defamation.
speak to him before he starts work on
Smearing
his
his character.
project in LA. Did I read that right? Permission to publish this, Your Honor?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I thought the testimony the other day from someone who said Johnny's been late for everything his entire life was
I
funny.
just wanted to ask you if I read that right, that you received this text message saying in part, I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5 hours late for ADR work in London for Pirates 5. I really need to speak to him before he starts work on this next project in LA. Did I read that right?
I believe you read it right.
Thank you.
Did I
Now,
read that right? Internal screaming.
At some point, you became familiar. You can go ahead and take that down. Thank you. At some point, you became familiar, as you testified, with what Amber
So he's
planned to
late
do with money that she
to
got
work?
from
Yeah, that's-
Mr. Depp in the divorce. Correct?
That's their
It
defense.
was the understanding from the beginning the money would be contributed to charities.
The two charities, to the
Contracts were
Children's
drafted in that
Hospital of
manner.
L-
Oh,
Children's Hospital
Rottenborn,
of
stop
LA
interrupting him.
and
You look like an
ACLU,
ass.
correct?
That is correct.
And as we discussed, you wrote checks to those two organizations that were part of Mr. Depp's divorce payment, but they were just sent directly to those organizations, correct?
Me too, Stephanie.
Yes.
Can you please pull up defendant's exhibit 1639? Actually, let's do defendant's exhibit. Yeah, we'll do 1639. Thanks.
Oh, internal screaming when Rottenborn keeps saying, did I read that right? Every time. Thank
Mr.
you,
White,
Gaelic.
This
Screams.
is a letter from you to the ACLU Foundation dated August 24th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And as part of your work for your 100 or so high-profile, high-net-worth clients, you've helped clients set up pledged contributions to charities before, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes those payments are made over a period of time, correct?
Yes.
Charitable donations aren't always paid at once, correct?
That is correct.
And when you make payments on behalf of your
That's
clients to
Elaine's
charities,
job.
Is it customary for you to send a cover letter like this?
In some instances, yes. In some instances, no.
Okay.
But in
And-
all instances, that there is a signed agreement and an understanding that when the
Yeah,
payments will be made.
that wasn't my question. My question was just, is it customary for you to send a letter like this? And I think you've answered that. And so when you send letters like this on behalf of your clients, do you prepare such letters in the ordinary course of your business?
In some instances, yes.
And in the instances in which you prepare those letters, do you then maintain those letters in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
Cheers,
Your Honor, I move
Liz.
for admission of defendant's exhibit 1639.
Any objection? All right.
Are you doing a drinking game with this?
39 in evidence.
I should be. Every time Elaine asks a question about makeup, drink.
And Michelle, if you could please just scroll through, Mr. White.
I
just
like
wanted
this
to see there's
toast.
The letter here. We'll come back to the letter. And then there's the check that you're making out to the ACLU. Then there's, I guess, the envelope or something, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You
can go back to the
continue
letter, please.
to read
So
correctly.
in this cover letter, you tell the ACLU that you're enclosing a check for $100,000 and that the donation is being made in accordance with Ms. Heard's pledged gift of $3.5 million to the ACLU Foundation, correct?
Yes.
And you also write that the check represents, just go ahead, that the check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments, correct?
It was my understanding
Yeah,
that
I'm
she
just
was
asking
going
if
to
that's what you
contribute $3,500,000
I'm just asking if that's
to
what you wrote,
children.
sir.
You've asked me a question. I'm trying to respond.
No, I was actually just asking if that's what you wrote.
Would you ask the question again, please?
Yeah, you write, this check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift.
Their attorney's just coming off like a jerk.
Contribute the money.
Okay, sir. I just asked if
Rottenborn,
that's what
man.
you wrote.
Born
I
rotten.
think you've answered that. Can we please pull up exhibit 1596?
Your Honor, before we go to the next exhibit, can I raise an issue? with the-
Okay,
the
sure.
bar? Thank you.
Yeah, Rottenborn is coming off like a total dick. I mean, he's just a dick. And this isn't going to play well with the jury. John, I ask you, if you're sitting on the jury, do you like to see a young lawyer badgering an old man?
No, I mean it just feels rotten. Rottenborn. Rottenborn?
Rottenborn. Born rotten. I mean, this is like, it's like we're in a pirate movie. I mean, we
know.
really are. It's like Captain Jack is being stalked by a guy named Rottenborn. It's incredible what's happening here. We should turn this into a movie.
I'm sure it'll be a Netflix documentary movie, and Johnny Depp will be played by a black guy.
Arg. I was looking for an eye patch, but I couldn't find one.
That would have been funny.
That you wrote that accompanied the check that you sent to the
hat
Children's
does well, though.
Hospital of Los Angeles.
And it has a feather, but you can't see it. But it's got a feather.
Letter and the whatever payment, or sorry, this letter is one that you would have.
I also
prepared
have
in the
my
ordinary course of business,
dangly
correct?
jewelry.
Yes. And you
And I'm
would have
wearing all my
maintained this letter in the
necklaces.
ordinary course of business, correct?
Can't see them though.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibit 1596.
Hi, buddy.
596 minutes. You can publish it to the jury.
And Mr. White, this letter also says at the bottom that it represents the check that accompanies this letter, represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift, correct?
When I composed the letter, that was my understanding that she was going to give $3.5 million to charity.
You're really not answering my question. My question was simply, I understand that you want to speak your own narrative here, but my question was simply that
this is harassment.
Says that this
I understand you want to speak your own narrative. That's sort of snide stuff.
Just the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift, correct?
We can both read the letter, and the answer is yes.
Thank you, sir. Now, you hosted a dinner with Mr. Depp.
I see Rottenborn as a zombie character
2016, correct?
who's rotting.
I do recall that.
And that was the first time that Mr. Depp had been introduced to Mr. Waldman, correct?
I do not know that. Be factual.
Now, you are not an expert on California divorce.
I do not know that,
right?
be factual.
And
He sounds like an attorney himself.
Yeah, they're not objecting because this is not helping the
I'm not
defense.
an expert. but
Right.
I've been actively involved in numerous cases involving the disillusionment of marriage and the related proceeds are distributed to each respective party.
Now, you can't give any sort of legal opinion or testimony as to whether or not Ms. Heard would have been entitled to more in the divorce settlement with Mr. Depp than she received, correct?
I'm not an attorney at law.
Okay.
I don't render legal opinions.
So you've never met Amber Heard, correct?
That is correct.
The first time you've ever seen her in person is here in this courtroom this afternoon, correct?
That's my recollection.
And you have no personal knowledge of whether Mr. Depp engaged in domestic abuse against my client, correct?
I've never witnessed him involved in any abuse, and obviously I've never met her. I could not respond to that inquiry.
So the answer to my question is that it's correct that you have no personal knowledge of whether Mr. Depp engaged in domestic abuse against Amber Heard.
That is correct. I have no knowledge.
Nothing further.
Period.
All right, redirect. Mr. Dennison.
Can we pull up defendants 1596?
That's an interesting way of phrasing things because, like, it's kind of proving a negative. So he hasn't seen it. Therefore, he has no knowledge of it. But that means he didn't see anything happening. So if you're innocent till proven guilty,
Sir, can you read the last line?
you're not guilty in that instance.
Your letter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift.
What was the schedule for those payments?
They were scheduled. I don't know the schedule because I don't have a copy of any pledge that she made, if that's your question.
Okay, thank you very much. One more question. Has Mr. Depp paid all his taxes?
Yes, he has. He is
Oh,
fully
here we
current
go.
With all of his federal, foreign, and state tax obligations.
Thank you.
All right, no further questions, Mr. Dennison?
No further questions.
All right, is this witness subject to recall? No? All right, Mr. White, you're free to go. Thank you, sir. Just be very careful stepping down there, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day. All right, your next witness is
Okay, establishing that he
witness,
paid all of his
correct?
taxes, he doesn't owe anything,
right.
and
Let me just-
all that nonsense about weren't you behind on your federal taxes? It's just
Wait a
garbage.
moment.
Your Honor, may we just ask what witness they plan to call?
I see a Mr. Connolly in the lobby, so I'm assuming that must be the one. Okay, good.
Oh, good. We won't have to watch
Good,
another
I'm
tape deposition.
glad to get
Sounds
that.
like someone is coming onto the stand live. Stephanie says short redirect allows the plaintiff's lawyers believed Rottenborn accomplished nothing. Yeah, I think you're right. That very quick redirect just to establish that the taxes were paid and nothing else. They just thought Rottenborn got nowhere. Or they would have asked other things that addressed what Rottenborn said.
Wow, you've been going 6 hours. Incredible.
Can you believe that? And I only took 40 minutes off to clean up the mega pint that smashed on the floor. I would like to say that I was in a rage and I did that, but it was actually accidental and I almost severed a toe. So you see, the simulation is really working overtime because it's just uncanny how these things are happening. Broken glass, alcohol.
Mr. Connolly, can you hear me?
Uh-oh, is he coming in? I thought he was in the lobby. He's going to be
Hello.
remote?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Hi. Yeah.
Can you turn your camera on, sir?
Oh, no. I hate remote witnesses.
You know.
Oh, I spoke too soon. I thought he was coming
All right,
on
sir, if you could
live.
raise your right hand.
I mean, he's live, but he's remote.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Video just doesn't
I
come
do.
through as well. I like the jury needs to see the
All
witness
right, and good
and
afternoon, Mr.
interact with
Connolly.
the witness.
Good afternoon.
And would you please state your full name for the record?
Malcolm Connolly.
He
And
needs
Mr.
better
Connolly,
lighting.
where are you testifying from at the moment?
From home, Essex, UK.
And where do you live?
Cheers
in
to the
Essex, UK.
interesting accent that we get to listen to now. I like
Mr. Connolly,
men with
what
accents.
is your occupation?
At present, close protection operative. I've had a couple of professions. I'm a bricklayer to trade. I was in the corrections facility, Pensionville, HMS prison. But right now, yeah, I'm a protection operative.
Okay, and can you tell us
Thank
a little
you,
bit,
Amy.
just generally what
Yo
that
ho.
means?
It means looking after the personal well-being, physical well-being of any client with detail to.
And how long have you been in the personal security business?
25 years.
Over the course of those 25 years, have you had any other kinds of jobs?
Yeah, as I said, I was a corrections officer for a magistrate prison.
Are you familiar with the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
I am, yes.
And how do you know Mr. Depp?
I know Mr. Depp maybe about 20.
Johnny likes him.
3 years
You
ago,
can tell.
24 years ago, I worked for a company called Music and Arts. The guy who owned that company was Jerry Judge. Jerry started working with Johnny way back in the early days, and I was detailed with looking after Johnny's ex, Vanessa Paradis, and Jack and Lily Rose, Johnny's kids. And my job was just to make sure they were safe when Johnny was at work. So that job, after about a year and a half, 2 years, Johnny asked me.
I can hear him okay.
And we'll find someone else to do the kids and that. And that's how I came across Johnny. That's how I personally met Johnny Depp.
Can you ballpark for us about what year that was?
It's the Scottish accent. It throws you off.
2006.
But he was the security for Vanessa Paradis and the children, if you didn't
And
catch
can you
that.
generally just tell us a little bit about what you do for Mr. Depp as his security guard?
I will escort Johnny to everyday public places, make sure he's okay, make sure he's not in any danger. First of all, do the recce. You go along first. There's usually a two-man team. It's a two-man detail. You go along, do your recce.
Oh,
make
he's
sure
definitely a
ins
Scot.
and outs are sorted. No compromises. Any risks involved, do a risk assessment. We do the job. I look after him. Basically, I look after Johnny whenever we're in public domain. Whenever we're going to be in a public domain, I will look after Johnny.
Okay, and how about the defendant in this case, Amber Heard? Are you familiar with Miss Heard?
I am familiar with Miss Heard. Yeah, I first met Miss Heard in probably 2000.
Do you see her hair, John? Check out her hair.
I don't recall.
Oh, there it
exactly
is.
the actual date.
It's a little on the sloppy side, it looks, but
She's
I was
trying
kind of
to look like
expecting
Dr.
worse.
Curry.
Hmm.
She's trying to look like Dr. Curry with the bed head.
Called Drive Angry. My boss, Johnny,
She looks a little drowsy today.
Detail. Went and met Amber. Started the job. Amber was with her ex, Tasha, and I looked after Amber for a week. Pleasant week. It was fine. Great.
Does anything stand?
Sorry. Yeah. After that week, I never seen Amber again until we did the Rum Diaries, the premiere after show of the Rum Diaries.
Okay, so let's move to the Rum Diary then. When did you see Miss Heard? How did you see Miss Heard in connection with the Rum Diary?
We've done the Rum Diary premiere. We went to the after show party. I'm busy working, doing my job, myself and Jerry Judge. Seen Amber across the floor. Amber seen me. Just basically come across the floor, said hello, how are you doing? The usual chit chat. We chit chatted for a minute or two. Johnny asked me how I actually knew Amber. Explained. That's the last I spoke to Amber that night. I was too busy with Johnny doing my job,
Did you know at the time, and let's back up for a second. Where was that premiere?
Do you know what? I don't recall. I think it was in LA.
Okay.
I don't actually recall.
Okay. Did you know at the time of that premiere in probably LA, but possibly somewhere else? Did you know at the time that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were seeing each other romantically?
No, I didn't. I actually didn't. I mean, I surmised that there was a spark there. It wasn't until maybe a few days later, a few nights later, we were at a dinner party somewhere, a promotional thing, and Amber and Johnny were basically, sparking up. They were getting together. Then I sort of assumed that there was a romance happening there, budding there.
Okay. Over the course of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship with each other, about how often would you say you saw them together?
Yeah, I can't hear the witness very well either, Stephanie.
In the beginning, actually not a lot. Not a lot.
Really? I hear him okay.
He's pretty quiet.
Twice a week at a push. But then it started, maturing into a relationship.
Maybe it's the accent too.
More often as time went on,
Yeah, you have to pay more attention.
And as time went on, did you have an opportunity to observe how Mr. Depp and Miss Heard interacted with each other?
At the beginning, lovey-dovey, everything was great. The honeymoon period was on, and it was.
Everyone says the same thing.
I mean, it was great to see Johnny happy again. Amber was, lovely, charming, as she usually is, good as gold. And then
Good as
things,
gold.
you know, things started to change. Amber started to change. Amber started getting a bit, I would say, a bit more feisty, demanding, you know.
Psycho.
You could see that Amber wanted to wear the pants in this relationship.
Feisty.
That was pretty obvious.
Feisty and demanding.
And what in particular
That's going on the
made
banner.
you think that you observed personally?
Just the way, you know, if something wasn't quite right, or Amber could get a bit frosty at the drop of a hat. So as time went on, you know, I could see them change. I could see Amber change. I could see Johnny getting quieter. We get into the car and nobody was speaking. And you know, it just things started changing. Amber started getting a bit more grumpy.
Check out the banner.
How did she get along with you?
Absolutely fine.
Oh no. Oh no, did we lose
Amber
the feed? There, okay.
With me, Amber was never anything but professional, polite with me. You know, she was
Frosty
no,
at the
Amber
drop
was
of a
fine with
hat
me.
needs to go on a t-shirt. Yes.
Did you ever see or hear any arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
When you say see, I heard. I mean, I could hear at times in certain accommodations we'd be staying at. I could hear Amber, screaming. You know, I could hear shouting and bawling, and I could hear it going on. Yeah, but I mean, I wasn't there every single night. When we're working in the UK, there's nights maybe I'd get home because Jerry would be there. But I did hear. Yeah, definitely for a fact I could hear sometimes the shouting and bawling. You know, it's mostly I could hear Amber screaming. You know.
Mostly I could hear Amber
I
screaming.
recognize this was years ago, but can you estimate for us how regularly that happened?
I can't say regularly. I can't say it was like every day, but you know, it got more regular. It got more often than not.
Yes, those are my running
you
feeds.
ever,
The chyrons are all mine.
Did you ever witness any physical violence between the two of them?
No, never. I've never seen any physical violence. It's not a thing. It's not a thing people would do in front of security. It's not a thing that would happen in front of myself or Jerry Judge or Sean Bett or something. It just wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. No, I never seen any physical security. I never seen any hands-on. No.
Okay, what do you mean you never saw any hands-on?
Well, I never seen any slapping or grabbing or punching or hitting. I never seen any of that physically. Well, I'll tell you what. There was an instance, maybe two incidents that come to my mind. One incident was on a private plane. I can't recall if it was a domestic flight or an international flight. I'm sitting, Johnny and Amber, or Johnny, whoever he's flying with, will sit up at the foretable up aft, and myself and my colleagues will sit down the forward end of the plane. So I usually look up the fuselage that way, with my back to the nose. Amber had her back to me, Johnny sitting across the table, and there's a bit of bickering going on. I can't hear because, you know, they talk about jetcraft. I can't actually hear, and it's more animated than verbal. And I see a lighter,
Animated.
plastic lighter,
dramatic,
bounce off his chest. Boom, bounce off his chest. So right away I think, well, this is going to escalate. It's either going to go one way or the other. I don't think it came to much. I remember Johnny just sort of, you know, smirking and looking away as if to say, you know, well, what is that? It kind of attitude, you know. And Johnny tips his hat, puts his head against the window, and whoa, I'm out, you know. Another time, I was at the loft apartment. I was in the security room in the loft apartments with a security guard called. Do you know what? I can't recall if it was Sean Bett or a guy called Donovan. Anyway, I got the text. I was down there to pick him up to go to the West Hollywood accommodation, and I got the text.
Objection.
No.
A lighter,
To
I
the
think,
extent you're gonna
Stephanie.
talk about what
A
the text
lighter.
is, that's hearsay.
You can just tell us what you observed without looking at without recounting the
Oh.
contents of the text.
Okay. I'm instructed to go and get Johnny, and because we're leaving.
Objection. He just said what he was instructed to do.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
This guy was a prison officer.
I go to the loft apartment. The door's ajar slightly, just a you call a crack in the door. Push the door open and I go in. Shouting, there's a bit of shouting going on. I can't hear. I'm in the wrong area of the apartment. But as I turn to the left into the more of the lounge area, there's a soda can. Like I don't know if it's a Coca-Cola or a Sprite.
A sort of
I don't know
can.
what it is. But it's launched from the mezzanine. And Johnny's had this huge TV, the biggest TV I've ever seen, in fact, but this, and it's on this mechanical arm.
The biggest TV
an
he
actual
ever
piece of
saw.
artwork that Johnny had got commissioned. And anyway, this big mechanical arm holds this TV. So this can of pop, you're going to call it pop, smashes on that, but by force, let me add, because it made a bang, boom. And all I can hear is it spraying all over the place. Johnny has already got his jacket on and a bag over his shoulder. That's why he's called me in, because we're leaving. I just pick up the other bags, pick up the 2 bags, put my hand through Johnny's arm and say, right, boss, we're leaving. We walk out the door. And we go. Halfway to the West Hollywood, Johnny's already calmed down, he's like, man, can you...
Objection to the extent he's talking about what Mr. Depp is saying.
Objection. They're making our client look like a total psycho. Objection.
If you have, I think we can move on.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Next question.
Just to clarify.
Objection.
Mr.
Please stop
Connolly,
talking about our client in that way.
When the soda can was launched from the
Please stop
mezzanine,
telling everyone that our client's
where
crazy
was Mr. Depp in relation to
and
where
violent.
the soda can landed?
Probably 10 feet, probably 10 feet back from that. 10 feet back from that.
Okay, and just to make sure we're on the same page, when you refer to the loft apartments, what are you referring to?
The downtown LA Eastern Building.
Okay. What was did you form any understanding as to where, as to who had thrown the soda can?
Objection, speculation.
Hold on, sir.
Speculation, foundation.
I'm just asking if you formed an understanding, and he can state the basis for
said he
that
didn't see
if he did.
If you want to lay a foundation.
Did you, to your knowledge, was Ms. Heard present in the apartment at the time?
Objection leading.
Yes.
I'll allow
I could
it.
hear her. I never seen her
Rotten-born.
physically, but I could hear her voice. Yes.
And where did could you tell where her voice was coming from?
Upstairs, just upstairs.
Okay.
She wasn't on the lower apartment with us, so I can only imagine she was upstairs.
Other than the cigarette lighter and the soda can,
Elaine
anything else
looks
similar to that that you
concerned.
observed?
No, can't say no.
Objection, Your
Did you
Honor.
ever observe
This
any
testimony
physical
makes our
injuries on Ms.
client
Heard?
look very, very guilty.
Never, no.
How about on Mr. Depp?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it started off with maybe a scratch once in a while, a swelling, but it got more. It got more, yeah. I'm not talking he was marked every week or every 2 weeks, but yeah, he sustained marks, yeah, definitely. He was getting marked.
He was getting
And can
what?
you describe for us what you can remember?
Johnny had injuries.
Okay, all right. Hold on, Mr.
Oh,
Connolly.
objection. I need to sidebar with Your Honor because this testimony is making my client look violent and crazy. So he's about to testify to the marks he saw on Johnny. swelling. I heard him say swelling. I heard him say scratches. And Stephanie, you're saying he was definitely marked. He used the word marked. Okay, because I couldn't understand what he said, marked, and I didn't know what that was. Geez. What do you think, John?
I think I heard lots of screaming.
So, Mr. Connolly, you can continue.
I love this guy's
responding. I think the
voice.
question was just, can you generally describe for us what you remember about the marks you saw on Mr. Depp?
Yes. As I was saying, in the prison service, you're taught to pick up, log in your mind, mental logging in your mind, marks, bruises, bully patterns, stuff. What I noticed straight away was most of these marks and most of these things through my training was happening in the left-hand side of his face, and it would be scratches on his neck, maybe a fat lip in the corner, maybe a bruising on the eye socket. Dull impacts, you know, except for obviously the scratches, maybe on his left ear. Sometimes it'd be two marks, 2 lines, 2 trams, 1. Yeah, you know, yeah. It was getting more regular. As I say, not every week, but it was definitely happening. Yeah.
Oh, this is terrible.
Can we see
She battered
plaintiff's
him.
Exhibit 162, please?
This is damning testimony that the marks kept getting worse. That's what he just said.
And Mr. Connolly, are you able to see the picture on? I assume you can see it on your screen.
Yeah, just can I see, please? Yeah,
Sean Connery, definitely.
And do you?
That is, yeah, I know that picture. I took that picture.
You took the
pictures on the. Yeah, I took the picture.
Can you just quickly tell us what this picture is?
This picture is Miss Heard and Johnny's honeymoon on the Orient Express on the East Line from Bangkok.
On their honeymoon. Oh my God.
You travel.
Poor Johnny.
Stopping at Kuala Lumpur and a few other places on the way down, and that is in the dining coach, I think. Yeah, dining coach. That's what that is. The guy on the left there with the silver band around he's the waiter. He's the waiter with the detail to look after us.
Yes, you're going to see some right now.
He's guest relations manager.
Mr. Connolly, just hold on one
Alright,
second.
I'm
Before
starting
we
to
continue
fade again.
describing the document,
So
All right, you go take a nap. Okay.
I don't have the stamina to do these 8-hour streams you do. So
Can you believe? I know, it's insane. Go get well. Vitamin
Thank
C,
you, Megan.
zinc, water. See you, John. Check out John De La Rosa's YouTube channel. He does a great live stream, and he is. What happened to our sound? What just happened? Are they sidebarring? What happened? Oh, here it comes. It's back.
All right, and Mr. Connolly, I apologize for cutting you off, but could you just continue to describe for us what we're looking at in this picture?
Yeah, as I said, the guy in the
Oh
boat,
my.
he's guest relations manager. He gave detail to, fixes up anything we needed. To excursions and transports. And
God, Johnny looks terrible.
The guy, that's the chef who looked after this. He cooked for us. He's a great chef, by the way. Yeah, he looked after us, and that's Johnny. And I also noticed, if you look at that picture, like I said, on the left-hand side under his eye, there's a swelling.
Oh yeah.
And you see a swelling just on the left-hand side of his nose and under his left eye.
Holy crap.
And what do you interpret that swelling to be?
So what do I interpret it as? That's either he's walked into a door or a door's walked into him.
Oh boy.
Can you
Or
tell
a
us
door's
anything-
walked
and
into
we can
him.
take this down, I think. Thank you.
He looked to me. It looked like
Mr.
both
Connolly,
eyes were
can you tell
swollen.
us, well, first of all, what Do you recall what year Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went on their honeymoon in the picture we were just looking at?
Oh, pray for Johnny. He looks
That would,
sad.
is it, I don't know,
Dang.
2013? 2013?
Okay, and were you, well, you testified that you took the picture, so you were there, I assume?
Absolutely, yes.
What can you tell us about that trip generally, and particularly focused on how Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were interacting with each other?
Started off good. Johnny's cabin was maybe 15 meters down the corridor from mine. There was no cabins in between. There was like storerooms, like, you know, blankets and cutlery and stuff. So the cabin was quite
On their
massive
honeymoon.
distance, but, you know,
So freaking sad.
the trip started fine, absolutely fine. I think it was 5 days maybe. 2 days, 3 days into the trip, I can see Johnny going down. I can see him coming down, you know. He's just not enjoying this. He's not enjoying this. But, you know, I can't, it's not my business to step in and that. I just do my job. But I can see he's not enjoying this. He's not happy. He's not happy.
Did you ever observe any arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in this time frame?
Just not arguments, but some frostiness. Miss Heard sort of demanded that, you know, we have our own dining cart, if you like. So me doing my job, I inquire to the guest relations guy there that you've seen in the photograph. And he quite rightly tells me that, you know, there's other
Pray for Johnny, seriously. This is very hard testimony to hear. Very hard to be confronted with the evidence and the photos.
Mr. Connolly, well, taking a step back from it and changing topics slightly, have you ever seen Mr. Depp use any drugs? I don't think
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Yes, I've seen him smoke marijuana. I had my suspicions. I have my suspicions that when he goes off to the bathroom, he probably does a bit of cocaine. I've never seen him do it. As Mr. Depp would never do a line or anything of cocaine in front of me.
Well, that's speculation then.
Or Sean Bett or anybody. Johnny Depp would never compromise my license, my position, and embarrass me like that. It wouldn't happen. So to answer to your question, I've seen him smoke weed, yes.
You noticed any particular, what changes, if any, have you noticed in his behavior when he's under the influence of marijuana?
To be honest, a bit more relaxed, no sort of uptight. But I mean, he's not out of his head. He's perfectly functioning. I mean, you can talk about anything, any conversation you want to talk about. He's neither up nor down with that. You know, he really isn't. He's got a very high tolerance for any substance, Johnny. You know, I would say so. You know, I think Jack Sparrow's more drunk than Johnny Depp.
Laugh in the courtroom.
So, okay, so that's marijuana. What about alcohol?
That's
Same
funny.
He used to like a wine, and the last I would say the last couple of years that's dropped drastically.
He did. He said that, yes.
In my last year with Johnny, it's quite actually rare now. It's not rare, but he's not a big boozer now. He's not a boozer now, you know. He's not, and he was never out of his head in wine. He was never, you know. I think I've seen drunk in the 20 odd years I've been with Johnny. I think I've seen him drunk twice. And but when I say drunk, I mean drunk. Other than that, there's no
Wow.
difference in Johnny's demeanor or behavior. Whether he's drinking alcohol or smoking weed.
20 years, seen him drunk twice.
Okay. And finally,
That's not what Amber's attorneys keep telling us, is it?
For the time periods when you formed the suspicion that he was under the influence of cocaine.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry. Could you ask me that again?
What changes in his behavior, if any, did you observe on those occasions when you suspected?
She's
but didn't know
staring
for sure
directly at
that he was
Johnny.
under the influence of cocaine?
Well, again, due to the training I had in, you know, the HMP prison service, it just seemed a bit more,
Yo.
I don't know, happier, up, not so down, you know. But I wouldn't say he's not leaping around kicking his heels or anything. You know, he pick his guitar up and then he gets right into the guitar, and there's no major changes really. You know, he's fine. You know,
He's fine. Exactly.
Now, you mentioned you traveled with.
He's
Mr.
not
Depp and Ms.
kicking up
Heard
his heels.
on their honeymoon.
I love this guy.
In on the Orient Express. Where else have you traveled with them?
well, all over the world, Japan, China, Germany. I've been all over the States. Went to an interesting place, Hicksville. That's an interesting story. Yeah, all over the world. Australia. Went to Australia.
I'll be right back.
And let's take that one at a time. Hicksville, you said?
Yeah, Hicksville. Yeah, it's a funky. I remember it. I remember Hicksville because it was a funky. It's a real funky place, you know. With Amber and Johnny, they've decided they're going to go to Hicksville for you know, a day, a day and a night, I think. It was. So head off. Amber travelled with Johnny, but our friends all head off. I followed. Johnny wanted to drive his own. They got a beautiful big customised Plymouth. I think it's a 58 or 50. I don't. Not an expert, but they had to customise. Do you want to drive this car? Myself and his assistant at the time, Nathan Holmes, we use another of Johnny's cars and we follow behind. We get to Joshua Tree, Hicksville, stunning as you can imagine. But it's done in a very funky theme. All the caravans are different themes. You know, like mine was an old railway caboose with the old fairground fortune teller head that comes around and stuff. All that. Johnny's and Amber's caravan were maybe about 15 meters from mine, maybe 20 meters, and that was done in like the 1950s style, you know, like kitschy 1950s kind of thing. And the rest of the caravans were all, you know, the zombies coming out the ground, and it was craziness. Anyway, we go there. There's a lot of booze. All the booze comes up. Party starts. Well, sort of sitting around in the sun, messing around. Party starts. So there's loads of booze and weed, and I think mushrooms, some psychedelic mushrooms. That's going around. But the night gets a bit ruined as I'm watching exactly what's all happening. Everybody's happy, you know. Johnny, Amber, everybody's happy. As I'm watching what's happening, I can see Johnny and Amber getting a bit animated. And they were probably about maybe 25 feet from me. So I approach, and I've been working with Johnny that long. I don't have to really say anything. I only have to look at his face. And Johnny can talk to me through his face. He doesn't need to say a word. So I know what's happening. So, like, and I say in a low voice, guys, let's keep this private. Let's start walking towards the caravan. Let's, take this away from here. As I'm walking ahead, going ahead, I can hear sort of, bickering behind me. Johnny's trying to talk in his, low tone, keep things a bit quiet. But Amber's getting a bit more loud, a bit
Harpy-ish.
more narky, So anyway, I get them to the caravan, I put them inside, and I go to my caravan. That's it. Don't hear anything, don't see anything until the next morning. We sit around the pool, couple of hours, and we head back to LA.
What
Mr. Moniz-
prompted you
Mr.
to?
Moniz, before do you have a lot of direct still left in this matter?
Not terribly much more, maybe 10 to
We're going to
15
take our
minutes.
afternoon break then. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take your 15-minute afternoon break.
Okay.
And then we'll come back and continue with
We're
the
gonna take a
testimony,
break.
Okay. Don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody.
Wow. That was some testimony. That was some testimony. I'm actually dying to know what the Ricada stream is saying right now. Would it be weird for us to check in on Nick Ricada? Is that an odd thing to do? But it looks like my stream might be having trouble. Am I frozen? It looks like I'm coming back now. But my goodness, that was some kind of testimony. And it makes me feel like, wow, Johnny on his honeymoon? All right, so what are the new things we've learned? We've learned that on his honeymoon, things went very, very wrong. His security expert, Connolly, says that she was feisty and what did he say? Not demented. Stephanie coming back to the stream.
I'm on a ferry. This is so cool.
Stephanie Kimbrell, Esquire. She is my sister. She is a lawyer. What did you think about that testimony?
I love that guy. He was
Connolly?
Yeah, he was so believable, and he obviously knows Johnny for a long time.
I'm
very
feeling
sad.
sad. I'm feeling
Super
very sad.
It's very sad. It's obvious that Johnny was battered almost from the beginning.
That picture was intense. I never saw that one before. It looked to me like he had two black eyes, not just one.
He looked
Both
bad.
of his eyes looked bruised.
He looked really bad. I was kind of struck with how he said he never would do cocaine in front of me because he wouldn't want to embarrass me. That's classy.
Or put him in a position where, because these guys are ex-law enforcement. He was
Right.
in a prison.
Right.
So you put him in a position of having to
observe
in an
criminal
ethical
conduct.
Thank you. Yeah. And he didn't do that. He said, I had my suspicions, but I never saw it. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
I also thought it was very interesting that Connolly said that even though Johnny may have been on, drinking or doing drugs, he was always even, he said. He was always the same.
It was funny that he said he wasn't kicking up his heels.
It was. All right, there were a couple of things that we got a kick out of, which was Jack Sparrow was drunker than Johnny Depp.
That was a good line. But Jack Sparrow was quite drunk most of the time, right? So let's hope.
Quite drunk.
Yeah.
Yes, he called Amber Heard feisty and demanding. She got frosty at the drop of a hat.
That really needs to go on a t-shirt.
It really does, with a big frosty glass next to it, maybe like a mega pint. My mega quart.
A frosty mega pint.
My mega quart is almost empty.
Are you drinking Good Girl Moonshine?
No, that's Pacifico beer.
Oh, you should switch to Good Girl Moonshine.
That nasty water with ACV in it? No, thank you.
Yes, it's good for you.
No, thank you. I have been sitting on my tuchus for 2 days. Today, we are going on 6 hours and 40 minutes. I was only gone out of this chair for 40 minutes cleaning up my the last mega pint that shattered on the floor.
You're not kicking up your heels?
I will be shortly. When I refill this, I will definitely be kicking up my heels. Do you like my costume?
I dig the costume.
You haven't said anything about my costume.
Hey, you know what? We are in a simulation, and do you realize that right now where I am, I'm just within a few miles of where Blackbeard's ship was sunk in the late 18th century. It's true, I am.
Look at my eye makeup. I got into Johnny's eye makeup too.
I thought maybe you did. I was going to ask you if you got some of his eyeliner. You should call Elaine and let her know that you are wearing the eyeliner.
I got into Johnny Depp's eyeliner, and Elaine might might want to know that.
She
might want
might
to know
find
that.
it relevant. I mean,
Just in case Elaine is watching, I am also wearing some foundation. I'm wearing some blush. It's a
are
cream
you
blush.
wearing lip liner?
I am definitely wearing lip liner. Women should always wear it. It keeps the lipstick from bleeding into the wrinkles, which nobody needs. In case, for the men in the audience who wanted to know what the hell is lip liner, that's what it is. Helen, that is a very good question. Is it a mega pint or a Megan pint? I would say that this is a Megan pint. Yes. Why am I freezing? Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Is the stream going down?
Now
My
your
video.
lips are trying to catch up with the sound.
No.
Exactly.
Yes.
You're having your own
Lena
Lena Lamont moment.
Lamont.
I
Yes,
love it.
Tina, I'm glad you're putting your feet up and chillaxing. Please do get a Megan pint for me. And, pour yourself a cold one, folks. You can always go to the merch store and pick up some glassware to enjoy your beverages in. I have wine coolers there. I have beer glasses. I have a beer glass that says, "Make Americans Friends Again," because I truly believe that no matter what side of the aisle you're on, we can all come together on certain issues. One of which is that battering your husband is a bad thing and it shouldn't be done, and abusers should get the wall. And when I say the wall, I mean she should be fired from Aquaman too. All right. 2 million people, by the way, over 2 million people have signed a petition to remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2.
Have you been monitoring Elon's Twitter? Has he said anything about the 500,000?
Yeah, he has said nothing.
Nothing. And are other people trolling him and saying things about it, or is it
not really. I mean, there has been some stuff on there about the case, about the 500,000. But I have not seen, and I'm hesitant to open another window because I'm having streaming problems, and that'll take up bandwidth. I'll look on my phone. I'll get my phone. Where's my phone? Why is the rum always gone?
You're silly, Megan.
Yo ho, me mateys, yo ho. All right.
Yo ho, a pirate's life for me. I can hear it in the air here. This is pirate. This is where I am.
I was feeling so happy, and then this testimony came in, and now I'm like, I feel kind of down. Like, that was a downer. I mean, pray for Johnny, seriously, because
like it was very well. I was thinking
hard
about that
to
too.
hear.
It's probably really embarrassing for a man, for it to be all out there that his wife was beating him up.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's embarrassing.
Incredibly, of course, because other men and other people are like, of course, the what's the word?
Well, you're supposed to be the tough guy. You're supposed to be, macho. You're supposed to be
right.
Whatever.
You're supposed to get your balls out of her purse and leave. But this is a totally different dynamic, right? This is a man on his honeymoon who suffered abuse as a child, and so that's normal for him.
She started it on the honeymoon.
And that's normal for him to be in a state of abuse. Although I don't think Vanessa Paradis was abusive to him.
Well, they were together for a really long time.
14 years. And they had a good relationship. So
she did come out and say that she doesn't know this person, this Johnny Depp that Amber's describing. She said he never gave, and so did Winona Ryder. They both said he never gave them any indication that he was violent towards women or anyone, terrible. Towards anyone. So it just doesn't fit with their knowledge of him.
Oh, well, that's what I've heard from his friends as well.
And also that's what he kept saying on the stand. He kind of said, like, so suddenly in my 50s, I became a woman beater.
Right.
Is that believable? Usually people who do stuff like that, that's kind of like their MO. That's what they do. That's not,
you don't just become an abuser late in life.
Not typically.
So he had a 14-year relationship with Vanessa Paradis with no allegations of abuse at all.
No, right.
No tabloid stories, no nothing.
No.
But we're supposed to believe that suddenly he became abusive, beating her. We watched that deposition of her earlier today, where
Yeah.
she said he was beating her repeatedly.
That was so unbelievable. And then she said, and I was screaming, and security came in, and she mentioned them by name, the same two guys that this witness mentioned. And she said, and they did nothing. He said, no, I didn't see any abuse, because that's not the sort of thing that would ever happen in front of security. We would not see that. But she said in that deposition that she screamed, they came in, and she mentioned those two guys, Sean and
Well, I
somebody
hope they're
else.
gonna put the other guys on the stand to say to
Didn't
refute
happen.
that testimony,
Right.
because if
You
it
would think
and
they
also
would.
I thought that his lawyer should have asked him the question, what would you have done if you had come in and there was a physical alter
Oh, that's a good question. Although he does have 10 questions left. He said he was going to ask 10 more questions.
Ricki Lake, by the way, has posted a photo of herself with Johnny Depp from the movie Crybaby. And this is what she said on Twitter. I absolutely adored Johnny Depp when I worked with him on Crybaby. He was kind, funny, inclusive, professional, a joy. Haven't been following the trial as I have been consumed with my sick and dying beloved dog. He was soft-spoken, gentle, and I loved him. That was Ricki Lake, and she posted this picture of the two of them on the set of Crybaby. If you remember that movie, it was kind of a silly movie. I wasn't
never
a big
saw it.
fan. It was kind of dumb, but Johnny was good in it. I mean, he's good in everything that he's in. You know, he likes those movies by that Tim Burton, and I'm not a Tim Burton fan.
I can't stand Tim Burton stuff. I hate that dark. I don't like it.
I don't like it either, but he's very drawn to that Tim Burton.
Yeah.
I do, and I think that he's a very talented actor, and I don't believe any of this crap about him. I don't believe any of it. Let me just go on the record. I don't care. Everybody has their opinions on this, and I don't believe anything that she says about this man. I think Amber Heard is a very toxic person. I think that she battered her husband. This is the first time today where the word battered has come up multiple times in the chat, and that has brought like a whole new level of seriousness to this. Like, this is why I feel stupid in this hat at the moment, because after listening to that testimony, that was really tough to listen to, tough to hear.
Yeah.
Tough to hear. Blah says Tim Burton is so pretentious. I don't know if it's the pretension or if it's the way his characters always look a certain way. They always have those hollowed out black eyes with the very
They always look
pronounced
scary and terrible.
and white skin, very white skin with the hollowed out cheekbones. And to me, it's not something I want to watch. I don't like the styling. I don't like the styling of Tim Burton. That bothers me. And I actually never watched Edward Scissorhands, again, because I don't like Tim Burton. It's his style. It isn't Johnny.
I think I saw
it's
that
Tim
many
Burton.
years ago, but I don't really remember much about it other than thinking it was odd.
Wait a minute. He was in a movie with Sarah Jessica Parker. What movie? What movie is this? Of what do you speak? What movie? I don't remember ever seeing him in a movie with Sarah Jessica Parker ever. I wish you had headphones. I can hear myself echoing back in your phone. All right. What else is on Twitter? Let's see what else is on Twitter. All right. So what we have learned today so far is that the ACLU lawyer says, and he was not he wasn't trying to be a witness for the plaintiff. He was trying to make it sound better than it was, because the ACLU is implicated in all of this. The ACLU said that the donations that Amber Heard made to the ACLU were half of what she promised, and $500,000 came from Elon Musk, and 350 came from her, and 100,000 came from Johnny Depp, and she never gave them the rest of it. Ed Wood, I did not see that movie either. The only Johnny Depp movies I've ever really seen are probably Pirates, and like obviously I watched 21 Jump Street. I loved that show back when I was a kid. 21 Jump Street was fun. My dad used to watch it, so I would watch it with him. And oh, I liked the one that was the Tim Burton movie that he did that was what was the Halloween one? You know, with the headless horseman, that one. Cuz that was the kind of movie that Tim Burton was made for. What was that movie? Somebody help me. Oh, Don Juan DeMarco. Yes, that movie is great. Do you remember Don Juan DeMarco, Stephanie, with Marlon Brando and Johnny Depp?
Vaguely.
Oh, it's a wonderful movie. It's a wonderful movie about a kid with an active imagination. He actually comes from, I think, an abusive background, and like he creates this story around himself, and he tells people that he's the son of a great lover, you know, and he calls himself Don Juan DeMarco. You don't remember this? It's fantastic.
Vaguely.
He tells the psychiatrist these fantastic stories, and his psychiatrist is played by Marlon Brando. And
Aw.
the stories, of course, are acted out, and like he's a sword fighter, and there's all this, you know, ridiculous, fantastical stuff. And instead of at the end of the movie him being medicated, he actually pulls his psychiatrist into his fantasy with him. So
Oh,
it's
wow.
it's a fantastic movie. It's a wonderful movie. I highly recommend Don Juan DeMarco. It's funny. Johnny is at his peak, beautiful man that he is, with that strong jaw, and so young and just gorgeous in that movie. Sleepy Hollow was the name of the one that I liked. That was a Tim Burton one. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, I wasn't a huge fan of that version of it. I thought it was too scary. I didn't like it for the kids. I liked the original. Benny and June.
That's how I felt about the one with Alice in Wonderland with him. I
Yeah,
didn't
too
like
scary. Too
Mm-mm.
scary for kids. Benny and June was good. Really good. I liked that. Donnie Brasco, I'm not sure. I think I did see that with Al Pacino, but it's been so long I don't remember. I don't really remember that movie. But I mean, he was great. He's a great actor, no doubt about
Did he
it.
do a
We've all
movie with
enjoyed him.
Angelina Jolie,
Yeah,
The Tourist?
The Tourist. Yeah, I never saw it, but actually,
It was good.
was it?
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah,
It was
I
fun.
didn't see that. I didn't see that movie. But yeah, I think it's interesting because Johnny's had this very long career. He's been in the public eye for a very long time. Somebody who's been in the public eye for that long, with so much attention on him,
You would think there would have been
this-
something.
surely there would have been something before now. He is at
Yeah.
the peak of his career. He is at
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Oh, here they come.
I'll turn the volume back on here. We're coming back in from a break, from the afternoon break. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button, please, on YouTube. And if you're on Facebook, please share this video. And thanks for your attendance. We appreciate you. You can find my columns every day on pjmedia.com. When I'm not procrastinating and sitting around watching a trial all day, I should be writing. And like my editor, if she sees me right now, she would be like on the floor. Like, why aren't you turning in articles? What are you doing?
I'm supposed to be prepping for a hearing next week, but instead, I'm on a ferry watching the Johnny Depp trial.
Paula, I'm sorry, but I'm obsessed with this trial and I cannot stop.
Well, you're going to have to write something about it
Conley, can you hear
tonight.
me
and
Oh,
get
I
it
am.
up.
I am. I'm in the process of writing it. I just have to turn it in.
Can you just
Well,
count
get
to-
it
count
done
to
and
five
put
for me,
something
please?
in there about Frosty.
1,
I will.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Next question.
All right, Mr. Connolly, we were talking about Hicksville there, and you made a comment that you had suggested to Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that
I'm glad I'm not the only one, Liz.
they keep it private or something along those lines.
I did, yes.
My question is just what prompted you to make that suggestion?
Well, it was getting kind of animated. You know, it was getting animated, and no one wants to see their dirty laundry in public.
Were they both animated?
More so Amber. Johnny, yes, but more so Amber.
Do you remember anything in particular that Miss Heard was saying at the time?
I don't recall, no. As I say, it wasn't really coherent. It was more the animation, the head movements and the stern looks and stuff that prompted me to do what I have to do,
Okay. Shifting gears a little bit. You listed out various places that you traveled with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, and I think you listed Japan, Germany, Hicksville, and Australia. Do I have that right?
Correct, yes.
When were you in Australia?
That'll be 2015, Pirates 5.
And what were you doing in Australia?
My job. In that occasion,
My job.
Flew out first. I used to fly out first to do the advance. The advance includes the check-in and accommodation. Not so much accommodation because Nathan Holmes, Ben King, and the chef called Russell, they would already been at the home, and got that sorted out. My main concern was locations, transport, local security, drivers, making sure all that's in line before Johnny gets there. Jerry Judge would have travelled with Johnny into Australia. On arrival, I would have picked them up at the airport, as we do, take them to the house or whatever accommodation we're staying in, and I would have peeled off. I'd have left it at that, went back to my apartment. Johnny would have been in, maybe it could be up to a week for makeup, costume before any shooting starts, in which time it gives me a time to run around some locations, the studio, check out the studio, the locations, as well as be around for if Johnny wants to go for dinner at night anywhere. I would check out these places as well.
Mr. Connolly, I'm sorry, I just had a little trouble hearing you there. Might be the connection, but could you speak maybe just a little bit slower? I'm sorry.
Okay, as I say, my job in Australia is just to secure all the advance. So I would check out, make sure the local drivers are there, all the cars are in order, the accommodations in order, the locations for shooting are all safe, liaison with production, what's expected of them. I would pick him up at the airport when he arrives, take him to the accommodation, peel off, go and check out a few restaurants in case he wants to go out. And if nothing's happening, stand down for that evening.
Does anything stand out to you about your time in Australia in 2015?
Yeah, Johnny lost a finger. Yeah.
Yeah, that would stand out.
Yeah, one afternoon I was instructed to go to Johnny's accommodation.
Objection, and can we just...
Okay, all right. Hold on a minute, Mr. Connolly.
Objection. This line of questioning is very, very bad for my client and could land her in jail. Objection.
This all has to stop right now. We don't want to hear this very faithful employee who's known Johnny for all these years talk about this finger incident.
Yeah, 20 years, by the way, 20 years. And remember, we heard from Ben King, who is the... Oh, they didn't turn the microphones off. I heard whispering. They must have caught it. They turned the microphone off. Dang it. I heard it for a second there. But we heard from Ben King already, his testimony. So we've heard what Ben said. This is corroborating testimony.
All right,
Yeah.
Mr. Connolly, please continue, but as you go, please avoid discussing the substance of any communications that you had with Mr. Depp or his security. And
Why can't he discuss what he talked about? He personally talked about.
I arrived,
because it's hearsay. He can say anything he heard Amber say because she's a party
my
opponent.
driver.
Okay.
Andrew. I noticed that there's an SUV, one of the security, the RST, resident security team. One of their vehicles is sitting outside the door with no driver. So I just assume there's, well, something up. There's a security car there, but no driver. As I approach the door, I hear a muffled shouting and screaming, and you know, quite muffled though, because the entrance to this house, there's a massive oak door. I mean, it's huge, and it's got to be about 25 mil thick. So I open it, and it's chaos. It's screaming and shouting, and, but all I can see with my eyes is Johnny. He's wearing a jacket, a hat, and a bag with his notebooks. And I always know that bag because it's a grey canvas bag. And he's sort of, you know, nursing one hand. So I'm saying, well, hey, what's going on? But and it's screaming and shouting. It's madness. Amber's irate. I mean, tenacious. It's crazy stuff. Johnny's, you know, shouting back. So I've said, Johnny, let's go. Let's get out, you know. That's my job, to remove him from a situation. Let's get out. I do a couple of steps with him. Johnny, give me 5 minutes, Mal. 5 minutes. Well, he's the boss, you know. There's no bullets flying. So, okay, give him 2 minutes. How about, I say, let's go. Eventually, I get him out. I managed to get him outside the door. We go downstairs. But Amber appears from somewhere. Now, I don't know if Amber was upstairs or in the room to the left or wherever, but she appears and she's screaming, you know, berating him. She's basically berating him. Like, yeah, fuck off, she's saying, Johnny. Yeah, that's what you do. Fuck off. That's what you do all the time. That's all you ever do is fuck off. You fuck off with your guys. You're a fucking coward. That's what you fucking do. You fucking coward. Yeah, fuck off with your guys. You're big man. All that shit that goes with it. Gets him downstairs. By this time, Amber's on the threshold of the accommodation. And she's screaming, you know, fuck off, you fucking coward. That kind of words, you know. And I get him into the car, and I want to sit in the same. I usually sit in the front seat shotgun, but I want to sit in the same seat at the back so I can have a look what's going on here and have a chat and have a talk. But when I get around the car, the driver's not locked the door, so he's out the door again, and he's making his way back up the stairs. I get back round again. By the time I get to the top, there's two concrete stairs to the front door. He's just crossing the threshold, and the screaming starting again. Excuse me. Amber is screaming again. Johnny, let's go, let's go. And this time it's a wee bit more force, and I managed to actually basically pull him out of the place. Get him into the car. Doors are locked this time. Into the car, we take off. I got him back to my apartment using, you know, a sort of secret way through the underground car park and service lifts. I get him up to my apartment. Get him into my apartment. Start washing his hand, basic triaging his hand, washing it, first aid. It's a mess. His finger's just a mess. It's like one of them cartoon exploding cigars. I always think in my mind that one of them cigars that blow up, you know, the cartoons boom. And it's so flapping around. And I can see bone. There's bone there. It's smashed to bits. And he's wincing as I'm trying to wash his hand. Anyway, I sit him down and I phoned Debbie the nurse, who's living in the same apartment block as me. So that's my first thing, phone Debbie. Phone Debbie. About 20 minutes later, if that, I don't recall, maybe 25, maybe half an hour. But she turns up with Dr. Kipper. So Dr. Kipper does his thing. Nurse Debbie dresses it all. But Kipper is saying, right, this we have to go to the hospital with this. There's no other way. We have to go to the hospital. This has to be seriously looked at. We get to the hospital, and that's when he's that's when his treatment started, you know.
Okay. When you were in the presence of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard in the house in Australia, how far away were you from Miss Heard?
When I first entered the house, Miss Heard wasn't visible to me. Only Johnny. It's only when we started to leave, Miss Heard appeared, and she's probably, well, you're talking 2 feet, 3 feet.
Did you observe any injuries on Miss Heard?
No injuries. No injuries.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Object. We object.
None.
Other than the injury to his finger, did you observe any injuries on Mr. Depp?
No. No. Well, I say no. You know, there was a mark in his face, and I didn't know what that was, so I never really put it down too much. But in the hospital, I took a photograph, and when I look at that photograph, I can see 2 injuries. When we're sitting in the car,
hold on, Mr. Conley.
They're objecting to this, of course.
Objection to the extent he's going to be talking about what
The
the mark
cigarette
is on
burn.
since he didn't see what happened and he's not a doctor, we can't describe what.
That's fine, Your Honor.
She should let it
Okay,
in.
yeah.
All right, next question.
She should.
She should let him say what he observed.
Well, he did get to say he saw a mark on his face. That corroborates Johnny's testimony that it was a cigarette burn on his face.
I would have fought with him a little
I
bit
think you've
about
generally
that.
described for us
They don't seem to fight
kinds
back.
of things Miss Heard was saying. How would you describe her overall demeanor when she and Mr. Depp were in each other's presence in the house in Australia?
good days and bad days.
I'm sorry, I mean on that particular day.
On that particular day, I had never seen him in the house that particular day. The only time I seen Miss Heard and Johnny in that house is when I arrived there to extract them.
And how did Miss Heard seem to you when you saw her on that day when you arrived to extract him?
Crazy.
Crazy.
Fierce, fierce.
Wow.
Having a breakdown.
What was the last thing Miss Heard said as you were taking Mr. Depp out of the house to go to your apartment and then the hospital?
Yeah, the last words I recall hearing as I'm getting Johnny out is, yeah, just fuck off with your guys, you're fucking covered like you always do.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right.
As he's going to the
Cross-examination.
hospital because she severed his finger. That's her last words.
Well, no, he took him out of there to his apartment first, and then the doctor came, and then the doctor said they have to go to the hospital.
Mr. Connolly, you still work for Mr. Depp?
I do, yeah.
Okay. And you've worked for him now for about 18 years?
No.
20,
Well,
he said.
2 years ago, you said you worked for him for 16 years, so 2 more years would be 18.
No,
now.
I worked with him. I didn't work for him. I worked for a guy called Jerry Judge in Music and Arts. Johnny Depp never paid me. Johnny Depp started paying me 2 years ago.
Okay, so now you were working. Jerry Judge was your boss until he passed away. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and now you get paid directly by Mr. Depp, correct?
Right.
And you're paid a salary by Mr. Depp.
No.
Okay, and Mr. Depp's also provided you gifts, correct?
Gifts.
Money. Yes.
Gifts. No. Yes, Johnny's gave me gifts. I've given Johnny gifts.
And she's given you gifts over $8,500, correct?
$8,500.
Yeah.
You gave me a lot more than that.
And you're loyal to Mr. Depp, right?
Why wouldn't he be?
Yes, of course I'm loyal to Mr. Depp. I'd be loyal to you if I was working for you.
Okay. Now, going to Australia, you said you went to Australia in 2015 with Mr. Depp.
Oh, Rottenborn. The jury hates
went
you
before
so
Mr. Depp,
much.
but you were there to work for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And Jerry Judge was also there?
Not when I arrived, no.
But Jerry Judge was eventually in Australia,
Of
correct?
course he's loyal to him. Why would he
Nathan Holmes
hire
was also in
personal
Australia
security
as
that
well,
wasn't
right?
loyal?
Correct.
And everybody who works
Mr.
for
Depp
Johnny
came
loves
to
him.
Australia in February of 2015.
It's clear.
Correct?
Correct.
And when Mr. Depp first came to Australia, Amber was not with Mr. Depp, right?
I don't recall. I don't recall if Amber arrived with Johnny or Amber arrived later.
You don't know one way or the other?
No.
And Mr. Depp stayed in a house in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And you and the security team were about 40 minutes away from the house Mr. Depp was renting, correct?
25, 30. 20, well, 30, 40. Yeah, you're correct. If it's a traffic day, yeah, 40 minutes at most.
And alcohol was in the house in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp consumed alcohol before Amber arrived in Australia, isn't that right?
Yeah, he would have done, yes.
Okay. And you know if Mr. Depp consumed illegal drugs before Amber arrived in Australia?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Well, yeah, please
I wouldn't
object.
know.
Somebody object.
Good.
And do you know if Mr. Depp spent any time with Marilyn Manson in Australia before Amber arrived?
Why do they
Don't
keep
recall.
bringing up
I don't
Marilyn
recall
Manson?
Marilyn Manson being there.
So you don't. So as Mr. Depp's security, you don't know if Mr. Depp was with
No.
Marilyn Manson at any time?
Why does anyone care if
I
he was
left
with
Australia,
Marilyn
she smuggled
Manson?
2 dogs back out of Australia, back
More
No,
defamation.
no, no. I'm talking about it. I'm talking about in the beginning of March 2015. You were that.
I
You
don't
were.
recall
You were.
Marilyn Manson.
You don't know one way or the other.
No.
Were you seeing Mr. Depp every day? In early
Not at
March
the beginning,
2015?
no, not at the beginning. I had other duties.
Okay. So you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing at that time, correct?
No, I wasn't with him.
Okay. And you don't know when Amber arrived into in Australia, correct?
No.
Okay. But you do know that Amber stayed with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about a resident security team that was at the Australia house. Is that right?
That's correct.
And were there about 4? Was there anyone from the resident security team in the house when you arrived on March 8th, 2015?
No.
Okay. And the resident security team, is it your understanding that they were there, that they were kind of guarding the house?
They would have been in the grounds, but the substantial grounds, real substantial grounds. They would have been at the grounds somewhere.
But they didn't go into the house on March 8th, correct?
I don't know. I never seen them in the house.
Okay. And so when you arrived at the house and went in, was it just Mr. Depp and Amber Heard?
Just Mr. Depp and Amber Heard.
Okay. And
There
before
may have been someone else there. I never visibly seen anyone else. I wasn't there long enough to chat to anybody.
and when you arrived at the house, you could hear a ruckus, correct?
Okay, thanks, Blah. I understand.
Yes. Well, yes, I could hear.
Stupid,
yeah, I
though.
could hear. Definitely hear something through the door. Yeah.
But you said the door was so thick you couldn't hear the actual words that were being said. Is that right?
No, just a shouting.
And then you went in
Just a
the house and saw
screeching
Mr. Depp in the
harpy?
foyer, correct?
Yes, correct.
And Mr. Depp was trying to urinate in the foyer, wasn't he?
What?
No.
Look at his face.
Mr. Depp had his penis out of
Objection.
his
What?
pants, didn't
Penis?
I think I would remember
Relevance.
seeing Mr. Depp's penis.
He just said Mr. Depp had
he?
his
And you were trying to
penis
get
out.
Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Correct. I was trying to get Mr. Depp out of the house. Yes.
And Mr. Depp was refusing to leave the house, was he not?
That
Not
was
so much
funny.
refused. He just wanted 2 minutes to say his piece.
You took Mr. Depp's arm to try to move him out, but he broke away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, so he was strong enough to break away from your grip, correct?
No.
So
He let him go.
you had his arm and he broke away, though, correct?
No.
Isn't that what you just said?
No. I let him go.
You let go. Yes, but it wasn't
That's my
easy.
boss.
It wasn't
I'm not
easy.
going to drag him by it.
So Mr. Depp's your boss. You'll do what Mr. Depp wants, correct?
No.
It's
No.
not easy to get Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Not easy.
Okay. Now, can we play Exhibit 380A, which is already in evidence?
Plaintiffs or defendants, I'm sorry.
It's defendants, Exhibit 380A.
It's 388.
Of course he let him go.
what is
Of
this? Sorry,
course
what is
he
this?
let him go.
And this is a recording from Australia, and it's just of Mr. Depp.
Oh, a recording
I don't think
from
that's in evidence,
Australia?
Hold on, it's not in evidence.
Our plaintiffs, Exhibit 380A?
I don't think
believe
we've
there are
heard
any
this.
recordings from Australia in evidence, Your Honor. I think this.
There definitely
There
is.
are
It's
no-
just of Mr. Depp. We can,
I don't have 380 in evidence.
it's 380A.
Has the plaintiff heard this evidence? Because if not, it is not allowed in,
It
right?
says it was ID'd but never admitted.
ID not
Never
admitted.
It was,
Your Honor, the recordings from Australia have other voices on them. and
we're
I
only asking
also-
for it's only the clip of Mr. Depp.
Okay, wait,
Well,
I
I
have,
also-
I have, it's actually plaintiff's 380A, minute 33 to 34.
What's the foundation for using it with this witness?
He was at the house.
It's in evidence,
It's in
that's
evidence.
fine. So you're playing that clip, correct?
Correct.
And it's on purpose.
Well, that was a tussle.
What you are and who you are and how you fucked me over and make me feel sick of myself. There's still a lot left in the day. Maybe you should dye your hair. I see your roots.
Did you hear that, Mr. Connolly?
I did, yes.
And that was the sort of condition Mr. Depp was in when you saw him at the house, correct?
Yes, yes,
Mr. Depp was upset and angry when you saw him at the house, correct?
absolutely, yes.
Okay. Now, did you take Mr. Depp to the hospital?
Along with others, yes.
Is it your testimony that Mr. Depp was coherent at the hospital?
Yes.
Let's show Defendant's Exhibit 370. I'd just like you to look at something for a moment.
All I heard was him say, "You make me feel sick of myself."
I'm not putting it in. I'm not publishing it. I just want to show him a document. Defendant's Exhibit 370.
Well, let's roll our
And
windows
something
down.
about, he said something about her dyed hair. He had
Your
said
Honor,
something
I'm going to
about,
object on foundation grounds. The witness is not even copied on this document.
I'm going to ask him a question and ask him if it refreshes his recollection. That's all I was going to ask him about. I can use any
It's-
document to refresh.
Wait, you want to approach for a second? We'll see.
I don't know if he sounded drunk or if he was in a rage because she severed his finger. Was this recording taken after the severed finger or before? I'm not clear. Yeah, if it was taken after, he would have been in shock. And I don't think anything he would have said would be out of line. Frankly, I haven't heard one thing yet that Johnny has said to her that I would consider out of line, considering what she did to him. I don't care what he said to his friends. I don't care about the texts, drown her, burn her, none of that stuff. If you were being put through this, what wouldn't you say? Saying things is not the same thing as beating someone, battering someone. It's not the same. She needed to do her roots. Is that what he was telling her? Get your roots done? That's always a funny insult. Always. Always funny to make a joke about getting your roots done. You think they're trying to suggest that he was drunk or incoherent? But I need to know if it was before the finger severing or after, because it makes a big difference.
You can take it down. Was
These people.
Mr. Depp's finger was filled with dirt, grime, and paint when you saw it?
Yes.
Jose, that's
And
a good
now,
question.
You say you saw no bruises or cuts on Amber on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that your main concern was Mr. Depp and getting him out of the house, correct?
Correct.
You weren't concentrating on Amber, correct?
I was close enough. If there was any marks on Amber's face, I would have picked that up in 2 minutes.
As you're
Sir, I've
trying,
been chained to the Home Office.
as you're trying to pull Mr. Depp out of the house, you're scanning Amber for bruises and cuts.
Not scanning, but I'm looking at it.
As you're moving Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. How do I know what she's going to lift?
Right.
I'm watching her. When I move a client from a bar situation, a house situation, I watch what's happening around me.
But you're not.
I know where the client is. The client's with me.
Right. The client was with you, and you're not scanning. You didn't scan Ms. Heard's body for.
I scan everything.
Yes,
I
he
watch
did.
Everything on her body.
Yeah,
That was
he's
her
a
appointment.
security
Well,
agent.
From what I recall.
And At the hospital, the doctor was told that Mr. Depp cut his finger with a knife, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And you understand that the damage at the house, at Mr. Depp's rented house amounted to about $100,000, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
There you go. Found your voice. Thank you.
In
$100,000 in
Hicksville, other than when
damages.
you first arrived.
Oh, yeah, lots
you
of
didn't go to the
damage.
trailer that Mr. Depp and Amber were staying in. Is that right?
Only when I delivered them to it.
Right. And then after you delivered them to
That,
the,
when I delivered them to it, when we first got there,
right.
we went inside and had a look around, yeah.
But after that, you never went inside the trailer after that, correct?
Correct.
So you have no idea what went on in the trailer between Mr. Depp and Amber, isn't that right?
I was told.
You have no idea. You don't have any personal knowledge as to
I
what
never
happened.
seen it.
Right.
No, I never seen it. No.
And you have no idea how much damage was done to the trailer, correct? Personal
I
knowledge.
do have
of
an
it.
idea.
You have no idea what happened to Amber in the trailer, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you don't, and you talked about that there was tension between Amber and Mr. Depp. You don't know what started the fight, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Depp grab another woman's arm before they moved off to the truck, before the fight started?
No.
Okay. Were you with the company when you were you with the group?
No. Okay. I was maybe 20 feet away observing.
It's time for squats
that's my
again.
job, not to get involved. I don't sit with my clients in a personal situation. I just observe.
Now, you testified that at times you saw marks and bruises on Mr. Depp, a fat lip, I think you said. You don't have dates for those times that you saw that, right?
I don't recall. No, you're
Okay.
talking. That's a long time ago. You know. It's
Right. And you testified in the UK in this. You testified in the UK, correct?
correct.
And you gave a witness statement too in the UK, correct?
Correct.
And you never testified to seeing any marks, bruises, or injuries on Mr. Depp. Isn't that right in the UK?
I wasn't asked in the UK.
But you never testified. You never testified to that, right?
I wasn't asked.
Okay.
He
Now-
wasn't asked. What?
Yeah,
Bottom
stick to
line.
that. I mean,
You
that's
in the private,
insane.
You talked about a private plane that you saw a plastic lighter bounce off of Mr. Depp's chest, correct?
Correct.
And you said you saw Mr. Depp smirking and said, and then he said, "Was that it?" Is that right?
No.
Okay. You don't know what started the fight there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked about at the lofts, I think you called it in Los Angeles, you saw a Coke can get thrown somewhere in the vicinity of Mr. Depp, correct?
I seen a can.
Right.
Not a Coke can. I couldn't tell you what can it was.
Okay. And you don't know what happened before you saw the Coke can get thrown, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Like she has some excuse for throwing
And-
a Coke can.
You talked about this picture of that you took in Southeast Asia, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never mentioned in the UK matter or in your witness statement, Mr. Depp having scratches and bruises on the train, correct?
I was never prompted. I was never asked.
You gave a witness statement that gave the what you saw and the relationship between Amber and Mr. Depp, and you never talked about bruises or cuts on Mr. Depp in Southeast Asia, correct?
No, I wasn't asked that.
Okay.
He wasn't asked, Rottenborn.
You said only Johnny could make requests for a private dining car, isn't that right?
I said that.
Could only Johnny needed a private dining car. Miss Heard didn't need a private dining car, correct?
That would be correct. Oh yeah, that would definitely be correct. Yeah,
Okay.
only Johnny Depp would need a private dining car, but Johnny doesn't want a private dining car.
Okay.
He needs a
Now,
place to
You were
escape.
not present in Miss Heard and Mr.
Right?
Depp's cabin on the train, right?
No.
And if a fight
That's
occurred,
correct. That's correct.
and if a fight occurred in the cabin, you'd have no way of knowing about it, right?
I
My
wouldn't
God,
know.
it's mystery
And you
on
don't
the
know if Mr.
Orient
Depp was
Express.
Strangling Miss Heard, do you?
Could this story be
No, I
any
wouldn't know.
better?
You don't know if Mr. Depp had his shirt wrapped around Amber's neck, do you?
objection.
This stuff literally happened on the Orient
Oh,
Express.
no, I wouldn't know. The only reason I would know anything in that cabin.
Okay,
is if
you
the
would
cabin
know.
door
You
was open or
answered,
closed.
sir. So you answered that.
All right. We can move on.
Okay. And if we could put up, please, plaintiff's exhibit 120, and this is at 190, and I believe 120 has been in evidence before.
Well, I have 120A, 120B, and 120C.
So I think this would be 120D, if it.
120D?
Yeah.
Mary, me too. Rottenborn's the worst. But actually, I prefer listening to him than Elaine, so I'm
Mr.
actually
Connolly,
kind of
I'm
glad it's
asking you
him.
questions about the fourth one down. Do you see that?
Yeah, it's not very clear though. I can't.
I'm going
it's tiny.
to objection. The document is hearsay. I don't know what the exception would be.
Okay, hold. If you want to come forward.
Oh, we're gonna confer with the judge.
You know what's one thing I don't know why I don't hear these lawyers saying? You can get around hearsay if you can show that you're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. So if the security guy, when he was stopped from saying things that Johnny had said to him, if they had presented it as it's not about, we're not offering it for whatever he said, we're offering it to show the motivation for what this witness did next.
Yeah, I've heard them talk about this on Mercado Law, and they're all stumped. All the lawyers are stumped. They cannot figure out why nobody argues that.
Yeah, why don't they? I don't understand. I mean,
nobody knows.
So you've heard them talk about this too? I'm not the only one.
Yeah, you're not the only
this?
one. You're not the only one. Every lawyer on LawTube is saying, why aren't they arguing against the hearsay for the hearsay exception? Nobody knows.
Well, I mean, when you study evidence, you find out that the hearsay rule really is swallowed up by exceptions. I mean, it's more exceptions than it is the rule. There's lots of ways to get stuff to get around.
Yeah, but they don't even seem to. They don't seem to try.
Right. They
No,
just say, well, we'll move on to another line of questioning. They don't even try to argue it in, which is kind of curious. Or maybe they're trying when they're at the bench, maybe. But I don't know. I mean, it seems a little bit like they could try harder to get the evidence in. Oh, here they come.
Yeah, they should try harder. It doesn't make any sense that they're not trying.
Or maybe they're thinking the jury's getting enough of an idea of what went on that it doesn't matter. Maybe.
That's possible. They could also not want to exhaust or upset the jury, like Rottenborn is doing regularly.
Mr. Connolly,
it could be strategy.
You agree that Ms. Hurd's nothing but respectful and professional to you, correct?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
This should be good.
Mr. Connolly, very briefly, when you were in Ms. Hurd's presence in the house in Australia on the day that Mr. Depp lost his fingertip, how far away were you from Ms. Hurd?
On the exit, on the egress, about 3 feet, 4 feet at the most.
Can you estimate for us about how long you were in Ms. Hurd's presence?
Oh, you know what? Best way to do this is think about it and count it out, okay? "15 seconds, 20 seconds.
How was the light?
Well, it's Australia. The door is massive. It's a wall of glass behind them. The light is absolutely fine. You couldn't get better.
All right, I have nothing further.
All right. Is this a witness subject to recall?
I think so. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Connolly, since you're subject to recall, do not discuss your testimony with anybody and don't watch anything about this case, okay? But you're free to log off
Of course,
today.
Your Honor, yeah.
All right. You're free to log off today, though,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Your next witness.
He might have been my favorite witness so far.
Mr. Jenkins.
He was pretty good. Minimal objections and manipulation of court procedure makes Depp look better. I agree.
All right,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you, sir. All right. If you raise your right hand for me, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Amber doing her "my
Thank
puppy
you.
got ran over" expressions. She tries very
Good
hard.
morning, Mr. Jenkins.
She
Can you
tries.
hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
And could you please state your full name
My
for the
best
record?
Amber expressions.
Starling Jenkins III.
And Mr. Jenkins, where do you live?
Los Angeles, California.
And what is your occupation?
Executive chauffeur, security.
And how long have you worked as an executive
This is a
chauffeur
serious
and
man.
in security?
Executive chauffeur for 30 years, security for 8 years.
And what occupations did you hold prior to working as an executive chauffeur and in security?
Route sales executive and United States Marines.
Mr. Jenkins, do you know the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
And when did you first meet Mr. Depp?
1993.
You can
How did
always
you
tell
first
when
meet Mr.
Johnny
Depp?
likes somebody.
We use delivery service to transport him to and from.
He can't help it. The love
So
comes
in
out.
the 30 or so years that you've known Mr. Depp, what services have you performed for him over the course of that period?
Child care, animal care, personal assistant duties, security, and transportation.
And could you estimate approximately how many hours per week would you provide those services to Mr. Depp?
40 to 60 hours.
And can you describe generally your interactions with Mr. Depp in the time that you've worked for him?
Pleasant, always upbeat.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Amber Heard?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Miss Heard?
Screeching Harpy? Do you know the Screeching
After
Harpy in
the
this case?
filming of the Rum Diary project.
And can you describe generally your interactions with Miss Heard?
Pleasant, cordial, very respectful.
Until the day she stole my
So,
soul.
in your time working with Mr. Depp, did you ever observe Mr. Depp's and Miss Heard's interactions with one another?
Yes.
And can you describe those interactions generally, please?
Very cordial, very aware that people are around them, very, very friendly.
Did you ever see them argue?
Yes.
Can you describe what you
Here it
observed about
comes.
those arguments?
It would be initiated by her. She would try to engage with him. He would tell me to turn the music up.
So, where did these arguments take place?
In the car.
Oh boy.
Do you recall how many times you witnessed them argue?
Twice.
Mr. Jenkins, turning your attention to April 21st, 2016, can you tell the jury what you recall about that day?
Could you repeat the question, sir?
Sure. So turning your attention to April 21st, 2016, can you tell the jury what you recall about that day?
It was the birthday party being held at the penthouse.
And when you say the penthouse, what are you referring to?
It's the Eastern Columbia building.
And what were you doing that evening?
That evening, I was assigned security on the detail.
Were you inside the residence while the birthday party was taking place?
I was in the CP, the command post that's stationed on the same floor, right outside of the elevator.
And did you interact with Miss Heard at all that evening?
Yes, I did. In regards to getting her clients keys,
New ticker, everyone.
parking,
New ticker.
making sure no one else was on the floor that wasn't invited to the party.
Were there any issues at the birthday party at the time that you were present at the penthouses?
Whose birthday party was it?
No issues except for the boss did not show up.
And do you
Oh, it was
recall what time
Amber's
you left
birthday.
that day?
Amber's birthday. This is the day she got all upset because he was late.
11:15 p.m. that evening.
And Mr. Jenkins, what happened the next day, April 22nd, 2016?
I arrived early, 10:45. Went upstairs to the penthouse. I was informed by Amber that she got in a fight with Johnny last night. She threw his personal property over the balcony into the streets, 9th and Broadway.
And when you say personal
Oh,
property, what are you
oh.
referring to?
His phone, wallet, credit cards, passports, everything that's in his wallet.
This is
Did
new
Ms. Hurd say anything
information.
else to you about this altercation?
Nothing except they were fighting.
So what
Who
did you
told
do
him
after
what
Ms.
was
Hurd
thrown
informed you
over?
that she'd thrown Mr. Depp's
I
personal
think he
property off
witnessed
the
it.
balcony?
Or she told him
Formulated
she
a
did it?
plan with Norm from the office to use the Find My Phone app, hit the streets, and try to get lucky.
Did you end up finding Mr. Depp's phone?
Yes, I did. In Skid Row, probably 6 miles from the
Eyewitness.
house.
Skid Row. He found his phone on
And who
Skid
had
Row.
who had the phone?
A homeless gentleman, unhoused gentleman. I approached him about the phone. He was honest. He returned it. I
Oh
gave him a
my
reward.
lord.
And what was the reward?
$420, chicken
Aw.
tacos, chips.
Look at
Aw.
Johnny.
Easy route.
Whatever he
Aw.
wanted.
After finding
Aw.
Mr. Depp's phone, what did you do?
I returned to the penthouse, showed the phone to Amber that I retrieved it. I left it in the CP for the evening security to return it to Mr. Depp.
So after figuring out things with the phone, what happened next?
She is a lunatic. Yes.
What happened next is I walked Amber to the car. We got everybody in the car. She's on her way to Coachella. I went back to the penthouse to retrieve the dogs and the luggage.
Were you also going to Coachella with Ms. Hurd?
Yes, I was. I was the transportation for Amber and her friends.
What?
For Amber and her friends while she was at Coachella.
So how did you get to Coachella?
Drove the SUV provided by Johnny with the animals and all the luggage in and headed out to the venue.
And the morning of April 22nd, did you see any injuries on Ms. Hurd?
No marks, no injuries.
Literally, they haven't found one
So
person who has ever seen a mark
driving
on
out
this
to
woman.
Coachella, did anyone drive with you?
I was in the car alone except for the animals.
And how did Ms. Hurd get to Coachella?
She drove a Mustang.
Was anyone else in her car?
She was with, I believe, her sister and one other friend, her assistant, Savannah.
And do you know how many days Ms. Hurd and her friends were planning to stay at Coachella?
So the following Monday, I believe it's the 25th of April, we departed.
And do you recall where Ms. Hurd was staying at Coachella?
We're staying at the Parker boutique hotels there in Palm Springs outside of Coachella.
Were you also staying at the Parker Hotel?
I also stayed there.
And so did you attend Coachella for work or for pleasure?
For work.
And what was your job that weekend?
Provide security and transportation, animal care, Amber's rolling assistant, take care of her, whatever she needed while she was there at the Parker or in out traveling.
Do you recall what time approximately you arrived at the Parker Hotel on April 22nd?
Around 5:30-ish, maybe 5:45.
And what did Ms. Hurd and her friends do that evening, April 22nd?
That evening, we arrived. We were assigned the rooms. We went with the staff of the Parker Hotel around to the suites where we were staying. They let us in. We let all the luggage in, and we proceeded to plan for that evening to depart by 7:15-ish to get to the festival there.
And how did Ms. Hurd and her friends get from the hotel to the festival that evening?
I drove them directly to there.
And did you have any discussions with Ms. Hurd on the way to Coachella that evening?
We had a conversation pertaining to the surprise she left in the boss's bed.
Oh, here we go.
And when you refer to the surprise in the boss's bed, what are you referring to?
Oh my God.
The defecation.
What did Ms. Hurd say about the defecation in
Oh.
Mr. Depp's bed?
A horrible practical joke gone wrong.
She admitted it to him.
Mr. Jenkins, what
Oh my
observations
God.
did you make about Miss Heard at Coachella in April 2016?
Oh my God.
She had no worries. She was there to whoop it up. It's her birthday. She's with her friends.
And how often were you with
And
her
of
that
course,
week?
Johnny was paying for that whole trip
Yeah.
With her
and for her
every day.
security.
We went to the
And he was
venue
finding out
from
that he
the
had just
time
been
that
swindled out of his
interacted
fortune.
with the wallet
That's why he was
incident,
late, by the
the
way.
night before at the party, all the way until Monday. We returned with the pets and the luggage.
Amanda, I don't know the answer
And
to that.
did
I mean,
you observe
prosecutors have
anything about Miss Heard's
broad
health that
discretion to
weekend?
decide what they will and will not
She
prosecute.
got sick.
And some
Do you know
time
what-
has
Sick
gone
at the
on,
venue. at the
gone
night.
by.
Do you know
lot
what
of
caused Miss
time,
Heard to
yeah.
be sick?
She was eating the magic mushrooms and drinking red wine on an empty stomach.
And how do you know that she drank red wine and took magic mushrooms?
I saw the room service and I went to their room to collect them to take them out that evening.
So is that something?
In the car.
Excuse me. Is that something you witnessed?
I witnessed it.
She's looking at Johnny.
What did you do in response to Miss Heard being sick at Coachella?
I collected her, got her in the vehicle. She didn't want anyone else to know that she was sick. Take her back to the Parker alone. I took her to the 7-Eleven where I retrieved hydrating fluids, Advil.
What the hell is Coachella? I don't even know what it
Let her
is.
have those, got her back to the Parker,
Something
got her
awful.
to the suite, and then went back to pick up everyone else.
These are
And Mr.
people
Jenkins,
who
when
do
you said,
things that are way
Miss
out of
Heard
my
got sick,
league.
do you
I don't know
recall
what
what her symptoms
Coachella
were?
is.
Yeah, she was throwing up.
Oh Lord.
Ooh.
Throwing
Ms.
up,
Jenkins, did you see any
shitting
injuries
on the
of any
bed.
kind on Miss Heard April 22nd, 2016?
No injuries.
A sustain. So, yes.
What about the rest of that weekend, Mr. Jenkins? Any injuries that you saw?
No injuries.
I can't
Have you
believe
ever
she
witnessed any
pooped on
physical
his
abuse
bed.
between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
Me poo. Hashtag me poo. Get it trending
Thank you,
again,
Mr.
folks.
Jenkins. Second
Hashtag
caller.
me
All right,
poo.
cross-examination.
Was that trending?
All right, Coachella is a music festival. Yes, it was
Good
trending.
afternoon, Mr.
Ricada
Jenkins.
Law got it trending.
Good afternoon.
So just to be clear on the chronology, you met Mr. Depp in
Holly weird.
1993, is that right?
Correct.
And you've worked for him ever since?
Off and on? Yes.
Okay. And your salary's paid by Mr. Depp, correct?
What are those birds on your end?
Salary.
Yeah.
Squawking birds. Oh,
You receive pay for the work that you do for Mr.
Yes.
Depp, correct?
Of course. Yes. Of course.
And when Mr.
Of
Depp's security
course.
is your highest priority.
did they
in your
drink each
job,
other's
correct?
blood at Coachella?
Yes, it is.
You're loyal to Mr.
Probably.
Depp.
Yeah, his family. And his family.
You're loyal to Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to turn to the
That's not a bad
the night
thing.
of
They
April
keep trying to
21st,
make it sound like a
2016.
bad thing.
You just to recap, you said you were working a security shift at Amber's birthday at the Eastern Columbia building that evening, correct?
Correct.
And you said that your shift ended around 11:15, correct?
Correct.
And you said the boss still hadn't shown up by the time that you left the Eastern Columbia building, right?
Correct.
So you have no idea where Mr. Depp was or what he was doing from 9:30 p.m. that evening until at least 11:15 when you left the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, I didn't know what he was doing. He was attending to his mother.
You weren't with him.
I had the information.
Okay. All right. That's information that you received, but you have no personal knowledge of that.
I have no reason to doubt it. It came from Sean.
Okay.
I have no
Okay. So Mr. Bett told you that?
The boss is out there.
Right. Mr. Bett told you that he was tending to his mother that night?
He didn't say mother. He said the boss was out there. I'm aware of what the situation was, the time frame. He's with his mother.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. And did you have any understanding that he had a meeting with his new business manager earlier that evening where he was told that he was running out of money and that his taxes hadn't been paid in years? Did you have any understanding of that? from Mr. Bett? or anyone else?
Objection. Foundation calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you didn't see Mr. Depp that
Sounds
night, right?
smelly.
No, I didn't.
250,000
So you
people
came
out in the
back the next
desert.
morning to escort Amber to Coachella, right?
Yes.
And you say that Amber told you that she had thrown Mr. Depp's phone off the roof?
Correct.
And did you come to understand that Mr. Depp had thrown her phone off the roof that evening prior to when Amber threw Mr. Depp's phone off the roof?
She informed me of that.
Okay, she informed you of that. So when you went outside to look for Mr. Depp's phone, you weren't looking for Miss Heard's phone, were you?
She had her phone. She had her phone. She was trying to re-download and back it up.
Okay, so you were only looking for Mr. Depp's phone when you went downstairs to try to, you found it with an unhoused person, you said, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and did I hear you right that you said it was 6 miles away where you found the phone?
Correct.
It actually wasn't 6 miles away. It was actually right below the building, the ECB building,
No, it was
correct?
not.
Okay,
No, it was not.
Can you pull up, does he have a way to see documents that just him, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please pull up the witness statement, Mr. Jenkins? Mr. Jenkins, do you remember giving testimony on Mr. Depp's behalf in the UK trial?
Yes, I did.
And you gave a witness statement first in writing, correct? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you were examined by the attorneys in the trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you see on your screen the statement do you see a witness statement?
Yes, I see it.
It says witness statement of Starling Jenkins, right?
Correct.
And this is the statement that you wrote and signed as part of the UK trial on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you can scroll, please, to page 3 of the document. And Mr. Jenkins, I'm going to read you what you wrote in paragraph 13.
Okay.
And we can go from there.
And then he's going to say, did I
on
read
paragraph
that right?
13, you wrote in your witness statement in the UK trial.
God, I hope not.
The Find My iPhone application indicated that
He can't
Johnny's
help
phone
himself.
was somewhere on the streets below the balcony of the residence. Did I read that right?
If that's what it says, that's what it says. I'm telling you, the phone was in Skid Row.
Okay,
I have
so
a photo of the gentleman that found it. I have the location where the phone was found.
isn't Skid Row just a few blocks away from the Eastern Columbia building?
No, it's on 6th and
No,
Main, I guess,
Rottenborn.
depending on what area you are.
Okay, so one of these two sworn statements, either what you just said in court just now that it was found 6 miles away, or this, one of these is false, correct?
It's just inadequate as far as the location. The location is not below the penthouse. It's not on Broadway. It was found on Broadway by the unhoused man, and then he lives off of Skid Row.
Okay. Now let's move on to Coachella, please. You were with Amber and her friends that weekend at Coachella, and you testified a little bit about what you saw. Is it fair to say that Amber and her friends were having a good time that weekend?
Yes, it was.
And there were thousands of other people at that music festival too, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that Amber's sister Whitney was pregnant and sober that weekend?
Wasn't my information, wasn't my knowledge.
Were you aware that Amber's sister Whitney threw up in a parking lot that weekend?
No.
Okay. To your knowledge and understanding, Mr. Jenkins, there's nothing wrong with wanting to spend time with your friends at a music festival after being abused by your husband, right?
Oh, what kind of question is that? Do not answer that question. Object.
It's not an abnormal thing to want to be around your friends, correct?
Why aren't they objecting?
She was partying it up with her friends. She was partying it up.
And you said you didn't hear anything about, she didn't say anything to you
Why
about
aren't they
domestic
objecting to
violence
being
having taken
after
place,
being
correct?
abused by your husband?
Nothing in the car pertaining to that.
would it surprise you that she might not want to talk to someone who had worked for her husband for around 23 years at that point about domestic violence? Would that surprise you?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Ms. Heard texted you on May 12th, 2016, asking you to call her, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bother to respond to that text.
No, he
correct?
wasn't there. He was at the meeting with
Correct.
his
And that
financial
was the last
advisors.
communication that you had with her, correct?
Correct.
Now, you weren't, just to be clear, you weren't at Amber's house on Orange Avenue in March 2013 when Johnny was there, correct?
I might have driven him to the location. I'm familiar with the address.
But you didn't enter the house at any point in March 2013, correct?
Depending on if he had luggage or gifts going upstairs, I might have.
But you didn't hang out with him inside the house, right?
Hurry up and wait in the car, sir.
And you weren't at the Hicksville Trailer Palace in late May or early June 2013, right?
No.
You weren't on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May 2014, correct? With Johnny and
No.
Amber. You weren't you weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in the Bahamas in August 2014, correct?
Correct.
You weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in Tokyo in January 2015, correct?
No.
We're going to go around the world and
You
name all the
weren't with
places
Mr.
this
Depp
man
and
has
Amber
never
in
been.
Australia in March 2015.
It seems
correct?
like a good use of time.
Correct.
You weren't at Thanksgiving with them in Penthouse 5 of the Eastern Columbia building in November 2015, correct?
I believe I was there.
You didn't.
I might
You
have
weren't.
been assigned the detail. I don't have the schedule, but I might have been assigned the detail that day.
You were-
Thanksgiving, it's a holiday.
Sure, sure. You don't have any specific recollection of that one way or the other, though, correct?
I would probably say I was on duty that day.
Okay.
It's the holiday.
Okay. You weren't celebrating Thanksgiving in Penthouse 5 with them that evening, correct?
I was in the CP,
Okay, and that's a separate room, correct?
separate room on the same level. Correct.
And you weren't in the Bahamas in late December 2015, correct? With them?
Correct.
You weren't in the ECB with just the two of them the night of December 15th, 2015, correct?
That is right before the Christmas party, I believe. Correct.
And finally, you weren't in the penthouse of the Eastern Columbia building on the night of May 21st, 2016.
FYI,
with
I've
Mr.
got to
Depp and Ms.
leave
Heard,
in 10
correct?
minutes because I have to be
Correct.
on a live stream.
And you'd agree
on
that you
PJ
have
Media.
No personal knowledge of what went on.
This was
between
supposed
Mr.
to
Depp
end at
and Ms. Heard
5:30,
behind
but it
closed
doesn't look
doors,
like
correct?
that's going to happen.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Finally, God, Rottenborn. That's probably the last time we're going to have to hear
Just
from
very
him
quickly, Your
today.
Honor, do we have Mr. Jenkins' witness statement? Or perhaps?
Paula, I agree with you. Does it matter where this man was? No, or where he wasn't? No, of course it's a waste of time. We do not care. No one cares. The jury doesn't care. Nobody cares where he was and where he wasn't. That's not what
And
this
if
is
we could
about.
go to the third page,
He's just trying to distract
please.
everyone from this extremely
Mr. Jenkins,
damaging
directing your attention to paragraph 13,
testimony.
which Mr. Rottenborn had you look at just a second ago.
Yes.
He read the first sentence of that witness statement. The Find My iPhone application indicated that Johnny's phone was somewhere on the streets below the balcony of the residence. Walked out. Could you please read for the jury the second part of that paragraph?
I walked out onto the street, did not see the phone. I then asked several homeless people if they had the phone. One homeless man admitted to me that he had the phone, returned the phone to me in exchange for the following: $425 in cash, 3 chicken tacos, 2 bags of chips, 4 apples, 2 apples, 4
Aw.
bottles of water.
Chicken
And
tacos.
so do you recall where you found the iPhone that day?
Yes, I do.
Objection asked and answered.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Yes, this is Depp's lawyer on
Mr.
redirect.
Jenkins, moving to Coachella, Mr. Rottenborn asked you about Whitney Heard. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Do you know the difference
Amber's
between
sister.
Whitney Heard and Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
And who was sick that
One
day?
is the boss's wife. One is the boss's sister-in-law.
Who was sick that day at Coachella?
Amber was sick.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Is this witness
Excellent.
subject to recall?
Excellent.
Your Honor.
Short
All right.
redirect.
Mr. Jenkins, you're free from testimony, and therefore you're free to do whatever
Oh,
you
they're
need to
gonna-
do, or you can watch the proceedings. It's
All
up
right.
to you.
Wrap
But,
it up.
You're
Wrap
done
it up.
for today, though. Thank you, sir.
Wrap it up. No more
Your Honor.
witnesses.
To the court.
All right.
End early.
Okay,
Wrap
good.
it up, Your Honor. Let's go. Wrap this up. I've been on here for 7 hours and 56 minutes and 28 seconds.
All right. I think
And
it's
holy
close
crap.
enough to 5:30 that I think we've had enough.
Oh,
of the week.
yes.
Ladies
we've
and
had
gentlemen, at
enough.
this time, we're going to go ahead and be done with the testimony for this week. Although,
we're
since
not
I won't
coming
see you
back
until
till
Monday,
Monday.
I want to give you the long jury instruction that I give you every
All right. Well, we don't need to hear that. We don't need to hear that. All right, everybody, listen to me. Thank you for being here, you beautiful people. I am headed over right now to PJ Media. I'll be on the live chat with Vodka Pundit and Steven Cruiser, two hilarious dudes that I work with. I'm totally going there dressed like this. I am going. I'm supposed to be there like now, and I'm not changing. They're going to be like, what the hell is happening? So if you want to see that live chat, I think it's their 2-year anniversary. It's at pjmedia.com. You need to be a VIP subscriber. And if you want to subscribe, you get access to all kinds of fun things like live chats and my exclusive columns. You can use my discount code FOX for a discount. That's on pjmedia.com. I'm going over there right now where I'm going to still be sitting on my ass on a live stream with Stephen Green and Steven Cruiser, and it's going to be really fun. We're doing a 2-year anniversary show about their live chat. Great outfit for the live. Thank you. Come back tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Monday. Oh, thank God I get a break from this. Come back on Monday. I don't know if I'll be in the costume or not, but I thought you guys had asked. You thought that Johnny should come in dressed as Captain Jack, so I thought, why shouldn't I? That might be fun because we're probably not going to see Jack Sparrow in the courtroom. All right, today was great. I'll maybe do a recap later, but I gotta go, and I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here, and as always, yo ho, me mateys, yo ho. I got my mega quart. I'm going to finish this up and get on over to pjmedia.com. That's where I'll be. Sign up on VIP. Promo code FOX for a discount. Don't forget to like and subscribe. See you next week.